What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the FNCS. We are here for the second day of competition here in EU, and I could not be more excited. Yesterday's action ramped up in some very big ways, and today we're back for more action. Reese, Shy, 6 matches today, and only 15 teams can go on through. Are you guys hyped? Tell me how you feeling.
Yes, absolutely. It was so nice to watch these guys just duke it out in day number 1. Once again, one of the first times we're watching like a 2-day competition flesh out. And so far, there's so much to expect on this next day.
I can't top Shio's physical excitement. I'm not a mime, but unfortunately, I am extremely excited as well. Extremely excited. 2 days is something new. Obviously, we've only really seen it over the FNCS Invitational, splitting these 2 days across. So I'm very, very excited to see how these trios kind of play out. Are they going to be as consistent as they were on day 1? Are some teams going to drop off? Or they're going to see some teams that kind of just jump to the top leaderboards? Very, very excited to see it.
Yeah, man, they've had this nice reset to just kind of take everything back, watch the VODs, review what they need to do to try and place in that top 15 to push on through to Heats. Now, guys, of course, we know what you want. You want some games, and we'll get there in just a moment. First, let's talk about the broadcast itself. Don't forget, we're here watching the games in EU. We've got 6 left today in week number 1. We'll be back after an hour to catch up on NA East, where we have 6 more games there. Let's talk about the tournament format. So this, much like Reese mentioned, is something we've kind of seen before. We've had 2 rounds before this, and now we are tuning into round number 3. We've had 6 matches yesterday, 6 today, and the top 15 trios will move on to Heats. Now, Heats, we've got 6 matches over the course of 2 sessions, where only the top 8 can advance. And Shy, we've got that special wildcard match as well.
Tossing a little bit of spice into the mix. That wildcard match, there's only 32 slots that fill up the grand finals. So for that last slot, the 9th to 16th place teams from each heat get to play it out, and the winner from one match will advance. It'll be insane. I'm so hyped to see it. But for today, we're focusing on that top 15 cumulative over the last 2 days in round number 3.
That's right. Now, moving on along, let's not forget we do have to talk about the point format. So this is a little bit different that we are used to seeing. It's pretty heavily favored on high placement. We do have the Victory Royale being worth 25 points and a single point for the 17th placing team, with every elim also being worth the point. Reese, we're seeing a lot of these teams come out of yesterday placing top 5 and above. They're up there in the standings because they're looking to try and aim for that Victory Royale that's worth the most points.
A typical endgame playstyle is exactly what we're kind of seeing right now. Players just playing for placement, not really engaging in the early and mid game. And a lot of these really consistent teams that we've seen haven't had the huge amount of eliminations, definitely favoring placement more. Apart from Kezix's team, who in game 1 had 17 eliminations. So not even one team is anywhere close to getting equal elimination points when they get the Victory Royale.
My, oh my. Now, of course, guys, you know what they're playing for. We've got prize money on the line for each and every region. Right now, don't forget, we're in Europe, so there is a prize breakdown as a whole. You do love to see it. Not bad for a couple hours of Fortnite. Now, guys, of course, there's a lot that kind of did happen. So there's a lot of things I want to talk about today specifically, right? We see a lot of these teams, it feels like they're so far and away with these points. How do we feel like these players that have had this time to reset, how should they be looking to impact the standings today?
Well, when it comes to just like playing a 2-day format, you want to actually, and you have the first opportunity to look like how you're playing right now over 6 games, you know? When you adjusted, was it the right adjustment? Was it an early game drop you tried to switch up, or was it a way you played end game? Maybe today you want to do the opposite. At the same time, you get to restart your introduction to a 6-game format again, having the knowledge from yesterday. So I want to see how teams switch that up towards the bottom side, trying to hit top 15, and teams who were trying to win the day overall and didn't get to do that, get to now just like, you know, take it back a little bit and work for top 15 as that mark. So I want to see how teams adjust to that.
And if I was one of those teams that was at the bottom, I would definitely be trying to reevaluate my strategy. I'd be looking at the map, seeing if there's anyone around there who is being uncontested, or maybe a lower placing team that you could also try and contest them. It might be a little bit way that you can get more loot, get further in the mid and end game at that point. If you're already at the top, you might want to be looking at some of these other players who are also at the bottom and thinking, what is their strategy? Are they going to be rotating in through me? Are these guys going to change up their plans? Who's dropping around me? There's still a lot. We've already had a ton of data from day one, and if you're not utilizing that data in day two, I think you're missing out.
Man, and speaking about that data, there's like this kind of big point that we were looking at and thinking, okay, this seems to be an issue, is this contested versus uncontested. We've seen a lot of these teams that are hitting these drop spots, uncontested, find themselves higher and higher up in the leaderboards. And we'll be touching on this in just a moment. But first, let's actually take a look back at some of the other regions that have wrapped up. We have OCE and Asia to take a look at. Now, something to note here, we do have the cumulative points, but the elims and the victory royales are from today specifically. So we do have Jinx, Alec, and Worthy taking home that #1 spot. Now, it is the top 8 that will advance, but still, 256 points. I mean, Shy, you know they're feeling good.
They are. I mean, Reese, break it down for me. Why is it so important that Jinx, out of all people, is in first place?
Jinx is a 2-time FNCS champion from solos and also from duos. So he's very, very much so proven himself in these kind of formats. Alec and Worthy are also fantastic players. Some people would say Worthy is one of the best fraggers in their region, and he plays on around 50 ping, which is actually pretty insane. So Jinx and his trio may be able to pick up a 3-time FNCS championship, which is the first on any single region.
Nice. Yeah, past that too, from 3rd to 5th. These guys are all qualified. Not kind of the top echelon of players that will be moving forward. In Oceania, though, you have to remember that 8th place is actually what qualifies. Oatly, Cork, Osiris. These guys had some of the lowest elimination totals of day #2, so they were playing very placement heavy. That is actually very good in my eyes, because when you go towards heats, you go towards grand finals, it's a lot tougher to get those eliminations down. They're already playing with that playstyle, so we'll see how these guys scoot all the way in. Overall, 145 points, 4 points over 9th place over there from Wicked, Suns, and Lunar. So we'll see if these patterns continue. Qualifying early means so much too. In Asia, similar story for first place, Reese.
All right, and Q-Jack, again, another FNCS champion, all the way back from the FNCS Invitational. And something I should note is that Fram, who was the solo FNCS winner, and Ziller, I think his name is pronounced, was the FNCS champion for duos. Neither of these people qualified for the day. So Q-Jack is one of the only players who actually has the shot at qualifying for another title in the heats so far.
Absolutely. Past that to 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. You can see how close their competition was comparatively to Q-Jack and their trio all the way up top. Also very interesting, I think you mentioned it too, victory royales, none from day 2 from Q-Jack's perspective, and 2nd on day 1 was also very impressive. So looking at those patterns going into the heats and grand finals, a trio to put your money on. From 8th place, once again in Asia, that is the qualifying cutoff there. Rizart and his trio get to qual 138 points, 5 ahead of Teak, Rex, and Taco. They had 21 elims. Once again, another trio you want to be focusing on in terms of playing a little bit more placement overall. I also want to shout out Lettuce and his trio. These guys were looking so good on day #1. Almost got there. Remember, if you're not qualified, those series points will also add up. So playing very well week to week is something to look out for.
Yeah, they have to keep pushing that bar, right? Even if they don't necessarily make it in through week #1, we have 2 more weeks of competition after this. And like you're saying, series points, and there's that even special wild card match. So there's a lot of action to be keeping track of over the next several weeks leading into grand finals. But that's why you've got us. Now, guys, what we should do is talk about some of the actions we saw yesterday, right? Who were these trios that were fighting the victory royales?
Game 1, we have Kezix, Nate, and 4ZR. My personal pick for the region, if anyone remembers, historic moment choosing them. And you can see Nate actually goes into the zone right here. He has floppers and he has splashes. His teammate have given him all of the heals, and he just wins the heal off just because of that.
Yeah, also past game #1, even though they didn't win, even though Height didn't win this specific game, they held on dominantly for the next 4 games. Over here, though, I know we called out a little bit, maybe Height was very important. Because of that, there were 2 teams fighting up there. I think it was Become Legends versus Lanoof. And while that was going down, ADN, Amplify, and Matzo controlled low. ADN had some sick aerial harpoon combination shots. My lord, what a finish there from game #2. And it was so hard to top for game #3. It happened, though.
Mongrel's team also took the victory in game 3. I can't say they did it in as good style as ADN with probably putting him in the Taj for that victory, 100%. But they managed to claim the high ground, and you can see this is something that we'll always see from these guys, just dominant, consistent pressure, and great spacing. Notice how close together they are right here, both simultaneously ramping up at the same time and picking up an elimination from it. Dropping down to the low ground because there's 3 players left. They're just continually pressuring, picking up a beautiful shot for that victory royale.
Yeah, all 3 players surviving is very, very difficult towards the end of the game. The next one was the same thing with Vettel, Stir6, and iDrop surviving and then going for an all-out 3v3 brawl, winning it with not even 1 player going down.
And in Game 5, Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD taking height. And you can see it's only Thomas HD left alive, the solo on high ground. We watched this on the broadcast. You can see the player below only has 20 effective HP and is going through all those old builds. So that single shockwave getting him on height is making a fantastic one.
Yeah, past that too, that very last game that's been coming in, it was Nakozor who was actually moving forward box to box. A little bit more difficult of a win to pull out, but he got together with his team. Floki was already down. It was also somewhat of a middle to high elimination type game, but these guys pushed it straight forward. A little bit more of a slow burn. Got towards height. There were more brawls around every other person, but because the way natural low ground was actually developing out, they got to cut everyone off as they were trying to move up the hill. Nakozor drops down, gets a nice pump. It's all about positioning in those moments, and they had it before everyone else.
So sick. And that was only the first 6 games. We have another 6 games to play right here, right now. Now let's go ahead and remind ourselves of what the standings did look like. Because remember, these are cumulative points, right? We're going to have the games from yesterday lead us into the games today. And there are some trios, one in particular that is far and away running with triple digits. I mean, it is absolutely ridiculous. This is not something I think anyone expected, but Vettel, iDrop, and Stir6, after their game, they just went off. They were like, hey guys, we want to just break triple digits.
They completely popped off. Completely. 21 points ahead of second place, which is a really, really big lead for first. In the warm-up cup, we did see that Mongrel's team was around 50 points ahead at this exactly same point, and it even managed to become a really close game at the end of day 2. So, just because they're ahead now doesn't mean that one of these other teams that are in the top 5 can't catch up. Anyone here has the potential to take that first place slot.
Absolutely, but the issue was, comparatively to everyone else, these guys were firing up towards the end of the 6 games. People like Kazix, 4-0, and 8, yeah, I know, Reese, you're hyped up about them, but after game 3 or 4, they started teetering off a bit, right? After the win that iDrop, Stir6, and Vettel got, these guys were just staying on top, 2nd place, 5th place. They were nice. Past that, though, you also have to remember on Europe, there was no individual team that had multiple victory royales, so all the VRs were spread apart. Getting one is so important. Thomas, Anas, and Flick got one. Amplify, Adian, and Matzo, as we just showed you. In this region as well, it's top 15, so everyone here in the top 10 is a little bit ahead of the competition. These guys are the ones you have to kind of watch out for, slightly being contested. What's the story with Mongrel's trio there, Reese?
Mongrel's trio landed game 1 uncontested at Stark Industries, and it was looking to be a really, really good day for them, and then instantly they were contested by Jaspay's team. Now, they're clearly doing very, very well, still placing 11th at this point, but people were expecting them to go kind of up into that 1st to 5th position zone, so a little bit further behind where they wanted, but still a really, really good performance so far, and they can really continue this into day 2 as well.
That's what it's all about, man. Making it happen right here, right now. Being able to qualify in the initial 15 would be awesome, right? Because then you don't really have to worry as much for the next few weeks, and you can just focus on refining your trio. We'll have to see if they can do that. Now, guys, yesterday, we started with some predictions, right? We had our 2 analysts here and our casters make some predictions. Which trios did they think would walk away that #1 team here in week #1? So, Shai, why don't you kick us off with your prediction?
Listen, I knew coming into it that Benji, Savage, and Lechi would be contested off of spawn. Usually that team doesn't end up winning, but I pinned it that maybe they would, get a little bit better of that 50-50 trade, maybe win more often, and then use those extra eliminations to push towards first. That might not happen now, but I feel like they'll still qualify in the top 15.
Moving on, we had Sancho West, who went with Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD. Now, do keep in mind, these guys right now are in 6th place. They have 82 points. So, technically, Sancho's in 2nd, but we'll get to who's in 1st in just a moment. Sundown went with Noah Riley 200 only, who is Aqua, and Rezon. Now, these guys are on the bubble. They're in 19th place with only 36 points. We do see the top 15 being that 45-point bubble right now. But again, we have another 6 games today. Reese, round us out with your predictions.
I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. We saved the best for last. We saved the best for last. Ketix, Forziar, and Nate popped off game 1 yesterday with 17 eliminations. Highest out of any region. No other region has had higher than 17 eliminations. And they've done it on, well, potentially the most difficult and most stacked region. And in all honesty, I think they're going to continue that consistency all the way through today.
Shy, thoughts?
No shot. No shot at all. I disagree. I just feel like they peaked yesterday. Maybe they get contested. Maybe it happens again. I usually get, countered by game 1 with how the players play. So maybe I'm helping them right now. Maybe I'm giving you a bone, Reese, making your first experience here nice and luxurious. But yeah, seriously, they're a very good trio. They deserve to have first if there is anyone else because of the way they played the first 3 games. I just hope today they have enough fuel in the tank to take all 6.
And I will add to that. All of the people that they've ticked have been fantastic. Any of these players could come in the top.
There you go. Reese trying to be a good guy, taking the high road. I like it. Now, Fortnite fam, you know what time it is. It's time to hop into the game. So let's send it over to Sancho West and Sundown to take us into the first game on the day.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Reese, and Shio. It is going to be an unbelievable day 2. Day 1 was already filled with so many highlights. The Twitterverse was popping off. But again, Sundown, what are you expecting to see in day 2 today?
Well, what I'm expecting and hoping to see is somebody take charge and really push forward and seize the opportunity. Because the way I look at this, particularly compared to every other region, the top is really kind of dense. And any team who's realistically in the top 10 right now has an opportunity. If they're able to string together back-to-back a victory royale and then a top 2 performance, they could really push forward. As we see that first zone is pulling very far south. Probably the most southern zone we've seen out of the 7 games so far. I think one of the big things I want to talk about today, outside of those initial drop spots and whether anything changes, is just how much of a difference placing first and second compared to everything else is. We look at the format and notice it's very placement heavy. Well, 9 of those points are allocated into second and first with a +4 difference going between third and second, and then a +5 from second to first. So clutching up at the end really ends up making a huge difference, and we can see it here just like in the Duos World Cup where those last 3 games ended up meaning a lot. There's an opportunity in this back half of the 6 games for a team to really charge up the leaderboard as we jump on over to Doom's Domain off of the start.
Yes, the battle for Doom's Domain has been awesome, but now there is another battle that has been developing. It is the battle for Stark's Industry POI. Already, Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson were all of a sudden, mid-day 1 almost, maybe like game 2 or 3, started to get contested by Jaspe, Lenouf, and Moraine, who is from the DreamHack Anaheim champion. So Gamma's Moraine has kind of threw a wrench in Mongrel's plan, and actually in games 4, 5, and 6, Mongrel's team went down to Jaspe's team, and that was a huge shakeup. But also, Sundown, I gotta point out that the power of this POI shows that despite the 50-50s and despite getting eliminated, they still came in 11th after day 1.
And you can see Mongrel actually had an elimination there, only 1 going through, so it looks like they might have been able to force somebody off right away, but now going to flip on over. Here's a fight going on outside Coral Cove. Mythic had it uncontested yesterday, which means somebody else is now dropping over here and hanging out with them. You can see Mito trying to put some shots there. They already have 1 player kind of isolated out over in the water, but some shots coming through now as a high ground take comes through. That was the crash pad getting up and above. It's going to be a little bit difficult. Fighting with a charge from the low ground isn't necessarily the best position. Generally, you want to be either up and on the side, and Tony taking a lot of damage there. The burst coming through, but the charge just showing how strong it can be if you disrespect it in those close box-to-box and those initial fight situations. If you don't have the effective 100 shields and 100 HP going through, a charge shotgun more often than not, if you get within a box, even if it doesn't headshot you, it can take out the entirety of your health pool. So despite being on 18 HP right there, Tony turns that fight around and forces this other team out and away. And Praga, who had a tough day yesterday trying to find an uncontested drop spot, instead is going to run into Mythic, Mido, and Tony and be forced out.
Now, we're going to go ahead and take a look at a replay that, and, you know, all the actions happening throughout the entire Fortnite island, and we're going to do our best to keep it up here on the FNCS broadcast. So let's take a look at the chaos here at the Slurp Factory, and it is a battle. What we've been seeing all in day one of Kiriachi, Rotary, and Stormy Wright able to capitalize and take over. Now, throughout the entire day in day one, they had very inconsistent rotations, always getting contested along the way. And if you took like a heat map and take a look how everything kind of shakes out sundown, you see on those rotations, those diagonal paths in between POIs, having a lot of little skirmishes and kind of rattling up here and there in the distance. Yes, the initial drops are always going to be hot and heavy with all those kinds of battles happening and all those gesturing for the alphas and POIs. But it's the in-between game that we saw, especially in Weeping Woods. Remember, we saw a lot of our top teams falling down, but it looks like an ambush play is developing right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, you can see there Savage, Lecce, and Benji set up in the bush, waiting for Joel and 40-20, trying to pass through right now, deciding when they're going to 1-2-3. Odds are good. It'll be once they're in close enough range. You can see the players heading towards the rift. They'll get plenty of shots going on the first one. A couple 33 tags coming through, but not quite any broken armor yet. The question is, can they close the gap before the opponents are able to retreat? And they will be able to get in there, close it off right there. Gets the first one. Fort Venti going down there. Joel being converted on, so good job closing out that fight, and a good little refresher on loot. Day, however, is going to get a knock on Lecce, so might not get out of this scot-free. Benji, ooh, that got real close for a second there, getting knocked down to just below 40 HP, but the two siphons ended up coming out, and they will be able to stick. No, it looks like he actually, yeah, he ticked over to the storm, so they're going to have to find a reboot on their way through. So a good trade, but not necessarily ideal, because they're not going to be able to carry all of the materials they really need to get over to Lecce. I mean, they will have that rift to utilize and get out of there, but I mean, outside of that, they're going to have to take the time to reboot, and the map's shrinking at this point.
The map is shrinking, and you're seeing a lot of battles between the bottom of the board to mid of the pack. Visitor and 420 and Joel were in 31st place. Previously, as we saw Prago going down with Giannis in 33rd place. So all this is kind of happening, and 4ZR's trio that we're watching right now holds a single game record for 42 points and elims. So this is a team that's been staying hot, and Reese's pick is really doing well. Again, they were holding down the first place about first to fifth games, and all of a sudden they lost it at the very end. Now the question is, that mentality break, that halftime break that we have here between day one and day two, does this team maintain the momentum that is so important and so vital to have? To echo Monster D-Face, you got to show out in 4 out of the 6 games. And already in game 1, we're already seeing some little minute changes in game plan, Sundown.
Yeah, minute changes in game plan, but it doesn't look like minute changes in swagger, as these guys are pretty confident on their rotates yesterday, and now as they're going through the woods, generally we've talked about the predators who can lurk in there. That's where Wolverine has been spawning, the nice little new addition. Don't forget, those powers are not in the competitive game, but they're just straight blaring the horns and running up right into a fight. They're going to take on Dennis and Kitty over on the side, trying to get some rifle engagements, but they're not afraid to kind of utilize these cars to try and pick off somebody really quickly. We saw them pick off a number of players yesterday, getting free eliminations and just free refreshes on their mats. That's one thing I've actually noticed particularly about this trio. They don't generally prioritize getting maximum mats off of the start. It's more getting center, getting the rotation, making sure they have a little bit of space occupied for themselves. Then if they're able to ambush somebody, they'll get their mats from there, or they'll focus on farming and utilizing the car to move from high-valued resource to high-valued resource. And right now you can see Clement's trio had 5 games where they finished with 5+ eliminations, which in trios is really impressive, honestly. That means over the course of a game, on average, you're taking out basically 2 full teams, which at this level, we talk about kind of the 0.01% in just how good Europe really is. To be able to win 2 fights consistently is, like I said, impressive. But you can see all of these builds just acting as a scarecrow, trying to cover the rift. The French trio will take it and then begin their rotation towards center zone.
And you got to give that credit to their drop. Having a very contested, and that is actually who is there in Misty Meadows. It is this squad, the Mia Tifos, were there at Misty Meadows, and they were contesting Clement squad every single game in 1 through 6 in day 1. And having those, winning those early contestants will very much get you those 5+ elims, and at the same time, those very valuable Storm Surge tags. And that is another piece of the pie they have to solve. Yes, you got to get mats. Yes, you got to get power weapons, but also you got to find the value and putting out that damage output to avoid that deadly Storm Surge sundown.
Yeah, they want to stay away from that. You can see the pinch coming in. The Miatifos being pinched by the Grizzy duo, plus Kezix over up at the top representing Rams. However, the Russian trio trying to get a piece of that action there, and you can see Nate and Kezix just continuing to rain down Firestorm Rate, trying to get a piece of the action like I talked about, getting around the opposite side, wants to control and funnel this player back into the fire of the Grizzly players. He'll catch a nice 200 pump as he's able to get the stare there. Also gets the 200 on the ground, so maximizing the Storm Surge damage. We have seen a significant number of players already go down. 19 have fallen, 5 full trios already out of the picture, so a good job pressuring so far there from the European teams, really kind of stamping their claim on a lot of these drop spots and starting the day off strong. And that's what it's really about, particularly as you come into day 2. You want to get rolling in those first couple matches. We've seen just how important it can be.
Yeah, you know, the halftime point between day 1 and day 2, it's a chance to catch your breath, to reevaluate your game plan, to get the team refocused and reposition yourself mentally, emotionally, and definitely physically. And I mean, we saw players, with a nice pickup by Nate right there, kind of closing out the door on Mia Tifios, but we'll see how that happens. And you see them already, Sundown, 461 damage above the Storm Surge line. But my point is I was saying is, like, we saw, especially in the NA East as well, is sometimes these players, they didn't take any rest. They kept playing. I was watching Nick 830 continue playing solo arenas, and it's just kind of wild to me that, you know, you would think some players of these would rest or trying to, VOD review, go into the replay client that everybody has access to and take a look at what these other teams do. But there's a lot of these competitors that just love to play the game.
They love to play the game. They love to get the results back. For most of them, it's about seeing the improvement, particularly as a trio, and getting through there and being able to kind of grind out and develop that chemistry, which is something we see particularly a lot more in Europe. You'll see a lot more standing trios, or if not trios, at least parts of trios, right? It's very rare you'll see 3 new players come together. It's generally a duo who has played for a while, or a trio who used to play together reforming, or little ones mix and matching. It's very rare that we see kind of those full-on team changes that encapsulate so many other regions. But one thing I want to talk about right now, Jaspe, Moraine, and Leneuf rotating into the zone from the northwest side, which to me indicates that if they were the ones to drop and contest Stark right away, then they immediately disengaged, hit the rift, and went somewhere else to then get the reboot and rotate back around. Because if you're coming from Stark, you wouldn't be coming in that far away from the northwest side unless you were rotating through cars and they were on foot. So it looks like maybe a potential change in game plan. However, it's important to note that yesterday they didn't start off contesting at Stark either.
Yeah, exactly that. And I got to kind of echo that point that we saw Savage and Benji's squad kind of like really far up north as well. So we're seeing a lot of early disengagements into those power POIs of Doom's Domain. But now we got a power engagement happening right here. And this is going to be the first time in the EU region that we've seen a southern type Weeping Woods finish. But with some nice pressure from Nako, getting the beams right through in the spray, and the bullets kind of bleed through the builds right there. Nakor and Floki and Clement are keeping on the pressure, and we saw their swagger that they were having taken. It wasn't as big of a swagger taking a whiplash, it was a coup, but still you're feeling the flow that they have, and that is why that stat of that 5 elims, you're just seeing the I guess the confidence, and there is no kind of slowdown momentum for them. And there's one of those squads that are just easily able to get and bolt themselves into that top 5 situation here.
And right now we're going to swing back on over the other Doom's Domain team. So it looks like both teams opting not to take that fight off the spawn, instead just going to loot up but Raison, Aqua, and Noah were the ones who will be leaving with that mythic bomb. Raison being the one holding it, also has a legendary burst rifle, which I would say honestly getting either an epic or a legendary burst is so key for so many of these trios, because as the point you were referring to, getting those bullets to just kind of sneak in through those builds real quick when you're spraying through, the burst has that potential. If all of a sudden one or two of those headshot bullets end up sneaking through, or even just a body, that's enough where if you catch a low health member, or it's enough where you're able to then pressure forward if you have a gas can with you, or in this case if you have that Doom's mystical bomb, you're able to really kind of press forward onto opponents. And right now you can see them dead center in the zone, have plenty of time to be able to farm up and establish themselves. They're not going to be threatened for at least the next zone, probably the next two after that, so they won't have to worry about rotating away until we get to that half and half zone. So now they're just going to be sitting looking for tags, and we're going to swap away from them to somebody who's over on the edge of zone as that circle is just closing, and we can expect plenty of action to be going on as Akusto and Dezinho are trying to make a 2v3 happen here right on the edge.
Snipe, Day, and Akusto were kind of one of those teams that were on the bubble all day. They had a second place finish, went up against Steer 6 and his trio. They kind of fell. They had the high ground. They had the opportunity to capitalize. And like you mentioned, get those big major points of difference in placements from getting the victory royale. We're talking about 5 points missed out on opportunity and those elims. And they kind of had a 2v3 situation. They were sitting at height and they dropped on down. And bang, Dazin with a big time hit with that green pump, and he's going to definitely be looking for an upgrade. So look at that. Pay attention to that, ladies and gentlemen, at the people's loadouts as they go forward. You're going to want to see those purples and golds, because having those greens and blues, yes, if your aim is true, you'll be able to put on some big damage, but still, you won't have that one pump potential.
Honestly, I would much rather have any rarity of a charged shotgun than a less than epic or legendary pump shotgun. And me as a personal player, I'm actually a huge advocate for the charged shotgun, or at least having one person running it in trios, particularly because when you get in these really close box-to-box situations, you're already going to have two people who have pumps and going. Having somebody who has kind of that 100 to 120 damage threat from 1 to 2 boxes away, you're able to sneak those shots in trios. You get those opportunities. It's not all the time, but they occur. A pump can't really take advantage of those, whereas if you have one person who's looking for those and able to catch somebody on the low ground or catch somebody trying to sneak around with low builds, you're able to get those massive knocks when you really probably feel like you shouldn't. But right now we're going to switch on over with Jachu, Advise, and Paco. They've been doing kind of a scavenger route between the Sentinels and the Ghost Hill, as well as the old Ghost base with Hero Hill there. One of, I think, the stronger and only really now viable scavenger routes with the chest spawn change. And you can see they're also able to hold onto 2 gas canisters. They're right on the edge, currently sitting on the low ground, but the Storm is going to force this team into them. However, they're just going to rotate away, utilizing their utility from the high ground and shooting across. You can see him trying to locate him there, and he finds it. Some great bullets sneaking in there, and that's exactly what I just talked about. His teammates spraying with the regular ARs, and then the burst rifle able to sneak through. Jamside being the low HP one, gets taken out. A little bit of help from the Become Legends trio, who is also lobby focusing them just above. Anas also on the other side is going to get a piece of that pie, and Jaspe is going to get a knock onto Be Hard Mod. So a lot of players going down there. There's the first gas can. It's a double gas can, breaking it out instantly. Hellraiser gets raised himself in a brilliantly done play. That's why you use 2 item spots to set that up. They're trying to follow up with the second one right away. I apologize. That was just the one, but so well done here from Advise, Paco, and Jachu Sancho.
Oh my goodness, the technique that is kind of blazing out of the Fortnite competitive community, we just saw that kind of develop. I remember seeing it posted on the Reddit competitive post, and everybody was like, oh my goodness, that's going to be a fire thing to do. And you seeing the explosive results, you can't prepare for that. There's no indication. It just comes out of nowhere. And before you know it, a big explosion happens. You're kind of like flabbergasted. So you kind of knock back on your heels in that big knockout blow as Advise and Jachu and Paco, who had a great day in day 1, are starting off day 2 really strong here. But the question is, Sundown, how are they going to make this rotation? They have a lot of shockwaves into that, but we have seen the value of a shockwave, especially for a Mongrel who was able to take height and a victory royale with just 1 shockwave.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas was able to do the exact same thing as well. A well-timed shockwave at the end when everybody else has been forced to burn their utility or feels like they have to use their utility can often end up being the difference when you need to clutch up. And that change ends up being a 6-point play just if you're able to get the elimination and take the victory royale. But right now, Sammy's just worrying about the 1-point play. They're going to pick up Kirky. Amplify also getting the confirm over onto Snap. And honestly, Storm Surge not really going to be a problem here. At least one more player will fall over the course here. And it's Kezix actually getting the knock onto Aqua. Kuji gets Mona as well. Kezix knocking out Aqua there means that he will Storm Surge will turn off. However, Raison gets knocks Nate and then gets knocked himself as well. So lots of top teams going up against each other right now as we hop back on board here with Kuja, Dennis, and Sammy.
And we got, one thing we got to note is squads that kind of land in this area of the map are going to have a strong advantage throughout the entire day. And day one, they had to make those long rotations. So I'm expecting the Rotaries, the Stormy Right, that trio to do a very strong finish here. And maybe those inconsistencies could kind of be shelved just for a split moment to have a strong start here in day two. And already you're seeing the difference here. Weeping Woods being a big factor. Anytime an in-game situation happens here, ladies and gentlemen, the sight lines are going to be limited. So you're going to be expecting people to play for height. And in trios competition, players usually like to go for height in this beginning right here. And considering that Weeping Woods will be at play, not a lot of players are going to be able to see so clearly. So you could kind of hold on to it a little bit longer. And we have been seeing the low ground being a big factor in that sundown.
Yeah, and don't forget, we are just now into the placement points coming through top 17. So one placement point has been going off as each trio falls. An additional point will be going through. And right now, Sammy trying to make the Become Legend trio fall. Gets a good down onto 6, but Dennis ends up getting traded out as well. Lariz ends up going down on the opposite side of that to Mongrel. 6 ends up going down as well. So that's going to be the entirety of the Become Legends trio knocked out with only a single placement point going. No, they will still have one more member who is up right now. I apologize right there. Noah Riley gets ticked over and his team is out at 17th. And now you can see the battle for higher ground. You hear the crash pads going out as all the utilities being used to try and gain control. There's that Russian trio you were talking about with Rotary and Stormy right on the mid-ground tarp trying to get a battle for it. But we also have Mongrel, Tayson, and Mitro make it into their first endgame in a while with that Starks loot, and you can see they still have the shockwaves. And Tayson, that brilliant shot onto Nate on the high ground. That signals the go. Shockwave goes up 86 on the shield tag, and a brilliant pressure and execute. They're going to look to execute on the high ground now for the rest of the game, Sancho.
Unbelievable snipe from Tayson. That is the solo champion. Can he go back to back? It'd be unbelievable to see a solo finish in a trio championship here. But that is going to be a story that we're going to watch the entire way as Tayson, Mongrel, and Mitro have the control of this entire lobby and is pushing right back up at high elevation. So everybody on the low ground, as you're seeing here, are going to be in danger. Mid ground will all of a sudden turn into low ground, and the people at height are going to be vibing as they're going to send down the beams. But here we are at the low ground, in the muddle, in the mud. AD and Amplify Matzo, who got a victory royale previously, have been in this position before. This is where they got that victory royale. Ratting their way through, snaking their way through. This is an opportunity to show that everybody that day one was not a mistake and they are a team. The Train Hard squad with ADN sending in beams, using the crash pad, finding anything opportunity. Yes, an elimination going through right there on Vato.
But that was not their knock, so no siphon, no points coming through. They will get the mats from that, which at this point might be the most important thing. But up on the high ground, we still have the control coming out from Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel. However, we've talked about the other team who was initially contesting them, left them there this game. They were hip to hip right there, trying to sneak on the other side and find a layer for themselves. That's Jaspe, Leneuf, and Moraine. Leneuf under a lot of pressure right now. They're super low on builds, and you can tell the pressure is on for them. Leneuf ends up going down to Airwalks, the back-to-back Pro-Am champion. However, he will get traded back out by Jaspe. Leneuf is going to be left behind, and it's going to be a duo effort now for Moraine and Jaspe as we head into the final moments of match number 7 here, the first on the day in EU.
It is zone 9, so it is closing time, ladies and gentlemen. The zone is going to constrict all the way to 0, and the storm will overtake everybody, and it's going to be so important to play your health as a big-time hit on Moraine. Moraine gets an elimination on Mex, so Moraine is cooking right now. The solo star getting another big hit, and you seeing the green pump not being too effective.
Oh, the siphon!
Yes, what amazing play. The siphon goes through. Sundown, Moraine is on fire right now and cooking.
He was so lucky. The unfortunate shockwave sent him out, but he had it down before. I would have yelled pop a bandage if he had one, but instead the siphon ticked over, and now Moraine just living in that circumstance kept him in the lobby. They got at least an additional 3 points, and now Moraine got another knock, but he ends up getting ticked over. He got the top 5 though, so brilliant from there. In the top right we have Mongo, in the bottom right we have Rasco, who's on the low ground. We talked about Mongo, Mitro, and Tayson just running out from the high ground, and that's what they're going to do right now. It's a straight up 3v3. There's one knock on the ground, but we've talked about it. They are hip to hip. It is the Train H duo on the low ground. However, dropping down on top of it, no, it is not actually. It was Vettel, Stursix, and Co. on the low ground. So second place for them. Mongro, Mitro, Tayson with an uncontested Starks will start the day off with a victory royale. The first repeat coming out in match number 7, but whew, that was tight.
Wow, Mongo, Mitro, Tayson, no one picked them. Guys, we got to break that down. We did something wrong.
You know, I don't know that we necessarily did something wrong. They just said, hey, you forgot to mention us. Why did you sleep on us like that? Wow, Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson picking up the W here in the first game. And on top of that, they beat out the first place team from yesterday. iDrop, Stursix, and company. They placed second still, though. Second place. It's still 20 points.
That is such a good start because you always want to do better than the last game. So next game, they have to be first. I mean, the standings will really show us exactly what that second place means, right, Zeke? Because, like, consistency matters the most.
That's right. And just a very quick note on the standings. The victory royale and the eliminations are actually incorrect. We do have a little bit of an error on our side, so sorry about that. But what we are looking at are these cumulative points on the right. So right now, though they got that second place, they're still super far ahead of everybody, right? We're talking a 32-point lead. But that victory royale from Mongrel, Mitra, and Tayson, that's definitely going to be moving them up the leaderboards right now. I mean, Reese, this lead they have is a good start to the day, but can they hold on?
I think they might be able to. They've been playing very, very consistently. Already with the lead yesterday, and then coming in game 1 of today, technically game 7 overall, but already with a second place with a ton of eliminations. That is very, very impressive. And you see from the winner of that last game, Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson, now with two victory royales all together. How they won that was actually quite interesting because we saw Tayson snipe my player, Nate, off high ground, shockwave up and grab it. But what we didn't see, and maybe didn't pick up on, was the fact that Moraine's team was also still alive. We followed them quite a bit, and you can see that's put them up to 8th place. They were both contesting at Stark, so they actually didn't fight in the early game today.
Yeah, and Vato's team is almost alive all the way towards the very end. They bump up from 15th to 13th, leaving room for Benji, Savage, and Lecce to move in. They actually won afterwards in Doom's Domain. That was really nice to see in the early game. Still, it just feels like we're seeing the same top 15 names after game number 1 survive and stand in the top 15. That's going to prove disastrous for some of these other teams. You know, Browners, Sammys, YZip, Noah Riley, Kriachi. Like, these guys want to move in.
Man, there's a lot of big names, right? I feel like EU is just that who you look at, you're like, oh, I feel like we've talked about everyone. You look at the next year, you're like, nope, we can't not talk about them. You look at over there, and you're like, okay, listen, you guys are just as good, right? There's so much possibilities that can happen here on the second day. Now, do keep in mind, this is just game 1. We have 5 more games that anything can happen. And Shy, in the past, we've seen stuff like this. Hey, teams all the way on the front, suddenly everything changes. It could go either way, but what we do need to do is actually check in on this first place team of iDrops, Stursix, and of course, Vettel.
Yeah, this team in total just looks so good in this game. This was the win, actually, from the game. They came second. Mongol triumphed over them. But let's look at some context as to how these guys drop over, how these guys actually start off their games, and why they were in first place from yesterday.
They dropped at Lazy Lake, and you can see they were completely uncontested. They also have the Stark Jet down below there as well. And you can see their looting path, they just split this POI incomplete. And notice, we'll pick up on later, is the amount of AR ammo they have is absolutely nuts. Stursix managed to get a 700 from this entire looting path. He actually managed to get 500 AR ammo before he even found a shotgun, which allows him in that later game, in the mid game, to really utilize that to get Storm Surge tags, just spray, spray, spray.
Yeah, and the new addition to Season 4, the Quinn Jets all around the map. These guys go all the way here and upgrade all the way to be able to have even more AR past Lazy Lake. So then, you know, we had 700 operating on Vettel, and then in total, we had like at least a minimum of 300 per player. Here's our feast frame for all the loadouts. iDrop kind of has that Hunter's loadout where he's looking for all those eliminations and to harpoon things in. Stir6 is like the Juggernaut, has all the shields available from all the spots, all the AR, and then Vettel is kind of like that Sniper, the Engager / Rotator. So some of these roles that we've defined are actually getting more complicated. They're more hybridy right now in trios, and people are kind of taking more than one job per person in the trio.
And that's exactly what we discussed yesterday. Roles aren't something solidified. It's just whoever's the best at those specific things will do them. The guy who's the best with Sniper, it makes sense to give him the Sniper. But you can see, fantastic that Tayson is leading ahead. This is our team that ended up winning, right? We watched them at the start there, ended up picking up that victory royale. You can see them trying to look for that high ground position. They take it, like I said earlier, with that snipe and just completely dominate with the spray down, down, down.
Yeah, both these trios actually met each other kind of in mid-ground and were side by side. The difference was that Stir6's trio chose to go towards low. That's where the Train H boys kind of just got completely dominated over and they controlled. And after that, you can see how on point Mongrel was. Their trio went up for height. So that is the difference between safety and then trying to win overall. And the win gave those guys the win, that type of playstyle. The safety amounted to a second place. So both teams prospered, both teams thrived.
Man, it's crazy to think, like, right, yesterday we got that glimpse from when Mongrel and his trio did win that game. We thought, there's no way, right? Like, I even made the joke, who thought he was washed, not me. And today they're like, hey, look, we know the first place team is kind of ahead of us, but you can't count us out. We're going to take the first game on the day. Now, it is a first game VR with 9 eliminations, right? So it's not quite as good as Reese's trio, the 17, but again, they have that first day under their belt, right? They're like, okay, we can't let that kind of stuff happen again. We can't let teams push so far ahead. Now we're playing catch-up. Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson, can they do it, though? If they can find a second VR, what happens then?
What happens then? Ooh, they can do good. They have the potential to jump up top 5. They're not. I don't think they're in place to get top first yet. But over the course of today, they really, really could put themselves in a position to get up into that first slot. Now, what we've seen, something a little bit funny from the end of the FNCS warm-up was that they won over with 15 eliminations one game, and they actually made a joke. They said, we didn't win with 10 eliminations. We didn't win with 10 eliminations. And that was after Benji Fish's team won with two 10 elimination games, and they actually won this one with 9, so they didn't win with 10 eliminations either.
Well, guys, we're going to keep talking about this, but for right now, the games are back up, so let's send it over to the casters to take us in.
Zeke and the boys, Shayo and Reese. But Sundown, 10 eliminations, 15 eliminations, tomato. I mean, it all comes down to getting the victory royale. 25 points is a biggin. And this is game 2 out of the 6 that we have here for day 2. And we go from the opposite side, Sundown, from the south way up to the north. So expect teams that are landing in Doom's Domain and Stark Industries and Craggy Cliff to be a very strong position here going forward.
Well, as well as all of those teams who are now up in that northwest corner to have a little bit more time to get over there. Didn't see it as tightly contested yesterday, but you can see Mongo, Mitchell, Tayson, again, not necessarily as much contested going on as there was yesterday. Again, they had it relatively free for the first couple games and were able to convert on it. And actually, as I say that, I lie. Look down the bottom left-hand corner. Tayson sitting on 3 eliminations already off of the rip. So hopefully we'll be able to get a replay and figure out what went on right there. He is sitting with a sniper rifle in his hands. We know just how effective that can be. But one thing I want to talk about now as we start kind of getting into the back half of these games and what we're looking for. Yes, the victory royales, the first and the second places in terms of the points are huge. But the bigger thing at this point in terms of who walks away with the #1 spot is whether or not Vettel, iDrop, and Stir6 will have a bad game. Every single other team who is in the top 5 or even the top 10 has had 1 or 2 games where they're not able to get at least into the placement, not able to convert on a couple of eliminations. That's not true for the other guys. They've been into those top 2 and the top 3 situations more consistently than every other team. They've been able to convert onto one of them, and because of that, they're currently sitting at 2nd in terms of combined eliminations, tied with Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate, only being out-earned by Floki, Clement, and Nakors. So if they're able to continue getting those consistent drops, getting the space they need out of the Loot Lake area, then it's going to be near impossible for anybody else to overtake them, just because of how many points are based in the placement and just how hard it is. Imagine just every single second place. We've already seen them twice be forced out just because they were hip to hip and played cautious on the low ground together. Every single time they're able to do that, it adds so many more points to that lead.
And one of the things is Sir6, 14 years old, coming from the Play Well esports squad. He tweeted out, "I'm aiming for top 1 tomorrow. Good night, boys." And that is the confidence that you're going to need as a professional player. You're seeing it done in the NA East region where they kind of put out a screenshot. This is where I'm landing. And you're right. Some of the things that they also utilize, Sundown, is this is about to break out here at Logjam, is that they use rifts really well. And we haven't seen a team on the broadcast use the rifts really well. And they kind of use it as a way to rotate in freely. But now, Snipe, Dazu, and Akuso is one of those other teams that kind of snip around the top 5 in day 1, is doing some big-time damage on Miro and his dog and Snap, from what I remember this trio's name. And this is a great place to fight in. Not only you kind of capitalize on the wood resources, but you could kind of dip on into the slurpy swamps and capitalize on those fishing spots. But the battle is not over yet, Sundown. The skirmish is still going out back and forth as Swab picks up an Elim here, and we haven't seen the heroic play. This is season 4. Marvel's heroes are everywhere, but we're seeing heroes in the Fortnite Island right now competing, being the hero for the trio, and Swag is trying to be the hero that needs us right now, but now he's got to put on that full retreat and abandon this fight as he's now going to be chased down, and this is not a good situation for Swag here.
And that's kind of the sneak shot we talked about with that charged shotgun. That wasn't a headshot, but he was able to go through, and that fully charged shot from the uncommon charge was ended up coming through. But as you talk about it, Sancho, what do you see?
I see Benji, Lechi, and Mr. Savage not in Doom's domain, but out here on Frey Island contesting Coral Castle. This is interesting. What an interesting thing that they're doing, Sundown. I'm assuming that they're realizing that it is not worth contesting Doom's domain because of, look at the output, the results. It's too inconsistent. One game you're hot and the other you're cold. I know Katy Perry must be calling me all of a sudden, but that's what comes to mind when you're landing at Doom's domain in Stark's Industry.
But I mean, if we're talking about one way to describe Lechi, Benji, and Savage's gameplay recently, it's been a lot of yes and no, and I'm sure they feel like a paper bag floating through the wind, particularly when they're not getting those initial drops that they need. What's actually happening in this situation is they're going off of the start, and if they recognize they don't have the low drops at Doom, they're saying, hey, we've fought this without the first drop and without the 50-50 advantage enough times to know we can bail out to the side and kind of hit a scavenger route and maybe take advantage of the lesser teams that are in the Northwest. However, what they don't know, as we're the analysts sitting back here, is there's now 4 teams landing in that Northwest. So they've just thrown themselves into that Clown Fiesta as we hop into another Clown Fiesta of the fight, driven by the French trio here, Forziart, Kezix, and Nate. And again, just as a reminder, we call him the French trio, with Grizzy being the French org going through. Forziar is a Swiss resident right now, and I believe of Vietnamese descent, unless his flags on his Twitter profile are lying. But he's doing a good job of keeping the pressure up on the high ground, trying to utilize that charged shotgun. Again, notice he's not getting directly wall to wall. He's staying about 2 away, getting enough of a charge and sending it through, because that's the same as a pump shot in those situations. You don't get to control as much as the quick edits in the fight, but you can put out just as much damage.
And at the same time, it allows your teammates to kind of reposition yourself, to create a better pinch, to create another angle. I mean, we've been seeing different ways of box fighting as a trio, where one person knocks out the floor down below. But sometimes you just got to go wall to wall, go to peanut butter edits, and do your best. But now Kezix, down he goes, and Forciar has to break his attention to help out his squad. And yes, there's a nice from behind play right there from 4ZR. And he, right now, this trio is letting everybody know that they are firework and they're showing what they're worth. And it's a big time thing to do on the FNCS broadcast, because not only that, your shine goes further, your socials go up when you show out and you do your best on the main stage. And
good job recognizing they needed to double back to his teammate who's trying to stick the revive. Forziar is the only one who really has the HP and the loadout to aggressively be taking these fights. And as they do that, he gets taken down. And he turns around. Forziar is able to finally clean up that fight. Florini put out a good effort, was able to take one with him, but Forziar should be able to work back in. He'll get the revive on Nate. They'll be looking to get a reboot right there just to the north of them, considering there's at least one team, probably two, a little bit to the south. They have a decent amount of utility here in terms of the heals to get themselves both up to effective shields, but they need to be quick in terms of rotating out of here because they're going to be on a number of teams' rotation paths.
Man, what a battle. And just look at the aftermath there. All the mat resources used. But at the end of the day, it is Reese's prediction that continues on. And these are the kind of engagements that you definitely need to have. You need these because you get those abilities to avoid the storm surge later on. And not only that, you get in those elim points. And those elim points are going to be a huge difference going forward. Because again, only the top 15 progress here today. And that is going to be a huge weight off your shoulders going forward, knowing that you qualify for heats, but it's Airwalk right now. And what a big time knock on Tayson. Now we have the old school two battles going out right now. And this is going to be a big thing. And you know that Airwalk is not going to let that go because he is the one that loves to talk it. And when he talks it, he has to back it up with his walk. And he's doing it right now. And this is going to be a big time player out of this match here in game 2, Sundown. What a great snipe from Airwalk.
Yeah, and the headshot snipes giveth, and the headshot snipes taketh away. Tayson hitting the huge one that enabled them to have the high ground advantage there, but getting caught by a quick little reaction shot there from Vitality's Airwalks, and then they're able to convert on it. You saw they tried to get Tayson's body out and away, throw it kind of down towards that river to break the line of sight. However, the relentless push coming out from another French trio, Vato and Airwalks being kind of the long-standing veterans. They've been around the scene as long as there's been a scene. Honestly, since before there was a scene, with the French snipes community being kind of one of the first organized practices to even exist. But then Leo adding onto it and a good pressure to pick up the elimination, the refresh, and part of Stark's loot coming out there. Now we're going to flip on over here. Anas, Flick, and Thomas HD recently signed there to Gamma, and he's been having a really good performance as of late.
Now the squad is in 6th place coming into this game. That is the cumulative standing going in right now with 96 points. They're looking very strong. They got one victory royale, got about 36 eliminations in between the 2-day spread. But now we're looking at the remnants of that fight. It continued in a different way. Already Mitro squad is already in trouble, but this squad, Lechi's Benji and the Savage, are looking very, very strong. And they kind of brought this up in the analyst desk where you could kind of VOD review, look into the replay client, and look for other trios that may be easier to take up. Now, granted, everybody's at 0.01%, but we're talking about the elite going against like the super elite. And Mr. Savage and Lechi and Benji have a lot of ground to take up, considering that they were going into this around the bubble. They're in 14th place at the moment right now, going to this match, 15. So as it stands, they barely qualify. And for someone that the whole world has been placing their bets on Benji, Savage, and Lechi to definitely like make waves in this trios competition, that has had to be something that they thought about. And you're already seeing the fruits of their adjustment paying off.
And one of the big things we'll be talking about a lot today is that top 15 line. The reason being, in NA East and in Europe, the top 15 teams will guarantee a spot into the heats, which means you don't have to stress for the rest of the weeks. You have the ability to kind of, I don't want to say take the time off, but practice your drop spot a little more, be contending only for the money and not having to worry about whether or not you've qualified through to that. And right now we've seen Aqua, Noah Riley, and Rezon are very much so on the outside looking in, haven't really been able to convert on enough of their opportunities, currently sitting at 40 points. Benji, Savage, and Lechi are the line right now at 52, but as you start getting through the games, you're thinking, oh yeah, it's okay, we still have 5 more games left. But then all of a sudden it's, oh, there's only 4 more games left. And then it's, oh, well, there's 3 more games left. And if you're not really able to get kind of that signature game where you're able to get that top 3 in a number of eliminations or sneak into that top 2 and get that big +4 placement points, then all of a sudden it becomes that much harder to really realistically contend. And right now they're going to send a little mystical bomb hello to become Legends neighbors over on the other side of the domain. And right now we see a little bit of a rotation, a potential fight coming out from Rotary and Co. Trying to hold Sipe on the edge here. Nice little exercise in gatekeeping, knowing that this duo looks a little bit in shambles.
What a better start to the day for Rotary, Kirachi, and Stormy. They're having clean rotations out of their Slurpy Swamps area in the Slurp factory. And all day yesterday, if you missed out in the broadcast, they were having so many struggles out of there, often leaving in shambles, often eating a lot of storm damage. But right now, they are gatekeeping and have a strong opportunity to pick up an elimination. And this squad is kind of in the middle of the pack. And you kind of mentioned it, Sundown. It is a trio as low as like 28th place. It's essentially in striking distance to qualify. Nice big time hit right there on Sip. And the power of the Victory Royale is really strong, and especially the top three. So getting that Victory Royale like Rotary and Stormy Right and Kiriachi that haven't gotten one could essentially put them into qualify. And I kind of piggyback on your point there, Sundown, is it also gives you an opportunity to try out new strategies, to make mistakes. And it's probably a common mistake I say is like, yo, man, I meant to lose this one. Get the L's out the way because we got to make rooms for the dubs. So that is what you could do going into the following weeks. But we all know the strength of Kiriachi. He was a new addition to Rotary and Stormy, kind of replacing Toos. And that was a very strong trio in itself. But it's going to be interesting to see how this change in the roster works out for this trio going forward.
And you can see them completing their exercise in that gatekeeping activity, and it looks like they're going to get an A+ from the Professor, getting all 3 eliminations. Dezinho, Sipe, and Akusto going down there, also converting with the headshot snipe on the ground, making sure they're maximizing the Storm Surge damage. With 66 players remaining and 23 trios up, basically 2/3 of the lobby still on their feet. It's not going to be necessarily as much of a worry. We've only really seen kind of that second zone Storm Surge come into play a number of times. EU particularly known for being a little bit more aggressive than some of the other regions. I mean, we saw it so much with NA yesterday. We kind of have to beg them to take a fight sometimes. But right now, Nate begging to try and get a conversion onto this. A great snipe going on to Kiriachi. And again, we talk about it. The headshot snipe giveth and the headshot snipe taketh away. This time, the karma a little bit more instant. But Stormy Right now going box to box here and showing the strength of that epic pump back to back 200 amplify eats the other. Stormy Right goes down. Rotary gets the conversion, but the siphon unfortunately not going to come through. It's going to be wasted since Stormy Right was on the ground. He's going to try and get those pickups right away as the Storm is holding them on the edge, but a brilliantly done play by Stormy Right to kind of salvage it there. But they shouldn't have ever been put in that situation. You can't really afford to get sniped when you're that far away from the zone. You need to be covering yourself with ramp, and it's going to force them to burn a lot of utility that hopefully the eliminations they just got will be able to replenish.
Absolutely, and Rotary, Stormy Right, Kiriachi is doing really, really awesome, and it's exciting to see that, you know, the mean is coming back. They're not having those struggles that they're having. They're actually showing out, and they just show you an exercise of being on the other side of being gatekeeped and how you could kind of get away from that. But now we got a replay here of Gamma Gaming's. Here's Cammy doing some work here in that Coral Castle, and you're seeing some new people in the fray of Benji Savage. But you're taking a look here at the great plays that are happening for Cammy, using the swamp rat technique to pop out of the water, kind of like Rambo, and all of a sudden getting that big time hit with that green pump. Gamma Gaming, GG, Cammy, what a show that you're putting on here, and I love the angles that you're finding. But these are the kind of battles that we've been seeing throughout the entire FNCS trios. You're going to have to win them, and you're going to have to do this when the screen looking purple.
And a really good job from him there, utilizing that tactical SMG. We haven't really talked about it or seen it as much just because of, given the changes to the weapon, it's not necessarily as efficient. It's much more worth to have your utility spot and utilizing the AR. But when you get into the box-to-box fight and you're able to just kind of spray constantly against your opponent, but the real kicker there is Cammy just being more used to, and at least having, it seems like, more practice fighting in the water there. He knew where to dip down. He knew kind of when to time his shots in terms of jumping on out, knowing when the animation would switch over, and just landing 2 massive shots that I don't think his opponents were ready for, cleaning that one up.
And those are the advantages of knowing your POI. Yes, you could make a halftime adjustment. You could change it up like Benji Savage and Lecce, as we see here. You could do all that, but not having that knowledge, that minute knowledge, those details. They always say it's all in the details, and those details gave Cammy a phenomenal 2-piece right there, and the trio the rest of the elimination. But I did see in the feed, I think Mitra went down to airlock, so that fight is still going on, and I believe that trio may be out. Mongrel may be all by himself, but right now, Lechy, Savage, and Benji are doing some work right now on B Hard. Buster gets busted right now, and down goes Mods. And actually, there is Stir6. Stir6 is here as well, so this is going to be a three-way battle. And you look at the congestion that's happening right here, the fight for center as Lechy goes down. So it's up to Savage and Benji. And look at this. This is what I've been seeing. Stir6 squad always likes to play for center, and iDrop and Vettel right now are going to have to do their best to survive, and down goes Lechy. So we have a big battle already. The first place team is holding on tight, and not only that, Sundown, they're taking out big names in the trio competition.
And one thing you'll note in particular, we've talked about it time and time again with them, they focus on being hip to hip at all times.
Yes.
That's a big thing, and you'll notice in trios that it just so happens that the person who happens to go down is just always either alone or there's one person missing, and that's when trios are able to convert. If you don't have all three people there, one to defend, one to immediately stick the revive, and then kind of be able to get that third person up, a trio has the ability to close the gap and get that elimination. As you can see, iDrop's team now has 5 games where they finished in the top 5, the most of any team in the NA or EU, and particularly they've won one of those games. 2 of those games they've been second place with the entirety of their team, making it all the way through in the low ground with very little threat onto them. They avoid taking fights unless they know they can get somebody out there, and right now utilizing an early bouncer shockwave to get to the center zone like you were talking about, as we're going to swing away from the center and back on over to the action being forced at the edge.
A lot of fights are happening on the edge, and this is the moments that we're getting closer and closer. This is the mid game right now. Zone 6, 7, 8, 9, those full rotations are the ones that are going to be so awesome, and that is where the nerds of Fortnite, they love to see. In the in-game, when it gets hot, it gets cooking, and all the players are going to have to figure out everything that they worked up to from early to mid-game. Did it work out? All the ingredients that they have for their, I guess, for their masterpiece, their master dish, is it going to be able to work out, or is it going to all be thrown into the kitchen sink if it all goes down south quickly? This team, Exponential, Mex, and Astro, are looking very strong starting off in day 2 with 17 points. The score that you see is just day 2, and then during the breaks, we will bring you a cumulative leaderboards to make sure that everyone's up to speed. And this is only game 2. We got 4 more to go. Bato picks up 1 as well, and you're seeing that there's not a lot of elevation here in the distance. So just like Monster and D-Face and Ozzy Antic said, it's going to be a good old-fashioned Fortnite fight.
There we talk about kind of how the different changes in elevation can force you to have to use your utility, whether early or later. But with 18 trios remaining, the next trio to fall will miss out on those placement points, and then it's 1 point per placement up until the top 2, where you get an additional +4 going on there, and then the Victory Royale is +5. So keep an eye on that ticker in the top left, and the trios who are all going to be hugging and rotating next to each other we've seen become legends, as well as our top trio of Vettel, iDrop, and Stir6, all being pretty much the top of class when it comes to staying hip to hip and rotating together, which is so key in these late game situations. It might not enable you for the most opportunity to get eliminations, as we see Benji and Savage able to convert on a pair, but right now OT Exponential, aka Hardfind, able to find one. That was Cammy, the Dolphin from earlier, and Exponential goes down. He's able to get the knock onto Artur, goes down to 1 HP, but then Rasco ends up picking him up and getting the conversion onto him. Rasco able to just barely save Artur there. He's going to try and stick the revive as the zone is coming in. Don't think he'll actually have time for this and have this be efficient. Nope, and as I say that, it gets taken out right away. Hardfind goes back, make sure he closes that one out as the zone continues to move forward.
That was a battle between 12th place and 4th place on the cumulative leaderboards right now. But look at height is Noah Riley, Aqua, and Reason, who are doing very strong. And we know right now, considering that Benji and Savage kind of left Doom's domain, that they will have those powerful weapons, especially Doom's mystical bomb. We haven't seen a lot of use of it here in the EU region, but it creates so much chaos for the people down below. If you're looking on the top right, that is Noah Riley at height. Right now, there is nobody sitting above them, so there is an opportunity for someone to take over with one shockwave or a bounce pad. Rotary down low on your bottom right screen is fighting the low ground, and this is where it's going to get chaotic. This is where all the trios have to keep their head on a swivel, making sure that no one takes over, no one ejects themselves into their lair. But the most strongest position right now is at height. And if anyone is between the two, if you're the meat of the sandwich, you're going to get beamed down below. And the height is essentially going to look for anyone that's building out of wood or soft materials, because those headshots could kind of sneak their way through. So right now, Noah Wiley, Aqua, and Reason are doing very strong, considering already Benji's down, Clement's down. And look at this overview, and you're seeing why it's such a dominant position, Sundown.
Yeah, though the only thing that kind of scares me is the fact that they only have single tarps. There's one connection relatively far back, so if somebody does decide to go, they could be a little bit under threat. However, Noah Riley is sitting on the extra shockwave, and with the build circling mostly back over that single tarp, they should be relatively uncontested. This is their match to win unless they mess up the execute on the drop down. However, right now you have Rotary trying to do it all in the bottom right-hand corner. The French trio, we talked about them putting a stamp on the game. It's been a chaotic one for them so far, but 11 eliminations. Make it 12, make it 13 even. Nope, just 12. Not quite able to get the conversion on the next one yet, but top 4 from them. Rotary's in your bottom right. Noah Riley in the top right with the high ground control. That's Dooms with Aqua and Rezone as well trying to work on the bottom. You can see Nate, 4ZR finally going down. Kiriachi will get knocked as well, so it's largely going to be on the back of Rotary. And can he make these plays on the low ground just with all of the pressure? Let's keep an eye on him and see what he's able to do. Stormy right, still with him as well as we get into our top 3. It's 4ZR, Nate, and Crow. Oh no, it's not actually. I lied. It's Dennis, BTS, and Sammy. But Noah Riley, Rezon, and Co. are going to be able to clean it out, dropping down from the high ground, and a little bit of skeet shooting action there at the end, Sancho.
There you go. What an unbelievable finish. We got 7 elims and the victory royale for Noah Riley, Aqua, and Rezon. And you're seeing that is a big time need for them. Going into day 2, they were basically around 20th place. But now with that pickup, we're seeing Mongrel. We're seeing that squad there with Noah Riley and Aqua. They are heating up. So yes, they had some new faces on the top of the board, but Sundown, the old names are making a return here in day 2.
And I think the Russian trio being able to kind of push forward and make the end game is going to signal a change in confidence for them. Might see a little bit of shift of what happens in the Southwest, but those 32 points is going to be that signature victory that really kind of pushes up that other Doom's Domain team into the top 15. However, we're going to toss it back on over to Zeke, Shio, and Reese to break down match number 2/8 of the day.
My oh my, Sundown's predictions coming up big here on the second game of the day, but also, as he said, technically game number 8. You like to see it, a pretty clean victory royale, all things considered.
Absolutely, yeah, that was very clean. Vic Roy, also very impressive that, you know, these guys have been contested time and time again over 2 days, and they're still finding the strength and, like, the strats to be able to make endgame, even if they don't see it half the time, and then winning it out.
Yeah, we have to take a look at the standings, see how much these points have done for them. Don't forget, for you viewers at home, it is the top 15 teams at the end of the day that will advance. Now, Vettel, iDrop, and Stursix still holding on, but here we go. In second place, Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate. Reese, your trio prediction still holding on as well.
Indeed, they did. 8 eliminations they had this game, actually. A little bit under the radar. They came 4th, so they were still in and around all that kind of chaos on low ground that was happening, but still clearly managing to frag out and pick up 8 eliminations, and that's why they're consistently staying in that top 3 slot. It is very, very close, though. Only 1 point difference between them and Floki, Claymont, and Nikozar.
Yeah, you have to be scared of Flick, Thomas Aishi, and Anas as well. These guys have only really held their spot or gone up, which means 5th is what they're declaring is their space to control, and they're shooting now up towards 1st. Still, there's a big chance that that could go a little bit messy as we move forward. Look at all these other trios behind them. ADN, Matzo, Amplify, always controlling low. The Become Legends trio is also so well at controlling height. Sometimes, though, it doesn't always go as planned towards the end of the game. I hope they hold on to that. Top 15, though, Vato is back there, but he's clinging on for dear life. Remember, that is the qualification threshold. Noah Riley with that win bumps their trio up to 13th, which right now is the lucky number for these guys because they have basically at this point qualified for the heats if they control and hang on.
My, oh my, boys. I can't believe, and this is kind of what we see a lot, right? is in these moments, these clutch moments where you have to make something happen, having that great game to just put you into the standings. It's all about hanging on. It's all about relying on your talents as a trio to just continue to earn those little bit of points you need to hold on to your current placement spot. Now, guys, you know, I gotta say, that last game was pretty dope. And I think, actually, I got word... hold on, let me grab it real fast. There's actually some evidence that Victory Royale was super incredible. And I think I need you guys to break this down. So I'm shy. I'm just going to go ahead and pass this on over to you. Here you go, my friend. You can take that.
Thank you very much, Zeke.
Gentlemen, break this down for us.
Now let's look at the replay real quick. At Detective Agency Analyst Desk, it's your first detective, Shio Wager, analyzing exactly what mysterious things went on down over at Height. How did Noah Riley get all these beams with his position, Reese?
Well, Assistant Detective Reese coming in. They managed to grab that high ground early on by using a shockwave play. And you notice they've got the Doom's Mystical Bomb off spawn. They're just consistently pressuring second height. Pressuring all of these victims down below.
Oh, new evidence, though. We see that some people tried to go up top and claim it, but they were shut down. There was an objection in the court in terms of anyone trying to get too high because they were so far up, and Noah Riley was actually staying far back and beaming anyone who had a chance to actually rise up.
Indeed, and they can manage to consistently keep this high ground. The players below stand absolutely no chance. Pressure in the core. Maybe they're going to give up their accusations.
Absolutely. Noah Riley, though, had to actually bring that pressure down all the way to the bench, down to the low ground, and shot still over and over with that AR firsthand, choosing and controlling every single off angle and landing that final pump way in the air. Sundown called it skeet shooting. I just see that he has this court open case completely shut. Now, though, I'm opening up what Zeke brought me. I see still some evidence left over. We see a little med kit, actually. Let me analyze that. Nice. The med kit, the heal plays, everything was not needed in that game. From my analysis, I'm just saying this trio dominated. They had height, they controlled height, they won the game.
Just like that, guys. An open and shut case. Thank you to the agency for helping us out for this. Very well executed upon. Of course, guys, don't forget we have another 4 games left to go. Top 15 will be the ones that push through. And now it's a mad dash. For those on the bubble, can they push on through? Can they, those on the top 15 on the inside of the bubble, can they continue their points, holding on for dear life? Gentlemen, I mean, I think it's going to be an all-out brawl in these next 4 games. What do you think, Shai?
I would actually agree. Taking off my glasses real quick to see another form of evidence we got that game. It's all about the beams. It's all about the legendary AR, in a sense, right? We saw it with Noah. We saw it in a game before with Mongrel as well. The name of the game so far has been accuracy. I know we break down splits a lot, but so far these trios who get in a position to aim and beam down from height are the ones that get the most elims and then overall the win.
Well... You know, guys, I think we need to do some more detective work here on our end. So for now, let's get ready to send it back into game with Sancho West and Sundown for game number 3.
Thank you so much, PIs over there and Zeke, but you might be private investigators and detectives. However, I am Hacker Man, and now you should probably reset all of your passwords because I can see your computer there in those sunglasses. So I got all the information I needed. Thank you very much. Shio, if you see a brand new TV being delivered to somewhere in the United States, I promise you it's not me.
Oh my goodness. Hey, maybe Jennifer Walters, aka She-Hulk, could use those detectives for her Law and Order, but we've been seeing here the Law and Order of trios returning into kind of what's essentially been the old names, kind of getting a back-to-back victory royales in terms of Mongrel's team, and then we saw an Aqua's squad getting one right there. But you know what was the difference? Savage, Letsy, and Benji deciding to leave uncontested Doom's Domain for Aqua's trio. And that ripple effect led to Noah Riley, Rezun, and Aqua getting that victory royale easy peasy. So now they can decide we're not going to go ahead and go, you know, all the way to the Frey Islands to Coral Castle to pick up those elims. Instead, we're going to make sure that Rezun, Aqua, and Noah Riley don't have that Twitter fodder to kind of throw at us.
And I think probably a big proponent here, and I'd honestly like to see when we drop in, if we could see that just where the initial bus path was, probably has a lot to do with it, because the one thing I've noted particularly about Benji, Savage, and Lexi's squad is if they don't feel confident in their drops or where they're able to actually path through, they'll gauge on whether or not they can get just a couple chests and then have to leave, or whether or not they're able to actually go and contest. And so far, it seems like they're taking a much more cautious approach as opposed to yesterday, valuing if, hey, they don't think they have the distinct drop, that instead get whatever chests and get whatever loot they're able to grab from the north side and then just get out of dodge. Because while the vault is incredibly strong, it's very time consuming to actually go down there and get the loot out of. So if another team commits to just looting the north side, getting enough mats and shields to then get out, they can either go on a safe rotation, or as you can see now, try and set up a little bit of a pincer and a little bit of a net on those guys trying to leave the vault.
Yesterday in day one, we saw the battle kind of play out. And Benji's trio got an early bop on Aqua's trio, capitalizing on Dr. Doom getting a knock on Aqua's trio. And we had some huge highlight 1v3 situations, especially Reason, who's kind of was blowing up Reddit right there with his epic 1v3. And all of a sudden, now in day two, this is the first engagement that they had. In the first game, they kind of just not necessarily split it. They were just like, all right, we're cool, you're cool. But we got some replays of a big times engagements that are happening in Stark Industry with Tayson, Mongo, and Mitro. We already saw this in day one, the 50-50 for the guaranteed chest. And let's see how this plays out. And we're going to go ahead. Tayson does get the floor loot and opportunity to go ahead and assist the people up top. And bang! Moraine gets greeted with that green pump from by the backside. And here's another opportunity to get the two-piece 72. And right-hand peek action. It's going to come eventually. Get it? Come on, Tayson. You're teasing me right now. But there it is. That guaranteed dive right into that chest, finding the floor loot. And this is the point of entry that all these trios like to make Sundown in this spot.
And you can see him trying to find the follow-up onto Lenouf. We talked about kind of how that charge shotgun is so effective when you don't have over 100 effective HP. And Lenouf, again, just keeping the pressure on top of Mongo, but it all comes down to Tayson with a nice little triangle, a.k.a. peanut butter edit. The reason it's called that, because you cut your PB&Js, you cut them diagonally. Nobody cuts them horizontally or vertically. Come on.
Are you sure? I mean, horizontal, it's a fire cut, dude, you know?
No, you cut your peanut butter jellies and sandwich diagonally, and anything else, I honestly think you're probably a sociopath. But you do that little triangle edit, it keeps your right hand, you jump and you shoot, and you barely expose yourself, makes it kind of hitting the pellets from that charge shotgun that much more difficult. But honestly, I don't want to say that was lucky, but Tayson scuffed his landing on the chest, hit his head on the balcony, and just so happened to fall directly on top of the one weapon that could have got him out there. If he gets anything that's not a pump in that situation, I'm not necessarily sure Tayson's able to convert on enough early pressure there to get the first knock and to force Lenouf away, who had the charged shotgun. I think even if he had a charge in that circumstance, he's not really able to get those shots. So a little bit of luck falling his way, but a whole lot of skill to then execute it on it afterward. 3 eliminations coming out from Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson, and they will be the ones holding Stark Industry.
Yes, Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson ending day one not so well. They lost this POI 3 times in a row. So no doubt they went back to the drawing board and formulated a new plan. But hey, Sundown, what about toasting the PBJ? I mean, a little light toast. Is that too crazy? Am I living the life?
You should always toast your bread before you make a sandwich, unless you're going for like a dedicated cold cut. And even then, I'm an advocate for like at least a little bit of crunch. So if it's not going to be something toasted and you're going to go cold, I think you should at least be going towards like maybe a sourdough or maybe even like a sesame bagel. I'm kind of more of like a breakfasty kind of fan when I go towards sandwich. You know, I'm a big advocate for breakfast sandwiches.
I feel that, you know, Mitro, Mongrel, the Benjis of the world are like the sourdough. Everybody loves sourdough bread. But right now we're on to like maybe a bread that is unknown. Maybe a rye here, you know. Mito, Tony, and Mythic, they're right now looking at the leaderboard in 11th place. So right now they qualify. And speaking of the sourdoughs of Benji and Savage and Lechi, they're right now on the outside looking in, sitting at 17th place. So we're seeing some new names making an appearance here. And we already saw the studies from all the analysts out there that if you have your your name correctly, and I will say this in this way, if you have your name and branding all matching, your socials will go up, and maybe, who knows, you probably sign a big contract with somebody out there. Just saying, I don't know. It's kind of crazy to think of, Sundown.
Well, I mean, I'm a big proponent. I've been Sundown for, I think, now longer than I haven't been Sundown, picking up the name right around when I was 13. And, I mean, you can then guess the older part of my age from then. I'm not going to reveal it here. But, I mean, we just saw a number of players also swap their name back to kind of clarify their branding, recognizing that, like, hey, I'm on this final cast. Maybe I should have my full name in there now. However, if you're someone like Mitro, he just doesn't really care. Instead, he puts his binds on there, letting him know that not only are you getting beaten, but you're getting beaten by somebody who uses those function keys. As right now, 4ZR, Kezix, and Nate trying to close the gap again. And honestly, one of our top trios who we see consistently taking early fights and executing on them incredibly well. Kezix already sitting with one elimination. It looks like 4ZR and co are trying to clean up the rest. They already have this player boxed in towards the side, getting the cones over the top. This is Dovin, who is currently under pressure from just 4ZR himself, kind of waiting for Kezix to catch up and help him out there, which I think is going to signal the end for Dovin as his teammates trying to provide a little bit of support fire, but from a distance, AR fire at this range is only going to do so much. Dovin going down there.
Looks like 4ZR, Kezix, and Nate now have to solve a trio that is kind of making their way through. Dazin, Akusto, and Snip are in the distance right there. So as you see, that's why Kezix takes that high ground dominant position. And Dazin now is realizing he's made a mistake, mistiming that third-party opportunity on the bottom of the screen is in the full retreat. But I don't think the aggression of Nate and Kezix are going to let this go right now. And, you know, I've been seeing Dazin and Snipe be like an opportunist squad, but this may be a situation where they kind of stir the pot too early and they kind of ruin their souffle opportunity.
This is a horrible fight. This is an awful idea. If they just cleaned up another trio, you saw the names in there, you saw the shooting stop after they resolved it. They're going to have excess mats from knocking out that material. They're going to have what other utility they had there and their choice of weapons. All you got was a couple rifle tags off of the start. Why are you challenging the second place team who has been the only one consistently taking and dominating these early fights? I mean, just look at the pressure. Look at how they swarm. They find a target and then they make sure they're able to close the gap. They don't lose track of the flankers. They're continuing to kind of funnel these guys all together until they're able to get somebody forward. And we've only seen really one game where this has ended up going south for them so far. So honestly, if I'm Sipe & Co, I'm seeing if we can't get together and use some form of utility to just get out of here.
Yeah, but it looks like also another option was a big crack right there. Dazin was able to get on 4ZR's trio mate, and they're going to have to, now it's just a matter of now, is it worth this fight? As you can take it, so we took a peek at the zone. It is going towards a little bit more center. These two trios are not in it, and we have been seeing throughout the entire broadcast, all FNCS competitive, that if you are being gatekeep, you're going to have the opportunity to lose a lot of, you know, HP, map resources. All those things are going to be a factor. But also, another sneak peek into that storm map that we saw, Doom's Domain is in, and that squad of Noah Riley and Aqua, and of course we saw Benji Lecce there, they're going to kind of be there for a long time. And when you have a vault access there, you can kind of take a fight and then retreat back into the vault to replenish your health. And now we're seeing another pop-off match happening right here.
And you can see Jamside and co, him and Letwick and Hellraiser have done a really good job of pressuring key trios. Jamside, the veteran in particular, has been around even since the summer and fall skirmish days, continuing to show that he's one of the stronger players, made it to World Cup in the duo side, but right now they're trying to challenge that top-ranked team, and it's something we've talked about, how Sturzix, iDrop, and Vettel have done so well of staying together and not getting picked up in the early game. Their 8th place finish in 3 eliminations was the worst game they have had since match number 3 yesterday, where they placed 9th. So they've been doing incredibly well and just keeping forward and making sure they stay in the games, which is what it's all about.
We're looking at
Hellraiser.
17th.
I apologize, 17th, not 9th.
At the moment right now, Hellraiser, Jamside, Letwick are in 22nd place on their leaderboard. So this is going to be a battle between 22nd and first place. And you're seeing the rest of the lobbies now focusing in. So many triangles are looking towards this. And Leckwood's team has been doing a lot of work, 1,000 above the Storm Surge, but now they have to do this work that's right in front of them. Sometimes the hardest job to do is the one right in front of you. And Letwick's squad cannot procrastinate, because if they do, they're going to kind of have to do some cramming and some late nights right there, as Leckwick there gets a big time snipe in the distance. And that is why their Storm Surge is so high. Snipers are a big factor in a trio. So people like Thomas HD, Letwick, we saw Tayson as well. Big time opportunities to use that sniper and its effectiveness. But look at the so much builds that are happening in the center. And it's going to be so interesting to see if in-game goes over these existing old school builds.
And one of the things we saw there right as he was able to get the shot onto Astro was Paco was actually able to pick up Vettel and get the conversion onto him. So that's the first time we've seen a member of that trio actually be stripped away. So how much can iDrop and Sturzix with limited resources, limited extra shields, and limited builds now do? Particularly, they pulled zone again, so they're not necessarily going to be under pressure, but this is the first time we've really seen that team really be forced to it, as Tayson now forces Mechanical Yoda to go into blue light country, takes him out there with 2 of the legendary Stark rifle shots, the 53 body damage being so high and that first shot accuracy reset being so quick. So good shots from him there. We know just how accurate he can be. His teammate, Abuelo Jack, trying to create some distance for him, but it will be converted on eventually there. Milo picks up a nice double for himself, but Tayson looking to get aggressive. Mitro, however, meets the other side of it. Tayson going to immediately equalize that with a 200 pump himself. Mongrel and Tayson trying to close the gap here so they can make sure they convert before Mitro goes down. They will close it out. It's now a 2v1.
Wow, just a moments of everybody going, just to breathe right there, to stop it, hold on. Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson, who went down a little bit early here. Now I'm going to close this out on Abuelo and them, they kind of had some shambles situations, and you can't be afraid when you're going toe-to-toe against a big name in the community. X-Flash, during the interview during DreamHack, kind of said that at first these kind of nerves got to them, and sometimes the nerves do get to you when you see the feed and your teammate goes down to a Mongrel and Mitro, as Mongrel was able to close out the door on that trio of Abuelo and Yoda and Antu. Now have to go back into the drawing board and wait again. But you're looking into the distance on the north side of the mini-map as we have a replay real quick. This is what I was talking about. Noah Riley and Aquas and Reason holding down on Doom's Domain. And there it is, using that utility of the crash pad to kind of get their way into a box. And this is extreme pressure. We're talking about 3 people diving right in, and they get the shakedown, sundown.
I mean, you don't want to see that if you're Benji, Lecce, and Co. Savage getting taken it out right away. Noah, again, making sure you get that shakedown. And the benefit, too, if you're the ones who get the vault, look how much excess utility he has to the 4 shockwaves, the extra crash pad, able to use the shockwave to then close the gap on Lecce, making it his turn to then effectively 1v3, one of the strongest trios in the game there. Noah Riley showing up huge there, but having control of the vault means you're able to burn those crash pads and burn those shockwaves, knowing that, yeah, most times you can't really afford to have one of your shockwaves and crash pads be used in an early game engagement. He had 3 more in an extra crash pad sitting in the bag, and I promise you, if you circle back to the vault, there's more sitting there. So very well done from them closing it out, but we've seen why Benji, Lecce, and Savage have opted to audible away from taking that fight, and I think maybe it's time to go somewhere else.
It's going to be a tough one to ask right there, changing it up so late into the game. We're already in game 3 right now. They have 3 more games, and already they're on the outside looking in before starting this as the triple beams are happening right now. We're seeing a big-time congestion here in Salty Springs, so the people at like 4ZR's Reese's pick are going to have to figure out how to rotate us, considering so minutes of the lobby is sitting right and directly in the path, and I think they kind of take a rotation a little bit more, spiraling towards the north side as you see zone pools a little bit more. And this is going to be the situation here. We all know that center's at play for our first place team. We already saw so many players kind of playing for that. Now you're seeing Rotary, Kiriachi laying down some beams on the outside looking in. But so many builds are being exhausted right now. It'd be interesting to see what happens in late game as we see Airwalk, Bato, and Leo coming all the way from upstate New York, have a nice prime metal base right there, looking down on Artor, Cami, and Raxo.
For those of you watching in Europe who don't know the upstate New York reference, that means very far north. Everyone generally thinks of kind of Statue of Liberty and all that. In fact, that is just one city in New York, has a very large landmass very far north of it, and those guys are safe over towards that side. You know, it's very similar to the north side of this zone. You know, barren, a lot of empty lands, but some rolling hills, and the people there, you know, there's some fine people who are able to, like, really put some pressure on you, particularly if you end up talking to them about sports. They love their sports up in northern New York.
who doesn't love sports right now, and who doesn't love esports? And right now, we're watching Fortnite competitive, and this is going to be an awesome month. We're talking about every weekend stacked with action in all regions, and right here on the Fortnite broadcast, we're going to be covering EU and NA East. A little bit later, we're going to have Day 2 action with NA East with Aussie Antics and Monster D-Face. You don't want to go anywhere. A lot of the big names, a lot of big personalities going here, but we got a lot of big names here. Gamma Gaming, Cammy right now, who's been putting in the work already in the replays, popping off right now, and now we're watching it live.
And it's currently has the 2 elims for his team. You can see them calling out the marks, pulls out the burst rifle, able to hit a couple shots there. 35, 35, 35. Tony catches all of those with his teeth, and Cammy sees that the pressure is going to be put on them. Looks to see if he can't get an angle to potentially get some more shots going in, because Storm Surge will be a pressure. Those shots, however, putting them up above it, sneaking in some light bullets there, but the 9 HP is only really going to serve as kind of an annoyance and a way to help take down the builds. Notice he's relying on that because he has 300 plus light ammunition, so he's really, without the damage fall off, applying the walls, he's going to be able to kind of keep the pressure going on. What I'm curious as to what's going on with our top teams. We saw the Russian trio be able to put out a really strong performance last game. They pulled zone again this game, and Rotary right now is holding on to one of those legendary charge shotguns. So having, based off of where they passed, it seems like he's opting to take it, and that's a big part of the reason why. Unfortunately, not connecting solidly there, but still a nice 83 charge shot coming through. Somebody looks to crash pad in, going to immediately end that. And I didn't even see that shot come out. That was Sturzix, and that was an insta-clear. And what that means is, for the first time in the entirety of the tournament, it takes 9 matches, but our #1 team has fallen outside of the placement threshold. This is the first opportunity for everyone else to be able to kind of close that gap a little bit and squeeze up here. Match number 9, match number 3 on the day, and now all of a sudden there's a little bit of a ray of hope for whoever can capitalize on this clearance.
And when the gate is a little bit open, that's when all the dogs come out to take that first place. It is an opportunity to do so. We're talking about the Keziks, the 4ZRs, the Nate, the Floki, Clement, Nacor, Hardfind, Mexi, Astro, and teams like Anas, Thomas HD, and Flick have an opportunity to get closer and closer. Thomas HD, Flick, and Anas going into 5th place on the leaderboard right now, who've been doing really well, averaging about 5 elims and coming into 10th place, as we are 9 positions away, or actually 2 placements away from placement points getting doled out, 9 positions away from the average finish of Anas and Thomas. And oh no, average finish doesn't matter. Kick that out the door as Anas goes down on his rotation.
A nice little ambush from there, and you said they're averaging about 9 to 10 points. Well, they're averaging 9 to 10 HP between them there. They were all in absolute shambles, and they're able to take advantage of it now. Back on over. Thomas and Flick, you can see Thomas looking for the opportunity, 144, but he can't follow it up right away. And the fact that that wasn't a 200, the fact that you can't hit it unless you hit every single headshot pellet there with the rare pump makes that so much more difficult. However, they have still pulled zone, and with 18 players left, the next trio to fall will signal the start of our placement points going through. Razon ends up getting a knock onto Letwick. Thomas gets the conversion, and while not getting any siphon or points through, they'll get some much-needed builds and also space on the front end of the zone as the moving circles start happening. Every zone will now be outside of the next. We transition into the late game and up on the high ground where our previous game victors, Rezon, Noah Riley, and Aqua, again walking away from Doom's domain. Can they convert it into a victory royale?
And teams like Sammy and Dennis are now in the mid ground, and they have to be careful because Noah Riley and squad are going to be able to rain down so much firepower with Doom's mystical bomb. But that's not going to stop Sammy and Dennis and Kuji. Can kind of do those edits down below to looking for those beams. And yes, they pick up some nice loot pickup. It's going to be a strong opportunity though. The only thing that's missing is like a shockwave to be able to take height, but they have to be careful. Being on the mid ground, you have to watch out above. As you see in the beams coming up above, unbelievable pressure from at height, and that it's going to push you down low. And we've been seeing squads like Matzo and that train hard being so deadly down there. So you got to work together, stay hip to hip, communicate, find the layers, and watch your backside. As Cammy goes down, the 6 was protected, but they do lose a member. So now it's up to Sammy to kind of clutch this by themselves. This is what we've been seeing in solo stream. Oh my goodness. The caster's curse is real, but Mona, making a first-time appearance here in a kind of round 3 stage, is still cooking and vibing.
Yeah, I got plenty of experience yesterday, but now you can see the lobby catching up a little bit. You still have 4ZR there. Paco is playing the role of spoiler here, catching Mongrel. There was also the one who took out the #1 team. So the team doing the scavenger route over by Sentinels now all of a sudden ends up with a bunch of loot from the Mythic with the 6 shockwaves. The question is, though, they're going to need to basically close 2 shockwaves worth of distance to even get up to contest high ground. If he's the only one holding, it's going to be near impossible as we swing back on board. Thomas HD on the low ground with a crash pad. Can he find the room? He has plenty of bullets, but no shield, no HP, and next to no builds. However, it doesn't matter. He finds Rotary, gets a huge refresher, now up to 40 builds, also finds a slurpfish, also finds some minis, everything he needs to go on a potential run. And don't forget, Thomas yesterday was the one who came up with the absolutely absurd clutch to steal away a victory royale in a 7-point swing. Can he do it again using the bouncer to get ahead of the zone? This is a master class in why he is one of the best players in the region. A fantastic signing from Gamma, doing everything he can. He catches Kiriachi. That's another 2-point swing as he pushes into the top 10, Sancho.
The heroic plays are happening for Thomas HD as he's trying to hold on tight for the trio right now, but he has to overcome the deadly villains of a Height. Height, he got Aqua and Rezon doing the thing right now, laying down so many bombs down below, but it is Thomas who's laying down haymaker bombs, knocking out so many trios, and you know Flicken and Nas are cheering him on. They're saying, you got this, you clutch for us once, but his builds are limited, so he's gonna have to put some major accurate shots here, considering that he only has a blue pump. And taking a look at the chaos that's happening, the fight for height as Clement is challenging Noah, Aqua, and now it's Thomas right now who's going to go for another fight down below, but he has to be careful. He has no builds, ladies and gentlemen, completely out, but he does pick up another one, and that was a big time Elim, and another one. Toos, Leo, go down. Thomas,
he got shockwaves.
He's got shockwaves, sundown. It is an opportunity, but he can't find the height. Oh my! Thomas, can you do it, brother?
You're trying to drop the players down. One player ends up falling in front of him. He gets no siphon going through there. Didn't get the knock, but now he is outlived as a solo. He's pushed all the way through into a top 3, and not only is it top 3, it is a winnable top 3. He finds the 100. Can he find the second? He needs the siphon. Switches to the bandage cannon, and the siphon comes through. All of a sudden, Gamma's Thomas HD on the low ground. 90 HP. No one dies. The lead goes to him. Thomas HD clutches up. That was absurd. Don't care if my mic is peaking. I'm gonna scream because that was the nastiest solo clutch I have ever seen, period. That was gross. And Sancho, you gotta be feeling good right now, man.
Holy Thomas HD with the big time performance right now. Shio, Zeke, Reese, good luck breaking that down, brother. Woo-wee!
Oh, man. Bro, Thomas HD. This is just something I always like to joke if I speak something out of the universe and just ask for the region to do some incredible stuff, this happens. But Thomas HD just said, hold my slurp juice. Check this out. That was just, I don't even know how to describe that. That was on a whole other level, Shy.
It was calculated and it was spontaneous at the same time. And if that happens, you just have fire and ice mixing together, making a new element, completely non-handleable by anyone else. If you touch it, you get burned, you go down, and Thomas is the only one alive at the end of the day.
I don't even want to break it down. It was too crazy. It was too crazy. The hype was too real. I was watching some insane stuff go on over and over again. I can't wait to see it again, honestly.
Man, well, guys, let's take a look at the standings. Did this clutch win from Thomas and crew rocket them up the standings? Ooh. You can see right now, after that game, they're in 4th place. They're pushing on that top 3. Flocky, Clement, Nakos are right in front of them. Reese, your prediction still holding strong in 2nd, and Vettel, iDrop, and Stursik still holding down this 1st place. I mean, Shy, we thought they couldn't make that run, but they're still holding strong.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is key when it comes to 12 games over 2 days. So, Kezix 408, they're holding strong too. The first place team, impressively, is still in first after day 1. So, that huge boost they got there is amazing. Paco, Advice, and Jachu, these guys were all the way up on height in this game. Using that, they bumped themselves up all the way over to 6. Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson are now moving up all the way to 7th. Noah Riley is still here after that big win that we just saw last game. The Become Legends trio is also active, but these guys are so close together in points race.
And in that 8th place slot, Noah Riley, Aqua, and Rezon, like you've said. But probably what maybe got a little bit overshadowed by the fact that Thomas HD was popping off so incredibly is that Noah Riley, Rezon, and Aqua came second with 12 eliminations, which is a huge, huge game. 32 points in that game. So they're slowly climbing that leaderboard back up again.
Yeah,
and I think another thing to talk about. Oh, go ahead, Shai. I'm sorry.
No, go for it, or go for it, Zeke. What are you talking about?
My name is Zeke. One thing I did actually want to talk about is we've kind of also overlooked another team. Exponential,
okay.
Mexi, and Astro. These guys were in 4th place, now have dropped down to 5. We haven't seen too much of these guys in the games, but I think this is actually another team we do want to talk about here in just a second as we do take a look top 16 through 20. Don't forget, it is the top 15 teams that are going to move through. Sammy right now banging on that top 15 placement. They want to make it in. But yeah, to kind of take a step back, Astro, Mexi, Hardfind, a.k.a. Exceptional. These guys are a trio we haven't seen too much of. But they're still doing something right because they're holding on to top 5, and they have been since yesterday.
Indeed, they had only one game yesterday that was outside of the top 10. Only one. Not actually clinching up at Victory Royale at all, but still some really, really big consistency. And then again today, those first 2 games they had, really, really close. Still top 10 as well.
Yeah, from what I see from these guys, they're playing kind of to get to 5th and hit 5th overall every single game, and they get close. Very, very close. Sometimes there are a few errors, but I would say one of the most consistent trios we're seeing over these 2 days.
They are indeed. We've seen Astro drop all the way over at the weather station. Sorry, his trio member dropped the weather station. They're splitting Catty, weather station, and the camp. You can see, with that uncontested drop, the amount of loot that they get out. Chug splashes on 2 of the teammates, peppers, tons of mini, really, really good ammo. Actually, chug splashes on all 3 members, which is huge, huge healing potential, right? So this is something that's already going to be consistent. You can see from Letwick's perspective now, where do they go wrong? They've been so consistent, but where are they going wrong here?
Right now it's just over peaking completely from Astro. Getting sniped over, but the revives actually came through. Still, even Exponential going down himself for Hardfind, going down. The revive for him came through too. The issue was they used so many shields, so many masks to be able to box up and get these heals, these revives, that they had to actually all in to see if they could get their game going past this point to get all those shields back. That all-in did not work. They went broke at the bank. Astro goes down, then Mexi, then Hardfind. In that game, they were taken out. Moving forward, though, a person who did win up that last game, I wanted to break down a little bit as to how Thomas HD did this. Sundown called it. He had that one shockwave. He pops a few bandages in the clutch, which you don't usually see, but finally it happens. Gets a pump, and once again plays the heal game, which is so smart. Playing for those siphons, playing literally stats and numbers to clutch up and win the game.
And one thing that we didn't see in those replays that was a really critical turning point for him was the fact that when he pumped Rotary, there was 23 alive. 23 alive at that point. This is huge. He played solo the entire endgame, which obviously we saw, but if he did not get that elimination on Rotary, that's it. Those points are all gone, and he goes down at 20th.
The stuff that he synced up as well was so cool because he used bouncers to just kind of, you know, traverse the whole low ground. The biggest issue with low ground being there's so many angles, but if you're moving fast, it's great. And then he was playing box to box so well. He was playing long range angles so well too. So this is not a jack of all trades. I would say a king, an ace maybe, of every trade in existence of Fortnite, because that game paired with the one yesterday, exceptional.
We'll have to see if they can keep that momentum going into the last 3 games. But guys, for now, we're going to a break. When we return, we'll have more action from the FNCS. Stay tuned. What's up, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. If you missed that last game, we are still reeling from Thomas HD going on a solo run to clutch up a victory royale for his trio. It was absolutely insane. If there is one game you go back and watch, make sure it is that last game. Now, of course, with that being said, we still have 3 games left to go here in EU before we can crown the first 15 teams that are pushing on to heats later on in the competition. Shy Wager, Reese, I'm sure you guys are excited. That last game, I mean, Thomas, bringing the heat.
After that last game, maybe renaming everything to FNTH might be the wave, just for Thomas himself. Because it just, as once again, encompassed everything about Fortnite Endgame, about just Fortnite, about how everything is possible when you're playing. So it was insane to watch, Reese.
I know, and what's great is Thomas HD has been a fantastic solo player through nearly all of the seasons, nearly all the metas, Cash Cups, Solo FNCS, Solo FNCS Invitational, and he's put all of that use right here.
Man, so good. Mad props to Thomas. But guys, the ball must continue rolling. We're getting ready to get into game number 4 on the day. Sancho, Sundown, take us in.
And here we go. Thank you, Zeke. Game 4. It's going to be awesome, and it's already happening. The break is over, and now we're going back into the fray here. Thomas HD might as well just change his name to Thomas 4K if he's going to come out the gate like that, laying down some fire. And this is Thomas HD, the heroic moment that he had there. Unbelievable. And what a awesome way. I just love the kind of the social tweet that we had there where he started literally sitting on 16 HP and able to close out the door with 5 elims and the victory royale. And that's what makes trios so cool, Sundown, where one person can do that.
One person able to rule them all right there, and it was Thomas HD sitting up in his high tower. But we're going to switch on over to another perilous place. It's Doom's Domain, where, again, 2 of the top trios are just battling it out in what can only be described as an utter clown fiesta, as Rezon will get Lechi. Aqua going to go down. In return, all the crash pads being used, all the utility, because that's all that matters. However, on the other side, we talk about doing it all for his team. You can see Thomas executing on a down up there, trying to keep the hope and dream alive by putting an awesome flick effectively into his backpack right now, as Reason puts Benji back into the lobby, picks up his second elimination right now, and honestly, it's an absolute cluster over at Doom's Domain now, as a third team has now joined the fray, with Joel, Fort Venti, and Day all popping in to say hello.
And the most interesting thing is that the battle for Doom's Domain, it seems as though it's going towards Noah, Rezon, and Aqua. I haven't seen Benji, Lechi, and Savage kind of take that away or have a moment where they could just say, you know, put it in question. And already, this is only week 1. We still have a whole month. And if Benji, Lechi, and Savage don't qualify here, there's going to be a big question mark for them to answer is, do we continue to try to alpha or contest this spot? Because if Noah Riley and his team continues on, they're going to have the ability to kind of flex it as much as possible, to experiment, to put in all those theory points to see what they can do, as Savage was the only one standing up, and it looks like the third party from Joel comes in and cleans that up there, Sundown.
Yeah, but let's be honest. I was really ready to give up on my prediction for Noah Riley, Rezon, and Aqua yesterday after seeing the performance. I didn't think they would be able to come back and kind of turn around Dooms as strong as they were able to today. I'm of the opinion that the line, well, one, if you're going to go on Twitter, claim your drop spot, and then also circle exactly what spot of the place you're dropping on and which chest you're going for, you better be able to defend it. And you better not complain once if somebody comes in and has a game plan and tries to out 50-50 and fight you. Because if you're going to tell them exactly what you're doing every single time and where to find the 2v1s and where to find those isolated members, and you're not good enough to defend it, then you deserve to lose that drop spot. Straight up. However, if you're contesting a team back and forth and you're going relatively evenly, I think over the course of the weeks, it's worth it to get the spot consistently enough to challenge to, because eventually one of the weeks that team won't be there, or you'll win it enough where you'll get the qualification spot. And even if not, you're going to be able to qualify through on consistency, just because we've seen if you're able to get one of these mythic points and get control of this bomb, that Noah Riley is able to press forward here and get the eliminations that come with alphaing up this spot, you'll have enough points to go through. However, as we saw in OCE, there can be times where if you're losing a spot so bad, you don't actually get to play in the FNCS for the first 8 or 9 matches, which is effectively what happened at Dooms when the Twins and Volks just absolutely forced Fresh, Squeaks, and Carry On away and made them go over to Slurpee Swamp. Then that's when you kind of have to reevaluate. If you're not actually in the same conversation as the people you're contesting, then you need to go somewhere else and you need to figure out a better game plan and find a trio that you match up more effectively against. However, if you're able to take away the spot a couple of times and you feel confident there, as we saw Mariah, Lenuf, and Jaspe do, and then all of a sudden you have the option of going there and contesting or going back to where you were successful before, which I think over the course of these 12-game setups is going to end up being infinitely more valuable than just being able to alpha up one spot.
We're going to go ahead and take a replay very shortly. Well, when that gets kind of in the way in there for a bit, once we get it ready to roll out the gate. It wasn't ready yet. It needs some more time to cook. We were just taking a look at the oven, taking a peek at it, but so much fireworks are happening in Doom's domain. So much action is happening. It's one of the hottest spots in terms of lethality that's happening out there. So much eliminations are going back and forth. And again, it's you know, Fortnite's one of those games in terms of the esports scene where people are, you know, have this social media presence of putting clips out there. You know, no doubt people are saying clip it, send it over to them, tag that person. There's no other pressure in kind of esports where you could have this, you know, this friendly banter going back and forth. And that kind of play is, you know, the people like the Zates in the world could kind of get into the mental of a top tier elite players. And we're seeing players kind of like not necessarily respect the game so much if someone's kind of taking over that spot, but realizing how dangerous it is to continue that. And you don't necessarily could ruin your entire run here, but I don't know. I hate saying the word throw, but sometimes I can't find another word at the moment to express it.
I think it's less of a throw and more, I don't want to say you have to take a more analytical approach because, again, that's a little bit of a meme, but I think taking a step back and realizing what your trio does well, there aren't actually, I think, a lot of elite trios that excel at taking early game fights. And when I say early game, I mean when you have less than a shotgun AR combo in full shields. People who are used to and comfortable at fighting with that 100 HP mark with whatever weapon is given to them. I would say there's only really 3 or 4 teams in each region who I could point out as saying, like, yeah, they're going to take those fights. More often than not, players want to get settled, want to get into the mid game, want to get on those rotations. And I think that you need to find a way to do that more effectively based off of how you're dropping, which is why I liked what they were doing before, where they were gauging whether or not they could fight the vault and then going over to Coral. However, they needed to be doing that yesterday before 4 teams realized that nobody was up in Coral, and then everyone decided to go over there.
Now we're seeing a team that was highlighted by our analyst desk of Reese and Shire Wager, Astromex and Hardfine, currently sitting at 5th place here with a total of 118 points. This is day 2. They got 31 points right now, so they're looking very, very strong with an average placement at least around 10th place. And that average placement is going to be very vital, considering that that is why they're in the 5th place. They have 34 elims total, averaging about 3.7 elims per game. We saw Thomas HG getting 5 by himself, but Noah had left the door open a little bit. They got to be careful here, Sundown. Noah takes some beams, and now he has to wait right here, and a gatekeeping situation is unfolding.
Haven't you ever heard of closing the door? Oh. God, need to make sure he closes that one up, otherwise it's going to ruin more than just a wedding here. This is a key game where they need to combo through, and Noah Riley instead going to use the aggro shockwave to go straight into Letwick's box, clean that one up, and get the siphon. Raisin was converted on, however, 6 points already coming through, but we've talked about it time and time again. The biggest detracting factor is getting taken down outside of the placement threshold, and Noah says, well, I'm going to try and take it down and equalize again. Horizontal shockwave coming through, but not quite able to convert on it. What does Jamside opt to do? We've seen so many times that his team has done a good job of playing spoiler and picking up key eliminations in the mid game, and right now he has 2 shockwaves, so if he decides to go aggressive, he could get in the back of a box, and as I say that, he picks up Aqua right on the other side as they get a little help from a third party, Mida and Co. End up getting Noah Riley, and they're going to walk away from that as the Doom's Domain team. I mean, adding a third team to that mix makes it that much harder to exit out. We saw them storm fighting, and they're going to get cleaned up on the edge and are no longer in this competition.
Jamside and Hellraiser survived right there. They survived that panic at the disco that was happening. Oh my goodness, I can't believe Doom's Domain squad's going down, and Sundown, your pick, started off very hot. I mean, I think they're having that free Doom's Domain that's given them very high placements, but I'm just not sure what happened there. I mean, sometimes the confidence of having that Doom's the mystical bomb and all that kind of bite you there at the end. But, we still have a couple more games here. We're in game 4. We still got 2 more to go. This is the first week of the FNCS Trios. All month, we're going to bring you all the action, so don't worry. But someone that's been bringing all the action, having more than 5+ elims is Nako, Floki, and Clement, who have been landing at Misty Meadows, have been doing really well. And we've already been seeing in day 2, Sundown, finding those early engagements and doing really well at closing it out very quickly and not getting caught in the third-party situation.
Yeah, this is another one of those teams who's actually been really good at executing on those early and mid-game fight. Again, another one of those full French trios. Floki playing for Solari, and you have Nakors and Clement both representing Rams, but the benefit is, and we've talked about it, using their utility at the correct timing. We've seen them do this a number of times. They like to opt for the lower crash pads and dropping players down, throwing that one at the bottom. However, not quite able to convert on that, which was a little surprising to me. It seemed like they had the opportunity, but hesitated for a second. The other team able to pull their ally back. I think that it was either a quick harpoon or they did the pickup carry. But right now, Sipe will be looking to get that revive on the other side. You'll see them trying to rotate and get a better angle, but there are 4 teams directly stacked on top of each other here, 1 being a duo, 3 being complete trios who are all hip to hip in the same box, so the situations are going to get a little awkward as the storm starts moving.
Thinking about trios making rotations, we're seeing Jachu, Advise, and Paco right now. Now they have to make a major rotations at the first half in and half out. 5th zone gives them a max pull. So if you're looking on the bottom right of the mini-map here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, you're seeing that pull. It's going to go very far. And Sundown, they have no mobility so far in Jachu. So they're going to have to figure it out. And in previous iterations of Fortnite Competitive, you had a launch pad to bail you out. You could have community launch pads to bail you out. But that is not the case. And this is going to be a long trek here for them. So I think what they're doing right now is trying to get everybody to stop looking at them for a brief moment, get a crack, something to happen so they can make this rotation. But we've been seeing stubborn teams hold the line down as down glows Florini, so that might be an opportunity to just get out of dodge. And there they go. Someone had the utility. The mega bounce goes out, but it looks like the Travis Scott was not an astronomical launch right there, and they got to run on foot.
Yeah, and also while all of that was going on, Vettel got downed, picked up, downed again. iDrop also got down. So our number 1 team under pressure and potentially not making placement points for the 2nd game in a row, where at least every other time they've gotten 1 point. Last game was the first time they had dropped out. Now under the pressure again there, but it looked like they might have been able to escape it as none of them have been confirmed. Still 53 players remaining, 21 trios left. Right now, Rotary will get confirmed over. Kiriachi trying to be the playmaker as Stormy Right gets taken down, and unfortunately, they are going to fall there. Just ticked right on over. Actually, that might have been Storm Surge that ended up taking them out because no one got the credit for that elimination going over, and Storm Surge did just turn off. So, unfortunate they're unable to really find the damage they needed to find to get taken out. And right now, you can see Sammy has control of the high ground, but probably not going to be maintaining it. So we need to keep an eye on who ends up making their push forward for it towards the end.
And while we're seeing everybody was kind of jockeying for position on top of the mountain, that north side, the elevation, but now the Storm decides in zone 6 to kind of push on down south. And already you're looking forward. There's so many builds on there. And the Become Legend Slicks, down he goes. So Sammy right now doing it all by himself, maybe could have a repeat performance here, what Thomas HD did, a repeat performance of what Benji did in the opens where he was able to clutch with 10 HP on the low ground. But we're seeing no one really has a strong position right now. No one's really playing for height because zone pulled so down south, and you're not going to have the Mets to expect that, so you're going to have the mobility to kind of go down. But we're sticking with Sammy's story. We're sticking with his ride. Can he have that finish that we're all expecting? You have to clutch out. Dennis and Kui are no doubt cheering on their teammate as he sneaks right in, ejects himself into a tarp, and does get a big hit, but it was not enough. Didn't get a clean hit, just grazed the chin right there. And Sammy's in danger here, Sundown, of going down.
God, that feels absolutely awful. To make the play, sneak in the backside of the tarp, nobody sees you, you fire off that epic pump, and then you hit for a nice 30 headshot coming through there. That's one pellet catching the side. His aim not true when the solo needed it the most, going down outside of the placement threshold as well. That will give us our top 17, and right now we have Anas up on high ground with, I believe, Thomas HD with him. We saw Flick go down early, but the duo still making it work and still plenty of control coming through as we hop on board here with Lanouf, Moraine, and Jaspe. They use their crash pads and utility to get to the front side of the zone.
And at height, we saw Thomas, oh my good, Lunef right now gaining train hard to amplify, and down goes that trio. But we saw Thomas HD and Anas at height. They're kind of exhausting a lot of materials considering that the elevation dropped really, really low. So up height, it is that trio. Moraine on the right side of your box is doing really strong here on a mid-layer tarp. You're seeing Jachu going on the low ground. So now you have your 3 layers, and we're going to see this Thresh, let's say, cake. Let's see if it doesn't get smushed as height is being contested by Jaspe, Moraine, and Lunef, and now they have height, Sundown.
They're going to be able to take it away utilizing those late shockwaves. We talked about it. If it's just a duo on height and they have late utility, they'll be able to force it out. It's some gamma on gamma crime going on over there, but all the action on the low ground right now. Jachu getting one and converting. We talk about players being hip to hip on the low ground and staying in a box. If you happen to walk into the wrong area, the 3 of them will chew you up. They'll put you in the blender, as the Fortnite community likes to say, and you'll go straight back to the lobby, and that's where we see so many eliminations. Jachu in the bottom right, Moraine in the top right. We're closing in on our top 10, and it's mostly duos holding hands with a couple trios on the low ground.
And the trio that has a strong position is Moraine right now. And what an unbelievable use of mobility to take over. Jachu sitting right down, looking for that Travi Patty, looking for that fish burger. They're trying to move on to get it. Jachu gets hit. Now Jachu has to retreat back to his trio. And now it's an opportunity to try to hold on as much as possible, because every placement point matters. So you just hold on tight and make sure, because Moraine is at height, raining down the beams, as Shayo, the detective, pointed out. The beam play is going to be strong, and this is going to pull back. So that means Moraine, Lunef, and Jaspe have a strong opportunity to hold on to that, and their height stamina is going to be so strong to close out this game here, Sundown.
Yeah, but I also want to keep an eye on Clement right now. Clement was pushing in towards the top 3, and he's still walking around on that mid-ground tarp, just able to pick up it down on Akusto, but Akusto will finally get the turnover. He goes down in 4th, as now we have our top 2, Lanouf, Moraine, and Jaspe, trying to close it out from the high ground, have shockwaves, have a 3v2. This should just be clinical, as they're going to be the ones who will take away match number 10 overall, game number 4 here. Shockwave to go out to close the gap, hunt down the last player there, but maybe a moment of drama as Cammy is able to get the down, however, won't quite convert. Now it's a 1v2, but where's the last player? He'll finally be ticked over.
Yes, Lunef, Moraine, and Jaspe get the victory royale. The team that was sitting in 11th place with a big-time victory royale, able to vault their way, hopefully closer and closer to top 5. But we still have a couple more games left, and that was just game 4. But look at all those builds as we're moving on to the beautiful faces of me, Sancho West, and Sundown, calling all the action right here. But Sundown, I mean, that was one of the very textbook finish right there, holding on at the very last second, using mobility, taking height, and then beaming on down for the victory.
Well, and it's showing the key of being able to keep your trio up and knowing when to execute on that push. You saw them take the high ground away. But for the second game in a row, we've seen our top trio go down and not really able to make it into kind of that top 10, top 7 area where they've been so accustomed to. So again, what does that mean for the leaderboard? It's going to whoop. And with just 2 games left, realistically, there's an opportunity for some heroics.
All right, let's go to our heroes of the cast and kick it over to our analyst desk.
Man, you gotta love these 2, and you gotta love the technical term. Whoop! There you go. As technical as one can be. Now, again, massive props to Lanouf and their trio. Like Sancho said, they were in that 11th place spot. And now with this awesome, incredible game, they're able to continue pushing that momentum forward and just cement themselves. And as we take a look at the settings, we'll see how all of these teams are kind of starting to round out with only 2 games left. It is do or die time. They have to be looking at what they can do. If you're on the outside of top 15, what do we need to change up to earn these points? If you're inside 15, you're like, what do we have to do to either stay at the top or stay just inside of the bubble? Taking a look at the breakdown, Floki, Clement, they are coming in now first. Sundown pointed this out to us, Shy. Vettel, iDrop, and Stursix, they just keep falling at just the kind of worst time for them.
It's a marathon, and maybe they already had their first 2 sprints. The third one might not have enough juice in the tank to push forward. Maybe other people are learning a bit more. But Nakazor had one of those wins earlier on in day number 1. Now in day number 2,
Seems
it was
like
actually
Shy
games
has
5
been
and 6.
completely speechless over these leaderboards. But, as we can see, still top place completely dominant. My pick, Kizix, 4ZR, and Nate down in 4th. They're doing still really, really good. Game 5, they had 11 eliminations. Really, really popping off.
Absolutely. And taking a look, we do see that team in 5th. We did talk about them, and they're still holding on. 136 points up in that number 5 spot. Now, Freeze, Kizix, 4ZR, Nate, they're still here. But, I mean, they've been overtaken by Sancho's prediction team. Now, Lanouf, after that game, Moraine, Jaspe, 130 points. They're jumping all the way up to 7th.
And it was a big, big game. Huge for them. Huge for them. 2K early, and they beat Mongols team off spawn. If anyone noticed that, Mongols team were not in that early game at all, right? Not in that early game at all, because they got taken out. You saw everyone landing on that chest as they're doing every single game, but this time Jaspe's team came out on top and managed to pull off the victory royale because of it.
Yeah, and you got to remember the 2 different storylines we basically have. We've been focusing a lot on the top 5, but the top 15 is also a big focus because you have to hit the top 15 to make it to heats. That's what this entire 2-day format has been about. So people like Mido, Kiriachi, Browner, these guys who've been here, I think, the whole time sitting between 16th to 20th, they just have 2 more tries to break into that threshold. It'll be very crucial. We'll have to start all over again in next week's qualifiers.
And, you know, some of that is like, yeah, it's true. But I think what's cool is you can take these first 2 days of competition and translate that into next week, right? What did we do right? What did we do wrong? We need to improve. And it's not over. We still have 2 shots to try again, right?
Yeah. Also, there's series points, right? So even getting a 16th place finish in round number 3, that is huge. You do that every week. I guarantee that you will be there. Hopefully, 99%, because I don't want to get quoted on it if it doesn't happen. But, you know, you'll be there. So that I hope that these guys stay consistent because, you know, finishing top 20, very impressive.
Absolutely. Now, guys, I think what we need to do is get a temp check. So, Reese, let's throw it on over to you.
Well, we've got Stormy Wright's team landing down in Slurpy Swamps. Now, these teams were around the 15th point. These guys were around the threshold for not qualifying. So are they going to be able to pull off these big plays in this game?
I think so, 100%, but there were issues, at least in these few games, getting a little bit of placement, not the most. Benji Fish's team as well, there was an insane storm fight in that last game against Rezons, and these guys in total, yeah, they're in that top portion of the top 15, or like, you know, in it in a sense, but the issue is if the next 2 games don't go one of these teams' way really, really well, or they don't even get a single elimination, they might teeter out and fall out of that top 15.
Indeed, on the first day, they ended up fighting and contesting off spawn at Dooms every single day, but in the previous few games, they've actually ended up disconnecting and just getting away from that spawn, being completely away from the other team. This game, they decided, let's go back in and fight, and it didn't end up working for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if disengaging is going to be the wave anymore, though, because if everything comes down to the line, you got to remember there's so many teams, not just Rezon, not just Noah Riley, who are behind Benji Savage and Lechi that can take over from other POIs. So you have to be able to do something. Sammy here as well with huge plays. He's also trying to stay within that threshold, get close. You know, no matter where you're going to be dropping on this map, you have a team you're going to be fighting in front of you. You have about 32 other teams on the leaderboard you have to keep in mind and keep account of.
Right, and on top of that, you've got to think, these 2-3 teams that we just looked at were on the threshold to do that. None of them made a particularly big game, right? None of them were able to kind of capitalize on those points that they needed to. So, they're going to have 2 more games to do it. Are they going to be able to clutch, or are they not?
That's the question on everyone's mind, right? Is like, if this is it, what do we need to do? I think for a lot of these trios, it's like if you're landing on a contested spot and it's not working, maybe now is that time to just switch it up, right? Or even just get out. Like, a lot of these players, don't forget, they've placed through round 1, through round 2, and now they're here in round 3, so they have the instincts. They just have to get there. Guys, it's time to go into game number 5 here in the FNCS. Let's send it back to the casters to give us that bird's eye view.
And what a view it is, Zeke. We're talking about so much awesome action happening here. We got 2 games left. So now I can't believe the awesome fireworks that we're watching right here from the EU region. We're seeing some signature performances, some awesome victory royales, and I just can't believe it. This is literally week 1 of FNCS trios. We got a whole much mess of a month here to look forward to.
An entire month, and don't forget we have NA East after this. I'm Sundown. That was Sancho who just welcomed you in. This is match number 11. We'll have one more after this, and that will be the entirety of the 12 for week number 1 in EU. This is FNCS Chapter 2, Season number 4, and we're going to hop right back on over to the party that's going on at Doom's Domain. Noah Riley, Aqua, and Rezon have had the better of it today, but last game, nobody really got the better of this, with 3 teams all trying to dive in on the vault, and in the end, all of them falling way outside of placement threshold.
And this is going to be like a traditional box fight that you're seeing down here. You're going to see the team that hits the vault first kind of set up a lot of real estate, throw down a lot of mats as possible, so it would discourage a team like a Noah or Aqua to get in there. But there is porta forts, or porta, like, tunnels, so to speak, in the porta potties. They could kind of portal their way into the vault, and they could kind of try to stop somebody who is on the back foot inside. So there's a lot of cheeky strats they can do, a lot of tricky splits, as you can hear it. Here it is, an opportunity to kind of get this one. 89 right there for Noah Riley, and yes, he caught the escape right there from Benji. Already Benji trying to escape in a car, trying to escape through that portal. Doesn't matter, he gets caught right there, but Noah Riley gets caught himself, as Lecce says, backs up his man. It says, you stay away. So now it's an opportunity for, actually that was Savage who does that, and Savage gets the revive. But you're talked about it, Sundown. It is about being hip to hip. If they were hip to hip, that would not have happened. Catching someone by themselves, isolation, is a key grab for trios contesting in power POIs.
Yeah, and it's super unfortunate that he actually mistimed the charged shotgun there and mispositioned. If he stood a little bit farther forward, there's a time where your animation lock coming out of that porta potty, and you're not actually able to throw down a build, but because he was standing far enough back and waited, he was able to throw out the ramp. That gave him enough time to let Savage know he's in danger. Savage follows up and comes through, and while Noah's unable to confirm the elimination, Savage then gets the siphon, gets the additional 15 builds, which is huge in the early game, and then on top of that is able to get Benji back up and turn it into the 2v1 that they need. But now over on board here, Marine and Jaspe, they're up. Jaspe sitting on 1 elimination, indicating that it's likely a 2v2 here with, well, you can guess the other Stark team. It's Mongro, Mitro, and Tayson. Don't know which one of them went down. Generally it's Tayson who's taking that first contestant fight, so odds are good that it's Mongro and Mitro here, but could be any of the 2 out of 3. Marine in a good spot though with that pump and the Stark rifle.
We're seeing the difference of NA East and EU. In EU, they usually hit that guaranteed chest here in the main building. People like Booga, Jamper, and Avery, who are coming up very next, tend to split and hit Hanger. And as you're seeing right there, Mitro whiplash his way, and Tony Stark's whip gets to the vault as much as possible. That's going to give the signal to Jaspe and Marine that there's someone trying to leave. And I think right here, Mitro's trying to go for that sneaky reboot. He's going to try to risk it for the biscuit. And the biscuit is going to cause him to be a little bit tough to digest, as Jaspe is just right there to kind of punish that epic play and punish again. And now it is, I think, Mongrel all lonesome right now, watching this fight from a distance like Squidward looking through the vents as he's seeing Jaspe and Marine running away with this one.
All right, well, he's not looking through the vents anymore. Hits the booster, says, don't you know who I am? Gets a little bit of damage going through, tries to follow up with the pump. Mongrel is just saying, this is my drop spot. Don't care how many times we have to fight over it. 137 gets the immediate swap. That's something he does better than almost any other player in the game. And however, it's not going to be enough Jaspe closes that fight out. However, you have another party coming in to try and get a piece of that action, and that will be the French crew. Airwalks, Vato, and Leo coming through. Jaspe trying to get in the whiplash and get back over to the vault, but the shots are coming over. Just the harassment, and you want to get away from this situation. However, another team closing in, and we talk about it. You get to these final games, these mythic POIs, and the danger of relying on dropping here and relying on this consistent loot and saying, hey, this is my spot. Everyone knows where to come find you. Iron Man getting in on a piece of the action. Don't want any of that 90 damage that ends up coming through all of the builds. Those blasters hurt. He's got those things refined. We've seen a number of players go down to that one. Shout out Lumen. And now we're going to swing on over to the Steamy Stacks fight.
Man, I was just watching that fight break out. I was like, Tony Stark, Iron Man is still vibing with his repulsor blasters and his unibeam. He was doing so much damage, and Airwalk kind of ate a 90 as Mona puts a big time hit on Toos. And Toos is one of those teams, you know, this is another congestion in the EU area. This spot right here, this POI Steamy Stacks has produced so many solo champions, and a lot of the analysts out there in the Twitterverse, and I know Shayo and Reese were kind of looking at Steamy Stacks because there's some reason champions are birthed from here. They come out of the goo, that purple goo from maybe Kevin. The spirit of Kevin just gives the power to anybody that lands in Steamy Stacks, and we're seeing Mona right now and Hurley trying to find that Kevin power within. This is the first time they're making it this far. So no matter what, they are already winning, and they could take this experience and build on top of that. And we're going to see some new names throughout the entire FNCS trios. Some new names pop out and capitalize in that.
And realistically, too, coming to this match, they're at 62 points. They're in 21st place. But if they're able to win a couple fights here and get some placement, there's still 2 games left. They're a team that could realistically qualify through for heats in their first ever performance if they're able to have 2 solid games put together. And that's why I kind of don't buy, like, yes, if you're all the way down in kind of the 27th to 33rd range, it's going to take you to win 2 games in a row, which, while we're saying it's possible, we've seen if you're not necessarily in the groove, in the rhythm, particularly with trios, it's really hard. But for all those teams who are kind of in the 21 to 25, 26 range, you're still very much so in the running for a top 15 shot, even with 2 games left. All that is a top 5 with a couple of eliminations, which every single one of these teams, if they can get the right start and get away from the initial chaos of the early game that so often happens in EU, they're all capable of getting to mid game, rotating late, and finding placements. We've seen everybody, almost every single one of these teams, sneak at least one player into deep placements. So if they're able to convert on this opportunity, that would be an incredible job. And they're being really aggressive here, and they find Tez finally able to close out that fight. Now they'll be able to get whatever loot they want, finish up the mats, and while normally I'd advocate for hitting the Stevie and taking a long glide, because the zone is right there, they'll probably just path right on into it.
Great 2 trios absorbed by Mona. The primordial goop of Kevin is within. The power is strong. And we're seeing right now, like, just to give you an example, big names that are in danger of not qualifying here in week 1. Kariachi, Rotary, Stormy Right, on the bubble. Benji, Mr. Savage, Alechi, on the bubble. Toos, Browner, Tomsy, who are competing there at that Steamy Stacks, on the bubble. Erikin, Pickus, Yzip, on the bubble. So that is what they're looking at right here. But you're right. You know, even you could get the home run, that 25 points victory royale. That'd be awesome. But getting those singles, doubles, or triple plays, you know, will set you up and get those runs in. If you want to talk about baseball, that's happening right there. You know, setting up the play. It's all about the details that get you that score, that get you that bucket, that get you that end zone. It's Sunday here in the States. I know North American football is a thing here as big time as we're broadcasting here. But, hey, it's all about getting it in. And those field goals, they all add up for the score.
Excuse me, Sancho, this is
Yes.
Europe. We watch real football
I
around
know.
here, which, while it's the weekend, we're on international break for the EPL.
Rice.
I think there's some other leagues going on right now, but with international break, most of the major European leagues don't necessarily have games going on, so we can devolve back down to the, I will say, inferior football, but that's probably going to get me some looks as we hop on board, which had previously been, I don't want to say wire-to-wire leader, but wire-to-wire most consistent team doing their best Evel Knievel impression, not quite making the canyon. They obviously didn't sing the right Rush lyrics at the key time. But right now we can see Benji over in that Doom's Domain fight, still not getting a resolution. And we've talked about it. If you can't resolve these fights quickly, then it's not really going to be beneficial to anybody. However, he has the shockwaves, he has the bomb. If they can get out of dodge, then they'll be in an okay situation. And I say okay because, well, he only has 7 builds.
Yeah, and it looks like the Marshals here to wrangle up these desperados right now as Benji's in a desperate situation. Does pick up a beam on Aqua there. That's a big time. That's why Height's so strong. You get that multiplier when you get the headshot. Benji now completely out of builds. He's going to have to work his way. He does have a shockwave, but you know it hurts him every single time he uses it. Down goes the mystical bomb, which is going to create some fire area of effect, and all the fire is going to catch as he does get a white tag right now, but he just cannot just get in. And you're seeing some people looking into this fight as Rezun goes down, and that's going to be only one that's going to be up, and that's Noah Riley. But the third party is looming in the distance. You can see it as they're swarming on through. So this fight, yes, they're going to be able to kind of get an opportunity. And yes, here's the third party already here, putting a plate down and looking for some scraps. And Benji has to scrap on out of there and retreat. But that leaves Savage behind. And oh no, Savage might be in trouble here, Sundown.
Savage is in more than trouble. Noah's camping out on the side. We've seen Jamside play Hunter a number of times. Instead, going to hop straight into the shortcut, get out to the porta potty. Now, what he needs to turn, he needs to camp that right away. Instead, going to opt to pop the minis. And they're actually saved by the fact that a 5th team came over the hill right at the edge. Those were the Stallions that they needed. The Riders right at the top. But no, he was too greedy. He only had the single build from hitting the tree. Took a little bit too long to get over there and ended up getting cleaned up. Couldn't get back over to Benji. And we talk about this mythic POIs just devolving down. That's what happens. Everyone, plus their mother, their sister, that second cousin that you see on Thanksgiving but don't really want to see, plus all of their nieces and nephews, and especially the one that just asks you if you have games on your phone the entire time and burns the entire battery. They're all coming to the mythic POI. There's 2 games left. They have nothing else to lose. In their head, they think we need shockwaves, we need mythics, but in the reality, when everyone goes there, everyone loses because there's not enough to support the 5 or 6 different teams, as Swag doing his best to hold off the Russian trio of Rotary, Stormy Right, and Kiriachi on the side. Kiriachi getting a piece of it with the rifle fire there, trying to get some coverage down, but again, regardless of what happens here, everybody is posted up on the edge of the zone, just firing shots back that way.
You mentioned the North American holiday of Thanksgiving, but over there on the EU side of things, it's Boxing Day, and look at all the boxing that is happening here. I know it's a much more joyous and jovial holiday, but here in Fortnite, you see nothing but box fights all going out right now, and it is going to be so vital for here, because we're talking about it. Let me give you a number here, Sundown. 20 points. That's how many points Benji's squad is out from the top 15. 20 points separates that squad from qualifying, and having the struggles that they're having at the wrong time is going to be a big factor if they do not qual. And yes, there's plenty of time to do that, and yes, they could rely on series points as well. It's another way into the dance, but you know that the pride and that all their fans out there throughout the world want to see them qual, and they want to see them place at least into week 1. So you're seeing all these riders of the Storm right now coming in late into the safe zone are putting some big time pressure, and Benji Fishy is now on by himself, and he has to do his best. And no, Kiriachi does pick up a nice elim right there, so that's going to give an opportunity for Benji and Kiriachi, both on separate trios here, a moment to breathe as a full trio is pushing into this house.
You can see him. He sees that the bomb is down there. However, as a solo, I think your priority on that mystical bomb really drops, because you have to kind of expose yourself to use it. Instead, trying to just bait it a little bit, knowing that the players want to come forward towards that shiny object. However, kind of whiffs the pump shot there, only really catching the side of the pellets, despite it being a headshot, not getting the damage he need. And with the Storm closing in again and him out of white HP, he's going to let this team rotate past. However, he's in a really bad spot. He desperately needs to get one of these siphons. Otherwise, the Storm is going to end up taking him over, or at best, he's going to get gate kept right on the outside, because these are all the teams who have already posted up inside the zone.
In Kiriachi's squad, just to give you guys an idea, is 17th place right now. So only 2 points going into this match away from 15th place. There is a 2-way tie from Sip Days in. Akusto tied with Mythic, Tony, and Mido. who are at 82 points apiece. So just keeping that in mind. The score that you see is the day 2, and we're keeping a track on the cumulative leaderboards for you, and it's going to be a great finish. We got 2 games left. This is 1 out of the 2 going into the final. Again, we've had 12 games of action here leading up, and we're going to do this every weekend. Later on, NA East is going to kind of step up to the plate, but looking at the plate right now on the mini map, you see a lot of water, and that's going to be the puzzle as we see it. It does update, so a little sigh of relief from our competitors, but still, there's a little bit of elevation here, especially the beachfront that to work with. So that is the puzzle that there's going to be facing our competitors right here, Sundown. And what a nice overview, getting the vibe. And there he is, Kiriachi, the lone trio, not afraid to take a fight.
And despite it being EU, it seems like we've had a couple of Lone Ranger-esque scenarios where it's been all about the solo, just doing everything he can. But we talk about doing everything he can. Kiriachi not only needs to find the eliminations here, but he has to go down and get the loot. He has 3 builds, and despite being close to this 4th zone and having the high ground, he has to at least have the builds to create another full box. And that's it. And he's saying, that's all I needed. Goodbye. Just going to dip down right away. Has a truck in a metal box. Is the only one up on this high ground. So all of a sudden, it's not often you're going to say this, but a solo is in a complete and utter power position over about 2 or 3 other trios who are going to be forced to rotate into him. And currently, that's the 2nd place team who has dropped outside of placements twice in a row, now rotating directly on top of him. Kiriachi going to opt to land wait, goes for a quick ambush, but instead they're going to drop down on him. Now we're going to hop on board with another person doing their best Western Cowboy cosplay. It's Noah Riley slinking along in the bottom with just 2 builds, a rare shotgun, and a rare AR. The player hops out. We'll wait for the server to catch up, but what will happen to this wascally wabbit? And he will get taken down. Very anticlimactic.
Very Elmer Fudd shows up right there and finally catches that wabbit. And my, oh my, the lone stars right now, Kiriachi, who does have the opportunity to do this. He is a fragger in his own right. Very strong solo player, and he's going to be able to kind of sneak away. As we're looking up the field, Airwalk takes a big elim on Thomas HD, so that is something where we have to keep tabs on as well. Airwalk is kind of heating up at the moment. You mentioned the back-to-back Pro-Am champion, who is a big talker in the scene, definitely walking the walk, getting some big elims underneath his belt. It's kind of like putting on a show right now in his own right, and you know he's not going to let that go, Sundown.
And the veteran who has played in so many competitions, whether it's Fortnite or across other games. He is a professional at the utmost level. Also won those proms with RL Grime, who shout out Airrock's probably empowering a bit of him. Everybody knows RL Grime is the king of October with the Halloween remixes. And now Airwalks, who hasn't been playing a ton recently, but really seems to shine through in the solo modes. They're currently sitting at 13th, but Kiriachi's run will finally end. It was a valiant effort, but not able to get the confirmation onto Prago either. He steals 3 extra points for his team, but that will be about it heading into the final game.
Yeah, and again, Kiriachi's squad was at 17th place. That trio just on the outside in the bubble. And that bubble is about to burst for a lot of trios. A lot of heartbreak is going to go in, a lot of hard work. Yeah, on the leaderboards, it'll be all for nothing if you don't qualify, but you could definitely build on that. Teams like Mona, who is the first time being on this level of competitive play, they could definitely use some work here and just get a little bit better. And it's not like crazy. They're not like on the bottom of the board. But like you mentioned earlier on, if you're on the bottom of the board, you have 2 games to do it. Just get to the end game. You get those placements, get a couple elims along the way, because you know that's where those elims are going to come. But right now, Nate, Kezix, 4ZR, the Reese's prediction here has to find a way to turn their fortune and get back and strike the iron when it's hot.
And as opposed to other games, pretty much all of our top 5 are still in this game and still have an opportunity. And with 2 matches left as a viewer, the question is, what do you care about? All of those teams who are in the top 5, realistically, if they're able to push into a 1st or 2nd place performance here with some eliminations, will be in contention for 1st place. So you want to keep an eye on Floki and his squad, iDrop, Vettel, and Sturzix. So you want to keep an eye on Flix, Anas, and Thomas HD. We saw Thomas go down, who's largely been the clutch factor there. You want to keep an eye on Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate, and then Exponential, Mexi, and Astro. Exponential being the one on who is hard find, excuse me. And now The other question is, outside of that, in terms of winning, what is the line for the top 15, aka the automatic qualification for the finals? Right now, the teams who are on qualification pace are averaging just over 8 points a game, which puts us at right around 91 or 92 after we get through this 11th game, excuse me. Just under 8 points.
Absolutely, and teams like Mona, Swag, Miro, Snap, I mean, already Twos, Browner, Tomzy, those are teams that look out for. Tomzy and that trio is out. Urkin, Pickus, and Wyzip, you have to look out for that one. Mythic, Tony, and Mido, Snot, Dazen, and Akusto, who've been doing really well in getting to the in-game situation. And Sammy, Curie, Dennis, Airwick, Bato, and Leo. Those are the squads that are kind of in danger of falling out because they're not in triple digits right there. Zeke talked about it in the analyst desk portion that, hey, if you're in triple digits, then you could kind of take your foot off the gas a little bit and kind of rest. But those other squads are not. They're still in double digits, and there's so many people nipping at their heels, Sundown.
And iDropping Code just had 2 of their players go down outside of the placement threshold yet again. Flick also following, so we talk about those top 5 teams dropping out right before placement. Again, first placement point comes through in the top 17 trios. We're currently at top 18, so that is awful timing for them. In the second to last game, who will be able to seize the opportunity? Will it be Floki, Clement, and Nakors? And will they get some room? Right now, back on board with the Dutch trio, ADN, Matzo, and Amplify, looking for a little bit of room on the side. Stursix will go down. Vettel gets the confirmation over. That's our second place team falling with only a pair of placement points to go for him. Nakors, however, the current #1 team, going down right now and getting knocked there. ADN under some pressure, trying to find a little bit of room. Amplify is going to pick off Hellraiser and give him some more room to work with and create a little bit of space. Kha'Zix is going to turn around and get Hellraiser as well in the top left. Still 14 trios remaining. Make it 13 as he gets ticked over right there. Jamside falling after getting a pair of points for his team.
And you're seeing ADN and Matzo. Wow, ADN doing really great work on the low ground, but they kind of marked Doom's mystical bomb, and I don't think anyone picked it up. It got swallowed up by the storm, so that factor is gone. You see it on the bottom of the screen. That is going to be not a factor going into this in-game, as Pickus, one of those teams on the bubble, does go down. So that's going to be an interesting thing, as now ADN goes down as well. A top 8 team now is out of the running here, and yeah, man, so much could change going into the last and final game here. Matzo is all by himself. Can he pull the Thomas HT? He's going to have to eat some Travi patties as Travis Scott skin. Now he's the Lone Ranger in that fight as well. But at height, it is Reese's pick of 4ZR and Kha'Zix, and they're going to be very strong, and they're going to set up the split here, Sundown.
They're 4th place coming into this game, but right now, Mona, Kirko, and Murrow, the first time appearance in any FNCS Grand Final, a huge individual effort, and we've talked about the story of individual efforts. Mona, with 5 eliminations, only 4 builds to his name, pushing himself as a solo into the top 7 right now, almost guaranteeing their qualification into heats. When you think about how strong Europe is as a region, that means so much. In trios, honestly, where players think it is the most consistent to come out with such a premier individual performance, and right now he's doing it by just finding gaps in the side. 0 builds to his name. Crash pad forward. He says, I'm going aggro. Kuji going down there, finds the 120, but he doesn't get the conversion, and that is massive. Dropping a point there will get him 6, and now we're going to hop on board. Become Legends on the mid-tarp, and you can see the French trio and Reese's pick up on the high ground.
Something you got to definitely point out is Sammy, who's been having a great individual run on the low ground himself, is picking up some big-time points. But it is the squad coming out of Craigie Cliffs, Larice, Rifle, and Slicks doing really well, building legends at height, and they have an opportunity to get themselves solidified in it. And you know why that top place is very important? Because if you qualify, you have a great chances of being in the Grand Finals top 10 if you finish #1 in week 1. And that is what people are playing for. As Slicks, Larice, Rifle are doing really well. They have dominant position, and it is over. That is it. Game 11 here goes to the books, and the build by legends here are building up to a strong finish here in day 2, Sundown.
Trying to cement their name at the top, become legends in EU, rep the org, and do everything they can to finish in the top 15. And right now, we're going to send it back over to the desk. Zeke, Shio, Reese, take us away.
Thank you guys so much. There you have it, the BL team fighting the Victory Royale in game number 5. Almost textbook, right? Like, they made it look so effortless. We've seen all these other games be so ridiculous. And then they're just like, oh yeah, what? Nah, Circle's it's still going. It's still open. Oh, we won? Oh, cool, guys. Good job. High fives all the way around.
Yeah, it's like an advantage of having height completely is that you get to avoid all that chaos when it comes to low ground. You saw ADN trying to make some moves there. You get to skip all that, drop down pressure, and just accumulate placement so much. And then you really get to think about how that last fight breaks down rather than going from fight to fight. So let's see exactly how that affects overall standings, though.
Oh, boys. We got ourselves a tie here at the top. Floki, Clement, and, oh no, Reese. It's Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate. Oh, Shy Wager. We predicted them to fizzle today, but we may be being proven wrong.
You know who won that last game was Larice. But I'm going to say the real winner is Larice, because I'm always picking those victory royales. This is an easy win for me. They're in second. They're dominating. Going into the last game, they're gonna pick that first place slot. I'm confident of it.
I think Reese has never been introduced to the effect of the caster/analyst curse. But hey, learning through experience is going to be glorious to watch.
Maybe not.
Past that, 6th to 10th place, Rifleslicks and Larice, all their efforts make them just get completely pushed forward towards just being really safe, not being anywhere near that top 15 anymore. So I feel like they might have enough padding, but look at how the point differential is looking on the right side of your screen. It's getting kind of close, just a 9-point differential from 6th to 10th. From 11th, it's 12 down to 91, a little bit bigger. I feel like being 6th is safe right now, but for these teams, there might be trouble, Reese.
Well, it's interesting. On the other regions that we've seen have all qualified through, the points were a lot higher than it is currently. Obviously, there's only one game left, but there's quite a big drop-off between 13th to 14th, which is interesting to see. That means that any of these teams around that, just under the 15th that we hear, 16th, 17th, these guys are going to need a big game, something like a 10-point game where the guys in 15th get nothing, just to be able to cement themselves into that qualification. So this next game is really, really going to mean everything.
Yeah, the points here, too, aren't that high from 16th all the way to 20th. We see 85 to 67. Yeah, that's almost a 20-point differential, but these guys are tied 2 by 2. I mean, I think Sundown mentioned it before. We're seeing that little whoop effect, but it's kind of a double whoop whoop from, like, 1st to 5th and then 10th to 15th. So if the competition's that whoop close, I feel like it'll be that much more interesting in Game 6. You talk about expectations. I just expect everyone to be on their A game for this next game.
Well, this is it, right? Last chance to try and make that top 15. So the big question is, have the teams at the top cemented themselves? What about the bottom 20? Have they done enough, right?
Well, we're going in with our game winner, which is Larice Slicks, the BL trio, managing to take height with a beautiful shockwave play. You can see getting a bit low, picking up those heals straight away. The guy on maximum height here has all of the white heals.
Yeah, and to answer that question that Zeke posed out, this is one of the ways that a team kind of at top 15 can say they've done enough for game number 5, right? Getting forward, making sure you have padding for game 6. They played height. They took risks now rather than leaving it to the last possible moment, rather than leaving it to all the way to game 6. So I think BL have done enough. You got to remember that is one of 33 trios. So have the top 5, teams like Grizzy, done enough to, get there. It's a tiebreaker 100% and stay as winners. Have the top 15 done enough to push themselves away from 16th to 20th, make that point gap high, because if not, game 6 is going to spell a lot of trouble.
And I mean, we could see something disastrous happen, right? We've seen it before, the number 1 team falling outside of placements, outside of elimination points. Literally anything can happen, right? And even teams on the outside of the top 15, they could have this game. They could get the victory out, the 25 points that will just shake up the standings. Anything can happen. 1 game left. Boys, this is it. And this is only week 1, by the way. This is only the first set of games. We have a whole month of this coming up. I mean, it's been wonderful. Just incredible.
Absolutely has. I just want to see in game 6 which one of those 2 trios might be the ones from the bottom side to, jump up. We saw Mona in that last game perform really well. 51 points in total today, a little bit more after a few placements. But Reese, I mean, are we looking at our top 15 right now? Can anyone really slide in? Are these guys looking like they're playing really well today?
I mean, there's always that opportunity, right? There's always an opportunity for one team just to get a big pop-off game. Any of these people who are currently 16th and below can get a victory royale. That's 25 points. And that's only if they have no eliminations, I'm sure. It's possible if they get no eliminations, but I'm sure they'll do it. So they can be done by any of these teams.
Oh man, this is it. Last game on the day here in week number 1 of the FNCS. Who will walk away the number 1 spot and who will break into top 15 to move on to heats? Let's send it over to our casters to take us into the last game on the day.
So much, Zeke, and yes, it has become Legends. And this is what we're having here, a finish of a legendary proportions. Game 12. I am Sancho West alongside Sundown, and what a crazy ride we be having here, as they say. And this is going to be one of the endings that we have to keep an eye on. The people on the bubble, we have Arkin, Pickus, Wyzep, Mythic, Tony, Mito, Kirachi, Rotary, Stormy Wright, Kiriki, Mona, Browner, Toos, Tomsy, and Benji, Mr. Savage, and Letchi, all in danger from not qualifying. But someone who is not in danger of not qualifying is Clement. But they have a strong opportunity, Sundown, to get that first place.
Yeah, they're within the top 4 teams, currently sitting at a 94% chance to really take home the title. About 5% then belongs to the 5th place team, and then everyone else is, well, really much on the outside looking to toss not only a Hail Mary, but whatever other sports analogy or religious thing you need to toss in there to just say you need one heck of a game. But we'll see for the first time in a while, Benji, Savage, and Letchi queenly and succinctly clean up that Doom's Domain fight, fully eliminating that other trio, being the first one who is out. So Raisin, Aqua, and Noah Rila will be completely done with their tournament now.
And you're seeing the format kind of popping up right here, no doubt. We're going to bring you a replay as soon as it's ready, coming out the oven. We're talking about fresh bread type replays. There's a format, Victory Royale, 25 points. Second place, 20 points. Third place, you get 16 points. Anything between 4th and 17th, 1 point will be awarded for you. Each elim is 1 point. And we're seeing that is why placement points are so important right here. They only get doled out to 17th place. And we're seeing that that's basically really close to in-game situations. So you got to do all that you can to stay on your feet into that opportunity. But we're seeing teams like who are on the bubble like Snipe, Dazin, and Akusto kind of taking those early to mid-game fights and being that third-party opportunist, going in there, trying to sneak away some elims and getting disengaged. And they've been getting very lucky, Sundown, of not getting caught with their head in the cookie jar. They've been getting their cookies and bailing right here. But someone that is being the cookie monster is 4ZR, Nate, and Kazakhstan. One thing we got to talk about, in set lobby, Sundown, the point distribution is going to be very limited. There's only so many elims you could get. There's only so many placements you can get. And here is Benji, Letchi, and Mr. Savage trying to get into the fight here, into the top 15. Already so far behind. The chances of qualifying are going to be so low. But someone like Benji is Mr. Clutch, and definitely he can get it done.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations where, yeah, you kind of have to alpha up on Dooms and win the match if you really want to get into that guaranteed top 15. And Benji just putting in work with the burst rifle, the 2-tap coming through, going to be able to pick up Noah Riley there. And honestly, I want to see more of this stuff from Benji, Letchi, and Savage, where they're going aggressive onto the opponents and trying to kind of cycle out those 1v2s and those 1v3s. I think they're the slightly better pair if they go aggressive right away. However, they usually aren't doing that, and that's given Rezon and Co the opportunity to spread out a little bit more and get control of the vault. However, the 3 points here, we'll see if it's enough to keep them in contention, because again, they're about 25 points off of the pace to qualify right now. That's the Victory Royale, plus whatever eliminations they can get in. So it would take a whole lot, but they're more than capable of doing it.
And they definitely dropping down that say so TikTok emote. One of my favorites out of the core right there. And it's just the vibes are there. So you see that they're still vibing. They get a big time. And again, it's always the last envelope that you leave. Game 12, you know, Aqua and Noah Riley have been doing really well. But finally, game 12, it is Benji, Savage, and Letchi able to walk away from that. And now we're on board, flying right over Mongrel here, Tayson and Mitro. And we're taking a look at their elims. They look like they were able to get Jaspe and Marine out of this for a temporary moment. Who knows who is left out of that trio to kind of solo dolo it. And that is the opportunities there. If you at least survive and walk away, you get another chance. And that's why a lot of people out there have been enjoying trios. We've been seeing that chance pay off, getting you those crucial placement points, getting those crucial eliminations, getting those highlight social media plays that Thomas HC has been doing. And those are the things that's really cool about trios, that your ride's not over. You could use the reboot ban. You could come back into the fray. Granted, you'll be in shambles, but you could find something, some leftovers to get you into a better position and ensure that you're going to have a better run here. Again, this is Game 12, ladies and gentlemen, Week 1 of the FNCS Chapter 2 Season 4 Trios Edition. We have been waiting an entire year of Trios competition to return, and it is here, and it is in full force. And we're seeing another team that is on the bubble, basically coming in at 16th before this battle here with a truck rotation, and they got to be careful now. One thing I've noticed here as well, Sundown, Storm Surge, not really a factor here in Dame 2 as much.
Yeah, there's been enough aggression coming through both in kind of the first couple circles off of those initial drop spots, and then also before kind of that fifth circle. Generally, it's kind of the gatekeeping that happens during 3 and 4. But we've also seen teams just pressing fights in the mid game. I don't want to say for no reason, but it feels like kind of just like a skill check, being like, yeah, we can get these guys, when in most circumstances that hasn't really been the case, and it's resulted in a lot of partial trios. If you've noticed that generally towards the end, with the exception of kind of Thomas and his couple of clutches, the games have been closed out by either the full trio on the high ground or a full trio on the low ground, just staying hip to hip. And I think that's having to do a lot with players just getting picked off during the mid game. But right now on board here, Wyzip, Homino, Erkin, Homino, Pickus, Homino being another one of those French orgs, this trio, another full French trio, I believe all of them communicating and utilizing that part of the French community. There's a number of them. I believe we have 4 that are majority French trios who are in this final. There might be a couple more who are like partial splits going through, but they've done a really good job of having consistent games. They haven't had really that kind of signature game, really that top 5 performance, but they've been getting their placements. They haven't been getting knocked out early. I think they can really put that down to this reliable scavenger route that they have. It's one of really the 2 on the map, and they've been able to kind of assert themselves over the course of the game on this.
And we're seeing Dazen and Kuso again. It's like, I just feel like every time we're tuning into them, Sundown, they're in completely different areas. They're just kind of flexible with their fights, and they're doing their best to kind of close this out as well. They're definitely very comfortable with this Storm fight. We're talking about 12 games across the board. They know their opponents. They know the switches that they've been doing. They can kind of read the chessboard right in front of them. But it's a very important right now in Game 12, the last opportunity to accrue points. And considering this team is literally at 15th place, they have to be careful. And already the disengage has already happened from that team out there, that Swag, Snap, and Miro, who are in 22nd place. So that is one of those squads they know that, hey, we need to not mess around. These couple of points are not going to get us into that threshold of the top 15. Let's kind of take a step back. Let's kind of look for more placement points and hopefully that Victory Royale, because that Victory Royale definitely will get you into that conversation of best barely squeaking in. And you talking about rats looking for cheese, Sundown, they're going to try to get it as much as possible.
Yeah, and just trying to find whatever resources on the side. Again, we talk about kind of those desperation plays and what you need to do in the final game. And largely it's going to come down to taking these safe rotations, being as safe as possible, and not getting caught. Because if you do get caught on one of these quote-unquote safe rotations, it then automatically flips all the way around, which is why I kind of like to call it like a 90-10 in a lot of circumstances, where 90% of the time, super late Storm rotation, you're not going to run into anybody. You're going to be fine. You'll have enough room. However, the 10% of the times when somebody sees you on that rotation, you are just absolutely have no control anymore. You are completely at the mercy of the other person who is sitting in that zone, and they're able to put the pressure down on you. And right now, Rotary, Stormy Right, and Kiriachi up on the high ground, trying to put a little bit of pressure on this opponent beneath them, and instead going to opt to hit the rift and head center zone. I think actually another team, a team hit it before them, and they wanted to ensure they got the rift and didn't get locked out. That's Advise, Jachu, and Paco, who have been doing that kind of sentinel scavenger rotation, one of the other very few kind of viable scavenger rotations in trios.
And Jatu, Paco, and Advise are that 5% chance of walking away with the #1 spot here in week 1. They have an opportunity to do that, but they definitely have to get the victory royale. Toos right now, Browner and Tomsy are trying to change their stars, and you could go ahead and cue the Duel of Fates right now, because this is going to be an opportunity that if they come out on top here, they'll be able to qualify, but they're going to have a long road ahead of them. But you got to start somewhere. You got to put one foot in front of the other. And Toos, Browner, and Tomsy, who have not had a strong opportunity out of Steamy Stacks, look like they decided to pull down south just a little bit and push the team down in Dirty Docks. And that might be a fruitful opportunity, because right now this squad going into this fight, 20th place with only 67 points, and the team that we saw there that were in that took that rip of Stormy Right, Rotary, and Kiriachi right ahead of them, right behind them actually by a couple of points. So we're seeing the bubble teams kind of dedicatedly, making sure the bubble doesn't burst right now in the early game, Sundown.
Yeah, and a huge shot coming out there with the charge shotgun. Gets the wall replaced, but now you're going to actually see a key weakness of the charge shotgun. In these wall-to-wall fights, you have very little initiative. Even if you get the wall, you're reliant on the opponent pushing in and taking the fight against you, which is a mistake against Toos. This man hits his shot. Don't try him. Make it 1, make it 2, make it 3. 3 key eliminations going down over Toos, Browner, and Co. Going to feel very good about that in the space and materials they get. They couldn't afford to go down there. They wanted to keep their qualification hopes alive. Again, the Homonym Trio, another team that really wants to stay away from that. Meanwhile, Sturzix, Vettel, and iDrop is the team who's contesting for that #1 spot. They're right up there. They've been consistent wire for wire, and coming into this match, they were down 7 points to the top 2, who were tied at 171. So 171 was the lead coming through on the day. You can ignore that yellow number to the left. That's just the single day score. We'll keep you up to date on the cumulative.
And here it is. Storm Surge finally makes an appearance. They are 62 below. Everybody playing it slow. Everybody making those safe rotations, as you're pointing out. And this is where it's going to rear its nasty head. The Storm Surge does so much damage to the passive teams. And Sturix, Vittle, and iDrop are one of those passive teams. When you VOD review, you watch them closely. This is the puzzle that they always have to figure out in this situation. Where do we get our tags? They use the rifts very intelligently, and this is why they're so far into this rotation, because they were able to get to that rift coming out of Lazy Lake. But right now they're in danger as they're getting beamed from up high, and down goes Sturzix. Sturzix goes down. The 14-year-old coming from Playwell Esports is in trouble, and luckily he does have his squad right now playing hip to hip and saying, I got your back, brother. I'm going to go ahead and get the revive. But here it is, Sundown, game 12, and we have a finish that's involving Stark Industries POI.
And that's exactly what the players did not want to see. We talk about kind of those classic finishes and what's involved in those and what they need to add to the situation. Well, those rapid changes of verticality, those big mountains, those unterraformed lands, when you end up with kind of that concave surface that you can't catch yourself off of, it makes it that much harder. And if you rely on the zip lines, all these players are good enough to focus you. And right now, Sammy, Kajui, and Dennis trying to focus in on this fight. They are above the Storm Surge threshold, so the onus isn't really on them to be taking this, but they want the elimination points that come with it. They've had a great second day, and that snipe into the immediate swap was fantastic. Knowing that Storm Surge is in play right now, he's trying to close the gap and get one of those maximum finishes onto the player. He has both the pump and the snipe. He's looking to try and find the finish. They have it there. They're throwing him away. They should shake down and then put a snipe into this. A pump will be not awful, but okay, they get the 2 AR tags as well. Still not all the way over the top, but they've done enough damage to where it shouldn't be too much of a threat for them. The other team is going to look to disengage at Browner, saying, nope, we want no part of that anymore.
Man, Sundown, Browner and his Toos, that is the team that they need to stay on their feet because they're in 20th place. This team that they're fighting right now, Dennis's squad, they're already qualified right now. Yes, they're on the other side of the bubble. They're at 12th place right now, so they still have work to do. Sammy, Dennis, and Kuji have to do really well just to keep it going right now. But wow, they are going to go ahead and just shut the story of Toos and his trio at this moment right now. So this is not looking good. It is all up to Browner to get the job done because it's so scary right now. This is game 12. You worked so hard. You competed for hours here. And this is essentially your third day. They've all been competing since Friday, essentially making it to the spot, going from opens, going to round round 2, Leslie had essentially a semifinals type vibe here, and now you're in round 3. Man, I just cannot believe that you're going to go down just a couple of points and risking it by changing up your POI. And that is why the full retreat is on, and that is why Browner is doing all that he can just to hold on for his trio. And it's not enough. He gets knocked. Luckily, there's one more up, but no, this is not looking good, Sundown. Not at all for Toos.
I mean, but the story of the day has been the Lone Ranger antics, and Toos takes the storm fight, says this is what we do best, pushes forward, gets the siphon when he needs it, gets a tag on the Kujui as well, getting some help over on the side. That's the second one he's going to convert on, and that was Nakor's? Who was over there? Was that a secondary, I think? Unless I missaw that. Denis going down again there, and another siphon coming through, and all of a sudden, Toos making the plays he needed to make. He's getting some help over on the side. Kajui also going down. I'm not sure if Toos actually ended up getting the siphon. Would have needed to see if he took the damage there, but he's going to be the one walking away from it, at least for now. We're going to swing on board here to Benji, Lecce, and Savage, who are doing their best to tunnel in. You can see some excess mats coming out from them, so likely we're able to just pick up an elimination. Now they're going to use whatever they can to kind of dead side rotate into the zone. Nobody else is over there right now. We will see Toos fall in the elimination feed. Finally there to Will Powell going down in 21st. So some heroic efforts to get the last couple elimination points, but with so many placement points still on the table, 21 trios remaining, 59 players left. His odds of making that top 25 or top 15 are slim to none. Now hopping on board here, Mr. Savage, you can see nice little body shot snipe coming through. Will they be able to pick it up? They do get the down in the conversion right away. Bomb comes out. Can they close the gap and pick up the Dutch trio?
And it's going to be one of those endings that's going to be scary. We're not in the half and a half out yet. We're about to get there. We're in the zone 4, but the zone 4 is half on Stark Industry, half off of it. And anytime in a competitive setting, it is Polar Peak 2.0. You're going to have to find a way to get out of it. And it is not like on a low elevation here. It is a high cliff right then and there. And considering that there's so many people like Benji Fishy, Mr. Savage, who are on that cusp, on the border of not qualifying, it's going to be a big-time fall from grace for them right now. And the question is, if they do not qualify, does this squad stick together for the remaining weeks? We all know that EU, they kind of solidify all that as Lecce picks up a big one. And Lecce is going to be that part of the trio, Sundown, that has a lot to prove. Already, Benji Savage, really well decorated. Lecce coming in as all those people are have basically a lot of pressure on him to kind of pull through and compete at the same level as his decorated duo.
I mean, Lecce's been around the block a number of times. He's no stranger. I think he very much so belongs in this with this pairing in this trio. I think it makes a lot of sense for them. I think they just need to game plan a little bit stronger together, honestly. But right now, as we come down to the final moments, we're going to spend a lot of time focusing on that top left and seeing when we see full eliminations, when players go down, and the key names from the players who are in that top 4 and the top 5 and the ones who are on the bubble. As right now, we see that half in, half out zone, and it's about 95% on top of Stark, which, if anything, is okay, but if that next zone pulls down into the right, we're in for a whole bunch of fun, and I say that in a real sarcastic way. It is one of the roughest zones for the players. They're forced to use all of their utility just getting up kind of that sheer space, and that's why you see them right now getting so much priority on this outside southern part of the zone, because it's the easiest to rotate off of, and if you can establish a route back down, it should theoretically be the one place where players look to retake. And right now they're trying to secure some space over on the side.
And, you know, these are the things that the people that kind of land in Stark Industries, the Mitros, the Mongrels, they're going to have a strong advantage. As right now, a high team right now, a new star into the trio scene, Vettel, Steer 6, and iDrop lose Vettel right there, and a big-time beams from Benji. So the old guard is trying to hold on and not let the newcomers take the stage, but it's still Benji's, Lecce, and Savages are still in danger of not qualifying, so they got work to do in front of them. So I'm wondering, where is Mitro, where is Mongrel and Tayson? They have that ability to hold height.
And as much as I want to see these teams on the bubble, Thomas HD's team has been popping off in the elimination feed, and they're the ones trying to close the gap and push in towards the top. I want to see a perspective of where they are and what they're doing to try and get in towards the top. They were fourth coming into this, but they've been the ones who have had the most amount of eliminations. And now with Nate going down as well, 4ZR gets an elim onto Anto. We need to see if those get confirmed. Right now you have Lecce pushing forward, picking up ADN, and we're into our placement thresholds as well. So full trios going down now will signify a point going across. 2 points for every trio who is left in the lobby, and it's all going to come down to this: whether or not these trios end up in the top 15 and who's able to take away the top spot. 4ZR seems to have defended off the down on Nate for now, but so many of the top dogs are still in this lobby, and right now we have Savage in the bottom right, Lecce in the top right, both of them setting up bouncer plays as we see that full moving is staying on top of Stark, so avoiding the big drop off for now.
Yeah, and it is about to go down. Game 12 here. Placement points are doling out. Momentum is happening right now. Rotations are popping off. Elims are popping off in the feed. Mongrel, Anas picks up one. Nate goes down. iDrop goes down. So that is that trio completely out. A new star on the scene, like I mentioned, who was holding on to first place after day one. Hey, congratulations. You competed with some of the best, and at least you qualified in the top 15. But this story that we're watching right now is Lecce, Benji, Savage trying to do their best to get back into the top 15. After game 5, they were down by 20 points. So now it's the pedal to the metal. It is time, like Zeke said, do or get eliminated, and Lecce is putting on the eliminations right now with this backside control, being the fragger for Benji and Savage.
And he's the one who's patrolling the backside of the zone. You talked about it perfectly, but keep an eye on that top left as 4ZR is still up and on his feet. Cammy being taken over. That's a full elim coming out from Lecce, and a nice little bouncer combination, keeping the team mostly together. Lecce now up to 70 elims, 10 for the entire team as we close in the top 10. Really well done from them. 4ZR getting another elim right there. Savage also being able to clean it up. 4ZR getting the confirmation on there, but Savage closing the gap onto 4ZR. That'll be a full cleanup. Thomas HD still picking up eliminations in the feed. Anas finally going down as well. Thomas will finally be cleaned up going on there. You can see the rest of his trio going out there outside of that top 5. We have the Become Legends trio there, and right now, Mongo, Mitchell, and Tayson up on the high ground, but can Mr. Savage put the rest of the team on his back? Benji is still there with him. Uses the shockwave to get together. Uses a second shockwave to then just be ripped out of the sky from the high ground. Tayson sends his regard and says, good luck on the bubble. It's all down to Benji. He's in the bottom right, and you have Mitro in the top right trying to shut him down.
We have so many things developing. We have the Become Legends trying to get the back-to-back, the first time done here on the grand stage right now. Mongrel, that answer has been answered. Where is he? He's at height right now, but the story is Benji. Can he clutch again? Who's able to clutch in the opens with 10 HP and a dream. Benji's ride can continue, or it could go down right now. On the outside, goes for a mega bounce. Does he get all the way to height? No, he gets very close to it. On your bottom right, Benji is cooking and going on all cylinders. But he's going up against the god tier squad right now, and Tayson is taking so much damage as this goes back up north, and now it's going to be a battle between Benji and Mongrel in his squad. Leo still holding out, but Benji gets eliminated as Mitro closes that door right now, and it is Leo all by himself. Mongrel, Mitro going toe-to-toe, the duo, and yes, getting the victory royale. Wow, what a way to close out this game 12, going to Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson. What a big time finish, Sundown, and look at all the builds and all the chaos that unfolded with this desperation zone here. Finally, Stark Industries showing up and proving to be a monstrositous ending.
And luckily for the players, we didn't go back and forth over on the side. Instead, it was a nice little riding the edge, and that 50-50 grind turned into a not so 50-50 as Mitro and Mongrel were able to dominate from the top down, turning in a 36-point performance. Ooh. But the question is, with everything at the end, what is the bubble at 15th? Was the effort from Benji and Savage enough to push through? And what happened at the top. We saw a little bit of a Nos and Thomas HD picking up elims in the feed. We saw ForZR get a couple and sneak out those placement points, but in the end, we'll need to see what the final result is. That's enough from me and Sancho. Thank you so much. We're throwing it back over the desk. Shayo, Reese, Zeke, take us away.
Thank you guys so much. That wraps up EU, and I'm sure you guys have the biggest question: which team walks away that #1 spot? Secondary question: which one made it into the top 15? Let's take a look at the standings together. Now, Reese, I'm gonna go ahead and say, I don't know how you did it. I don't know what you're doing or what you're on, but Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate are the overall winners, cumulative, for week #1. If you didn't know this, Reese made the prediction they would come out on top. This happened yesterday. All we knew were the trios, and somehow, someway, they made it. Now, quick point of note here. Sancho did say Flick, Anas, and Thomas, so he's an extremely close second. But your winners are Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate.
And if you're not first, you're last in all of it. Just between us. All these players, still fantastic. Top 15 qualify all the way through. But just between the analysts and the casters team, that's definitely how I want to reflect that.
Okay, all right. We'll take it that way, I guess. I mean, from 6th to 10th, though, these guys are the ones that have qualified overall. Remember, it's the top 15 in Europe. So, you know, we watch a little bit of Astro Mexi playing consistently. That consistency got them to 6th. Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson winning off that game bumps them up straight to 7th. Very nice padding behind them. Advice surviving for one big game in game #4 is there at 8th. Past that, the 15th place team will be Wyzip and his trio. 99 points is what everyone needed in day #1 plus day #2. They qualify and just shut off everyone else from coming in.
And you see 13th, Sammy's team, a team that we were looking at in one of the earlier packages who's on the borderline of qualifying, ended up actually making that qualification spot. And what we didn't see, that Paw from bench in the end game, what they actually needed was first place to pick up that qualification, and they actually ended up 6 points shy in 16th place, which is a real shame for them.
That's kind of like the number I feel like we've been seeing since yesterday, is to break into the top 15 is actually only a difference of 6 points. At the lowest, it's been like 5, sometimes maybe 4, but for the most part, it's been 6. So unfortunately, they did not qual here in week #1, but they still have opportunities to do so. As I kind of mentioned before, we had some predictions, so let's just remind everybody. Shayo, didn't quite work out for you this week.
I picked the 50-50. Sometimes you guess heads, you get tails. Either way, I'm looking at the overall picture. When we're going to grand finals, might have the drop spot for Benji Savage and let you all figure it out. And in that case, I'll stick with the prediction. But until then, we'll see. They have serious points to qualify. Past that, we have Sancho and Sundown. Zeke can break that one down for a little minute.
That's right. I mean, Sancho started with Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD, and though they had a little bit of a mediocre start yesterday, today they ramped up really, really well. Thomas clutching up an unbelievable victory out puts them in 2nd place. So Sancho is right behind Reese. Sundown's team, Noah Riley, 200 only, who is Aqua, and Rezon. They did make it into the top 15, placing 14th, of course, breaking triple digits. Pretty impressive stuff. And Reese, you know, asserting your dominance, the first time ever on official broadcast, making the prediction and coming out on top.
I'm happy, but I don't want to make it about me. Kezix and 4ZR and Nate played a phenomenal game. Sweaty Sands, every single game, uncontested, every single game. They played that to the absolute T. You have to capitalize on these situations. If you're landing a major POI, tons of loot there, without any other teammates there, you have to capitalize. And they did exactly that, and that's why I picked them.
This is the scary part of it, right? Is this contested versus uncontested.
Mm-hmm.
We've been hinting at it for the last 2 days, and that is what will carry us through the remaining of the weeks. Now, Fortnite fam, you're looking for more action. We have more after this long break. We'll be diving into NA East, where they have 6 games, and only 15 teams will push on through there as well. Till then, Fortnite fam, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus. Stay tuned.
Beep, beep.
What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. Here in week number 1, we are back for action here on day number 2 of NA East. Earlier on, we wrapped an incredible set of games out of Europe, where, well, Reese's designated prediction team walked away in that number 1 spot. And now we're back for the second 6 games here out of NA East. I mean, Shy, he can't be right twice in a row, right? There's no way.
Might be able to, might not, but like in NA East, I know that Starks is on top right now. We'll see if they continue their complete dominance. It's up to you, Reese, man. What do you think? What's your pick looking like?
They're looking good. They're looking good. Not as good as my pick for EU, straight away. But day 1's done. 6 games are over. 6 games left to go. Still bring it back.
They could still bring it back. All right, now, of course, we know you want some games, and we'll get to that. But first, let's talk about the show itself. Don't forget, guys, we're back here, same time, same place, every weekend for the next 4. We watched EU earlier on in the day, and then right now we're back for NA East action. Taking a look at the overall tournament format, we are looking at games in round number 3. 6 games today. 6 games happened yesterday. From here, the top 15 trios will be moving on to heats. Now, Shio, break down these heats for me.
Yeah, for the heats, it's the top 15 in EU and NA East. We're going to be watching NA East today. In those heats as well, there's going to be 2 sessions, very similar after round 3, 6 matches per day. The top 8 advance there. Wait a minute, 8 times 4, 32. Yes, the wild card match. There's going to be 1 team that will qualify there out of 1 game. That's going to be amazing to watch. And those grand finals will be 33 trios in total. 2 sessions over 2 days, 6 matches per day. Classic grand finals of Fortnite.
And we can't forget, with trios back on the table, we're going to have 3 new FNCS champions and 3 axes to give out. You love to see it. Now we're going to move on over to the format. Victory royales are worth 25 points, and you get a placement as far out as placing 17th, which nets you 1. And every single elimination is worth 1 point. Reese, we've seen the Victory Royale be so powerful. And even placing as something like 2nd consistently just ends up finding you at the top of the leaderboards.
And that's exactly what Booga, Avery, and Champ have done. They are first by a mile right now. Not a mile, 6 points, but it's a mile once you come down to where they are ahead of 4th. Their average placement is 3.17. I can't even comprehend how consistent that is. 6 games being an average place of 3rd? Nuts. Absolutely nuts. And they only have an average eliminations of 5.5, which is actually a lot lower than some of the other players who are around their threshold, which shows that they're just playing that placement a lot more than they're going for their eliminations.
Oh my, the stats. I like it. That's what we're going to be breaking down for you guys. Of course, don't forget, what are these people playing for? That's right, we do have prize money on the line. We're looking at NA East, breaking it down right there. You like to see it. Now, guys, obviously, yesterday in EU, we only had a single team breaking it triple digits. Now here, we have 3 teams breaking into that triple-digit numbers, and it's a very, very steep drop-off. Let's take a look. I mean, I joked about this in EU, and maybe people didn't see it, and this is for you, the people that don't know. I like to speak out to the universe. Hey, I hope people bring it today. This is what I want from NA East. Like, look at this steep drop-off. 128 points. 3rd place, Slacks, Acorn, and Jacques. They're leading by 50 points?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the styles in NA East, a lot of them like to trump over others. We have Booga, Avery, Jamper, who like just complete power. That's what they're landing at Starks. They always have some of the best drops in NA East. They're controlling the region that way. Creo, Bucky, Kanata have the best synergy. They're second in that aspect. And Acorn, Slacks, and Jack are the most consistent. They love being in end games. All these guys are playing so well, they're leaving the entire region behind in the dust. I'm not sure what playstyles are going to be the best to catch up with Day, Miro, and Reverse. They rely on synergy a little bit as well, always playing on that offside of zone. They're in 4th because of that. Past there, though, remember, it's the top 15 from 6th all the way down to 10th. We have a bunch of amazing teams. There's so much potential for people to catch up. But towards the start of this day, I mean, all these teams will have to try to just take out the top 3 at the top. Can Aspect, Zuni's, and NPen do it? I mean, what do you think, Reese?
They can. There's actually a bigger difference between 15th and 4th than there is between 3rd and 4th. So that's how far ahead these top 3 players are of everyone else, which shows that anyone can really qualify and take that top 15 slot because it's mainly 3 teams that are running away with it today. However, they still could be really, really dominant if some of these teams start to contest. Bugha, for example, how is that going to go for their early game? Are they then going to be as consistent? Maybe Creo, Bucky, and Canada also get contested. Are they going to be able to be as consistent? Who really knows? I'm very excited to find out.
It's going to be a lot to break down, a lot to unpack. And there in 16th, you see Zayt, Saf, his trio there, right there on the edge. And that's what we do want to focus on, right? It is the top 15 teams that will be pushing onto heats later on. Now, if some people do miss the mark, there's still series points, and there's still 2 weeks of competition to try and catch up. But of course, maybe let's talk about yesterday's performance. Talk about those victory royales for me, Shy Wager.
Indeed. There were a bunch of ones that happened in NA East yesterday, and they're all super, super fast, super, super action-packed.
Right, game 1, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch picked up a huge game of 35 points and took that first lead. But kind of after this, they didn't end up being so consistent all the way through. Just one big game and then some little bit more inconsistent after that.
Yeah, they have a 50-50 drop, so whenever they actually end up winning after there's a team contesting them, they get to see that end game. Didn't ever happen after that. Bizzle, Clicks, and Illis were the ones to actually take control of that next game. They found a zone that was favorable for them. They exploited it so well after that. Clicks was playing really good with his positioning. Illis dropped down to do what Illis does, and that is clutch. Did not drop down on that last shot, but there was absolute trust in Clicks, his position, his distance from height to low ground, and he ended up winning that game with a heal off.
Beautiful bouncer play, actually. Just make sure he goes a little bit deeper in zone so other players can't tag him either. Game 3 was won by Nano, Sebi, and Fernando. They did really, really good jobs hugging to the edge of zone so they can all get eliminations together. They ended up playing this low ground right at the end because they were still close. All 3 of them alive end game. And you can see all the opponents are so far above them that they can just drop them out one by one, picking up elimination. Here they fall, there they go. And great beams on the high ground team. Bugha falls. And I thought the last player also went down to fall damage, but that did not actually happen. Good pump shot, and it gets picked up by the zone.
Yeah, one of the advantages of staying low is, when to drop right now, though. The team that never drops the synergy they have, the calls they make, the shots that they hit. Bucky, Creo, Kanata, all alive in the last game, all dive the same box, and Kanata with a nice 160 pump shot to the dome to wrap up a nice win.
Yeah, game 5 was taken by Jamper, Bugha, and Avery, our most consistent team. This is their only victory royale so far. But Bugha, again, playing high ground, blasting all these opponent players down below into the zone, dropping down for an amazing beam, and picking up that victory royale.
Yeah, Acorn, Jack, and Slacks. If it's a day 1, if it's all about custom type of lobbies or set lobbies, it's all about these guys getting a win at some point, and they did. It was the very last one. It was defensive. It was decisive. Bugha, Jamper, Avery, though, were somewhere alive in that top 5 at the end. So all these guys are going to be active towards these games. It's the top 3 versus the rest of the region. NA East today is very unique and going to be really cool to look at.
Dude, those top 3 teams, though, mad props to them. You got to talk about it, right? Bugha and his trio, they only were outside of the top 10. Actually, I don't think they had any games outside of top 10. Kanata and his trio, they were only out of top 5 in their first game. Like, this is that consistency factor we're going to be keeping an eye on throughout the rest of the competition. Now, let's talk predictions. So, in EU, Reese kind of dominated. That's okay, but now we're going to kind of run things back. Okay, all right. We're going to kick things off with Aussie Antics, who decided to go with Knight, Shark, and AV. Now, how are you guys feeling about this trio today?
When it comes to the X-Set trio, from what I've seen, a very good prediction leading in. If you watch scrims, if you look at everything these guys have been doing to prep for the FNCS, they're very consistent. They play low ground together very efficiently. Unfortunately, they're not going to be at that top 3. I think Monster Deepface has one of those picks, but they are very close and they have a shot if they have the first few good games.
Yeah, right now they're sitting in 14th, so they're on the bubble for now. But again, another 6 games to go. We do have Monster Deface, as you did say, Slacks, Acorn, and Jacques. Right now, this is one of only the 3 teams that have that triple-digit lead on the rest of the lobby. And I mean, they could very well take that number 1 spot, right? They're only 11 points behind Bugha's trio, and really only 5 behind Kanata, Bucky, and Creo. So we can see a lot of things happen. Now, Reese, talk to us about your prediction.
Well, I went in with Clicks, Bizzle, and Illist, newly formed trio last week after all the kind of chaos that was going around with the teams. New teams splitting, other teams coming there. It was pretty incredible. They're currently in 5th place right now. So still a good job. Still doing great. Still great. 76 points all together. So they can 100% still get onto that top 3 and top 1 slot if they really play their hearts out at uncontested sweaty sands.
I mean, Reese, look, I know this is your first time on broadcast. I don't know how much power, if they were to win, you'd be too powerful. We'd have to nerf you in some way, shape, or form. So we'll see if that's what happens. Shy, let's move on over to you.
Yeah, I believe Zexro, Calc, and Mac are in 17th right now. So a day one, consistently staying almost outside the bubble. They were in and out a little bit of the top 15. Got to remember, though, that the reason I picked these guys is because they were the Season X champions. The last time Trios was a main mode in the FNCS. So that was what my pick was based off of. For me, even if they don't get first overall in this week, I guarantee they qualify and hit those grand finals. And if that happens, once again, from what I said in EU, I feel like they're a top tier #1 pick.
That's kind of like, it's interesting because we have to remember they've already played between rounds 1 and 2, and now we're finding ourselves in round number 3, right? And that's going to have its own contained meta per round. And then if you make it to grand finals, that is going to be its own meta as well, right? These guys may be hitting somewhere that's uncontested right now, but that may not be the case in grand finals. And this is kind of what we're always talking back and forth about, and it's going to be pretty heated in grand finals. Now, guys, we're going to be hopping into the Battle Bus here in just a tiny little bit. What do we think? Is NA East going to bring it today? Shy, obviously, you know, the whole thing usually is they're a little slow to start, but when they get going, NA East is just absolute fire.
Yeah, and I think today is going to be absolutely top heavy. It's going to be these 3 teams just taking away everything by storm. If it was a car, the front 2 wheels will be spinning so much faster than the back. It's 4-wheel drive, but, you know, pushed forward. The throttle's there. Random analogy for speed and references. Anyways, I think that's what it's going to be like. I want to see how Starks looks as well off of game number 1 for Booga Jamper Avery. If they somehow continue to get it uncontested, I think that's unprecedented, and they're just going to take everything away by storm.
I agree.
How do you feel about it, Reese?
I agree. That does worry me a little bit. A completely uncontested Stark Industries for a team who's already first. I would definitely consider potentially landing there if I'm a team who is in that contention spot and is very confident on fighting in the early game. If you're a good early team, that might be a play for you to get that great loot and continue on with your early, mid, and late games. Picking up Victory Royale that maybe you wouldn't have got if you didn't able to contest and get this fantastic loot already.
Now, Shy, you were making some faces. Do you agree? Are you trying to say, like, yes or no to this? Contesting on Stark? What do you think?
You know my brutal, honest opinion here, Zeke?
Always.
There was a dog barking in the background, and I was trying to search if it was actually coming through on the feed. But from what Reese says for the top teams, for me personally, I feel like they will have the utmost advantage. It'll be like these guys are rock, and everyone else is forced to choose scissors right now in the first game in terms of where they are on the leaderboard. So I want to see exactly, you know, if they can actually smash down on those scissors, or if these teams get a chance to switch their selection coming into this game. For me, I just feel like it'll be a decisive victory. These 3 teams will still stay at the top.
I mean, they just have that lead, you know. It is so strong. We'll have to see. We're getting ready to hop into our first game of the day. Let's send it over to our casters to say hello. We've got Aussie Antics and Monster D-Face standing by.
All right, thank you so very much, Zeke. Yes, sir. Monster D-Face, Aussie Antics here. We covered day 1. The action was ridiculous. Obviously, Aussie, the leaderboard, the standings. It's been a crazy day of competition already, and we talked a lot about how mentally resetting day 2 means so much for these players.
Yeah, they can go back, they can check the replays, they can see, hey, things weren't working day 1, let's make them work day 2. And you got to remember, yesterday also had semifinals. They played a lot of Fortnite yesterday, so some teams are better at handling that than others, so I'm expecting a bit of a shake-up, but that top 3 is really heavy.
Yeah, and just to kind of extend the conversation a little further into the cast here, a team with first place like Booga, Avery, and Jamper, they have had Starks uncontested for quite some time. They had it in Ninja Battles. They had it in previous tournaments before that, like the Enterprise Gaming Community Cup, where they were contested. They got smashed out completely. But what I want to say is they've had times where it was uncontested and they did not do very well. So the fact that they're doing well now, it could have just been yesterday was their day. Today is a brand new day. Today, game number 1 now for the second half of the competition of round 3 is underway here, Ozzy. So we're going to see if they can maintain that momentum.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, sometimes it's not as easy as people make it out. It's insane loot, but sometimes you still got to have those things click together like they have, but they're definitely clicking today, and I'm looking at the map. It looks like they're uncontested again, so I don't know. We're all saying that maybe like another team on the bubble should kind of contest there, but obviously some teams don't think it's as easy as what we do maybe, so I don't know. This map's looking pretty good for me, Monster.
The map is definitely looking pretty great here. I'm looking at different POIs, and it's looking like a nice spread. Most of those major drop spots were completely uncontested, so not a lot of battling going on here in the early game, at least from what we can tell. Great job from Booga Avery here to set up their early poise here, looking for shots down in the distance. And you can see they have a clear, beautiful line of sight down there. And this is already a new strategy from Booga and crew.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I haven't seen them do this too much. Obviously, Storm Surge is going to be an issue for any team that's uncontested. So, guess just like, even if they got like, 50, 100 damage there, that's just a lot of damage they don't need to get later in the game when it was so free. Big sightlines on top of the builds. There's no retaliation. Even if one of those teams down there still miraculously managed to knock them, they were never going to get the finish. So, yeah, already adapting their playstyle and learning. And maybe it's these things, Monster, that are making them perform better with an uncontested start, where before they were struggling, like you said.
Yeah, and just to give you guys a little, idea of how Storm Surge works and the way the tags actually correlate. Most of the time, that first Storm Surge that pops up around that 70-plus player mark, all it takes is one little bit of damage. So, yes, those tags are very, very much significant in this early game. Looks like they're now looking to beeline over to that vault here. The vault is going to just spit out all kinds of amazing loot. Let's see what these guys are going to walk away with. They already have maxed out shotguns. This is a popular spot to even late rotate for some teams to kind of swing on through and pick up some goodies. So, a lot of different ways Starks affects the map here. And, of course, Booga, Avery, and Jamper are off to a very strong start, just from what we can tell in the wide shot.
Already seeing cars come into so much use here to cover more distance, and that's what a lot of teams are going to have to do. We keep talking about these major mythic POIs, but there's a lot of really good drops on the map that are more of those kind of shamble routes. You have to maybe get in a car, you have to head a little bit further away to get more of the chests, but in trios, it's less likely that an entire team's going to drop there. So if you know how to get there quickly, you can get some decent loot, but when you compare, Booger's inventory to now seeing Leo's, you can kind of see the difference of why we talk so much about these major POIs, but at the same time, there is a lot of consistency from going these shamble routes, and it looks like we got two different teams here, so maybe going to set up for some tags, or maybe I don't think this player behind the tree is his teammate. I don't think that's a teammate, Monster. I'm not sure. Maybe I could be wrong here, but I think this might be an ambush. He's going to farm. He's actually going to farm the tree. Leo reacts so quickly, and it's not quick enough, though. I'm surprised he even reacted fast enough to get the stare up. And I was just talking about these shamble routes, and we talked about preparation, Monster. That is definitely a case of going back, checking the VODs, and seeing how Leo rotates, and then being ready for it.
Yeah, not only that, just what can you actually do rolling up that close? And guys, to give you guys a little idea of where Leo here and his team, Donnie and Sully, were standing on their leaderboards coming out of yesterday. I mean, they're in the 27th place, so definitely at the bottom of the totem pole here, and they're not looking too hot right now. So Pertz is just wrapping things up, taking one, taking two, now looking to follow up, and it's all pretty much said and done here. Pertz is going to get this revive off, and his team's back in action. Vanish Perta, very well played, beautiful ambush.
I'm noticing a bit of a shakeup in the elimination feed though, Monster. I'm seeing Illest and Glaze go head to head, which means I believe we have our Nick A30 team dropping at Sweaty Sands. So looks like someone's going to contest Clicks, and I know Nick A30 and Clicks are quite good friends as well as Ops and Clicks, so I hope there's no love lost there, but that's going to be an interesting fight to see it kind of pan out, because Clicks' team in 5th has been doing that with uncontested Sweaty, so I don't know.
We talk about a fight that's going to break out. This is one that's been going on for 2 days now here. The competition of the round 3. Remember, 6 games unfolded yesterday, most of which Zayt at Dooms here was losing. So Saf, Stretch, and Zayt here were having a struggle of a day, beating off or fending off Taken, Hart, and Durant. All of which now, though, looks a little different here. Zayt's going to find Taken in the early game, okay, with the Siphon as well, but the trade on the Thirst here now, and he's down and out. This Thirst is going to be so significant. Remember, Zayt's going to spew out another 150 mats off the Siphon, not including what he picked up, so there's a lot of loot there to be had off of Zayt's body alone. It looks like Durant's right in the mix of it. His Heart's coming up to back him up.
Yeah, it's going to be Stretch to kind of close this one out. He has definitely the health and shield advantage, and that's what he does. He takes down hard, and it's a 2v1. Stretch swings it in his favor. One of the best solo players of last season, winning so many major tournaments, showing why here, but Saf coming to back him up as well. And this could be a replay of yesterday, Monster. We said they were losing more often than they were winning yesterday. They only made it off spawn one game. That was game number 1, and they won game number 1. So we could have a repeat. Maybe this is one of those teams that comes out firing on all cylinders, but kind of hits the brakes towards the end. But they're a team that you'd expect them to do much better today. No, as Durant takes down Saf, so it's a 1v1 situation. It's going to be Saf, it's going to be Durant versus Stretch, and this is massive right now. This is one of the drops that has so much heat surrounding it on who can win it, and I don't know who has the advantage right now. Durant has that legendary assault rifle, but I believe Stretch did have the better shotgun, but Durant's just going to be hitting the porta potties. He's going to be hitting the bins and just going to keep teleporting around this map to try and get a bit of distance between him and Stretch, and I don't really know who's going to win this one, Monster.
No, I don't even think it's Stretch. I think Stretch was taken out. I'm looking at 3 curses on the map now, so that's a brand new team that rotated nice and late. There's even another one off in the distance there. Yeah, look, it's Zexro, Calculator, and Macwood who've come in so late there. So that little cat and mouse game you saw there was literally Predator versus Prey, and the Prey was Durant who was trying to get away. Lucky for him, though, he grabbed those reboot cards. So it is going to be interesting to see if he can pick back up his teammates and bounce back into this round here. It looks like game 1 goes to Durant, taking in heart. Even though it was from the third party stepping in, they still take it.
Yeah, game 1's definitely going to Calc, Macwood, and Zexro, though, because they got the key card. That was definitely in Stretch's hands, I believe, because it was on Zate, and then it went over to Stretch. So I'm thinking they've got access to the vault now as well, so they're going to get so much loot coming into this one. And Shio's pick's looking pretty good here on day 2. They're in 17th place, but if they get their hands on all of Doom's loot on top of their loot at Craggy, they're going to have a phenomenal performance unless something goes wrong.
And they had it twice yesterday as well. Let's not forget. That was their rotate. They come in nice and late. Here, though, Nate, Ven, and Leo, another fight breaking out. We talk about teams that need to do something big here. Leo and crew definitely need to do that. They didn't have a great day 1. This day 2, looking a little different, though, as Legetian gets bodied by the shotgun shot follow-up right there. That rare pump shotgun is so good in this game right now, especially as a follow-up with the AR. Let's see, though, Ozzy. This is looking close.
He's looking close, and they're coming out with all the mobility. He's going to get some of this loot, try and grab some of the reboot cards. He's going to have plenty of material to play with, and he's also got a legendary charged shotgun, but opting to hold on to that blue pump you talked about. The rare pump has that faster fire rate than the charged shotgun. Some players opting to not use it because the charged shotgun's a little bit clunky. You got to hold down your shots, and if you can't land it, it's a bit hard. But here we go. Let's see what he can do with the rare pump as he tries to fend off 2 opponents. Has the extra meds, has the extra material, but a 1v2, it doesn't really matter how many advantages you have. If you're in a 1v2 situation, it's always going to be tough. Players pushing through, they're trying to get the piece control, kind of get those cones in, and Leo finds an angle, but again, the pressure from that second opponent just seems like it's too much to handle as he's burning through his materials so fast, and he falls, and it's incredibly smart played there by Summer. They play their numbers advantage, they sit back, and they spray, and that team now has 5 eliminations, so it looks like there was 3 trios here, Monster.
Yeah, the leverage all of a sudden swinging into the favor of the other team there. Summer, Typhoon, and losing Legetian, but they will be able to pick them back up and get back into this competition. That's a big swing in points, one of which they needed so bad. Remember, it's about how you do over the course of 2 days. It's not just a one-day performance. So we're looking at a number of teams that were out of the bubble or just on that cusp now today, starting off with monstrous tracks. Guys, 3 to 5 points is massive. That's the difference between 3 to 5 placements, like quite literally. So it spikes you up quite a bit per elim.
Yeah, definitely. And a team that is going to need to get those points is the XZ guys. They were my pick, but they had a lot of struggle yesterday with the game plan of Clix's and Bizzle's team rotating into Holly where they usually rotated, where now, because Clix's team's getting contested at Sweaty, it's those kind of interactions that have that butterfly effect and really change the way the future games run. So the 6 games today for them could be quite different as we see Creo and Kanata, a team that doesn't need to change anything. Whatever they've been doing is working, setting up on this massive mountaintop and such a dominant position to be in the mid game.
Here it is now, just trying to swing around, work this outside, this outskirts here. It's crazy to have such a lead like you mentioned, but more importantly for them to continue to hold that, right? So it's about keeping a low profile here without falling behind on Storm Surge tags. Caught an interesting balance to, play it safe, to say the least. Kanata's trio had 3 games with 30-plus points, leading all regions except for BR. And we know in the BR region,
we know.
It's the wild, wild west right now, man. You have King's Crew with Rusty K and company just running wild out there. Multiple victory royales back to back. I think we talked about 7 out of 8 games already.
I think it's 7 now. Yeah, they had 6 and they just got one, I think, as the broadcast was kicking off. So King's team in Brazil has won 7 of 7 matches. That kind of dominance in a region has never once been seen before. And I have to give a little bit of a moment because I don't know whether Sundown got to kind of like sing his own praises when he was commentating EU. Sundown tweeted a few days ago that he thinks that King, if World Cup happened tomorrow, King would win it. And honestly, people were a little bit shocked. But after his FNCS win and performance, and then now that on top, I don't know. That is insane. I know we're doing NA, but just had to sing some praises there.
Hey, man, when you're one of the best, you got to give the shout-outs and the tip the hat where it's due here, and that's what we're doing right now. But some of the best are still looking to prop themselves up around the map here, and that's going to be Knight, AV, and of course Shark right now, who are kind of hanging out here on the side of the zone, looking to play this little river bend. This river bend's a great spot, right? Beautiful spot to hold players out because it's a cliff lip. So anyone that comes up off the zip line is going to be met with a world of trouble. More importantly, they're paying or playing the role of the toll here for the bridge, not giving it away for free at all. So anyone that wants to cross to the other side of the landmass is going to have to meet their shots. This is just Storm Surge strategy into play.
19 below, not a good spot to be in. So this zone actually is a little bit more favorable for them. They drop on this side of the map. They drop on that kind of southwest section. So rotating to the southeast isn't that hard. But this is when you have a big split like the XSET guys do and you're not contested. You got to get those tags up. So I'm looking for hopefully a good snipe here from Knight. But man, he's just adding Storm Surge tags to Bucky, Creo, and Kanata at the moment. If he can land a snipe up there, that would be big. But it's going to be a hard shot as someone's getting some damage down there. And my eyes are on AV. He has some clinical precision with an assault rifle. So they've 179 above now, as it looks like another team's pushing up towards their base though. We have the BBG, AJ, Rox, and Vix kind of pushing in here, where you don't really want to have to box fire for your Storm Surge. A little bit risky, but at least that means there's a team close, and takes down Durant. Don't know if he'll get the finish or will he? The shot doesn't connect, but that's 110 damage either way.
Massive shot that he needed there. The follow-up was great, and all of it is still in good effort. Interestingly enough, though, for them to stick behind the zone this long, and now they're starting to eat that storm line, that's really not the ideal situation to be in, but all in all, it might have been worth it. We'll see the fire back now as they're trying to bail themselves out. The sniper is great for this kind of situation, but this incoming fire is so bad. They need to move. They can't just stay here and accept this fire. There's 2 teams coming in big time right now. You're seeing even the shots, they're that far off the mountain, Aussie. It is so bad for them. Just look at how it's playing out.
I don't think I've ever seen lobby focus like this before. This looks like at least 4 or 5 full trios, just full AR spraying at this box. And yeah, they built their base on that little kind of factory area to get the high ground for the tags, but unfortunately, it wasn't in zone. So even though they're building out a hard match, that metal and brick, it wasn't fully built. So they got focused. As we now see your boys, Acorn, Jacques, and Slacks trying to make a play here. And I think they were trying to find their way down the mountain as they got sprayed as well. And they're not looking too healthy.
They're below the Storm Surge threshold. So all kinds of issues right now. Looks like the Storm is going to go ahead and finish things off. And finally there, the Storm Surge takes him out and takes him out of the lobby and does Acorn and does Slacks. All of a sudden, everyone is out, and finally Jock falls. Remember, guys, they were in 3rd place coming into the tournament today. A phenomenal day yesterday. The biggest issue sometimes is the Storm Surge. We kind of kicked off the tournament yesterday saying, hey, XSET has a problem with Storm Surge, and, you know, they need to work it into their strategy. But today, that's the first full team we see get dropped by it.
Yep, and if you didn't notice it as well, when you get knocked by Storm Surge, you don't get knocked. You get straight eliminated, so your teammates can't pick you back up, so Storm Surge can be really brutal. In that situation, even if they manage to have one of them survive, it is such a big blow, and yeah, it's difficult to manage. It's the part of the game that most of us don't have to play when we play Fortnite. You don't have Storm Surge in regular arena or public lobbies, so it's just an aspect of the game that you really have to learn, and experience pays off in spades. It's why you don't usually see teams like Zayt, Saf, or Bucky and Creo going down to Storm Surge, because they've just been managing it for so long.
100%. Here's Miro Dan Reverse. Also, players that had a strong setting yesterday. So the team here continuing the narrative, showing you guys how and where these players are looking to continue their dominance. Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K already off to a strong start. 3 eliminations is pretty massive, pretty substantial for the crew right now. Remember, this is another team that has had their moments of greatness, right? They're currently in that top 4 standing. It was quite a difference, though. We saw the difference in 4th, and then to 3rd, and then to 2nd.
Yeah.
Of course, the 1st was a massive gap. So these kind of fights matter a lot. And yes, they're going to find Chaotic with a beautiful strategy. Just throwing that crash pad underneath the base to have him fall down is so clever, especially in these tight kind of nooks and crannies that we're seeing them put themselves in.
And I'm cheering personally myself for Reverse as well here. If you guys haven't seen, Reverse has been having a little bit of, he's been having some talks about maybe getting out of competitive Fortnite as Day gets straight into the box here. Was that off a bounce pad, or he just managed to time that jump perfectly? Just jumped. That was insane. Gets straight in the box. But as I was saying, Reverse, just someone who's been around in competitive Fortnite since the beginning. I'm sure if you watch World Cup, you remember the legendary duo run where he almost qualified with Ninja, qualified for solos, and just such a competitive veteran that is doing so well here in trios. And I feel bad that he's in 4th place, but yeah, it's 40-something points behind 3rd, but they can still have a really big day here today. And Reverse is just one of those players that is just the best at solo clutching for a team. He has one of the biggest clutch factors as TJ now falls, our placement heroes of yesterday falling. So day 2's going a little bit differently to day 1 so far, Monster, but the big names are still in it.
That's what I wanted to say right there. Is like, yes, we're looking at a different roster of players come up, especially now that teams like Acorn, Jack, and Slacks are out of the competition. We're talking about, that's a squad that had upwards of, what was it, averaging over 5th place as far as elimination goes, or placement goes. 4.8 place for average placement. So it's a team that we saw in every single endgame, no longer in the running right now. Just ridiculous to see how quickly the landscape can change game after game. So the second day already setting up to be an interesting one. If it continues to trend like this, our top 15 is going to be a wild lineup. But we can't even put our finger on it just yet because everyone's still fighting hard for their positioning.
This endgame is going to be a wild endgame. This giant mountain is going to cause so many issues as Shark, only 48 above Storm Surge, just getting in, looking for some more Storm Surge, and an easy elimination. Takes down Carey. I say easy, but almost made it look not easy as Shark is now pushing forward, has to solo clutch this one out. And look at this endgame monster. It's just right on top of this mountain. It's just, the mountain is in the middle. If this can do so many crazy things, if this pulls like, let's say, north and then goes back south, I'm expecting this to be one of the most exciting endgames we've seen here out of NA East, because the more ridiculous the zones, the more exciting the end game. It might not be too fun for the players if you don't get on the right side of the zone, but it's always good to watch.
What a crazy fight we're looking at right here. Multiple of solo players all jumping into these boxes here, looking to take one another out. Paps is going to find XS Shark on the rotate there, and he's no longer in the running, but at least he left with some points here to at least give him a little bit of cushion as he's leading up the leaderboards. On the other side, though, smacked Casker and Unknown now, trying to see what they can do with. And Unknown already has 2 eliminations, probably which came from the early game. Ooh. Another knock here, though, onto Summer. That's a beam out the sky. All body shots that connect.
Double knock there, so that's 2 eliminations if he can capitalize. There's only 1 player down there trying to get this revive off, and he's putting the pressure down, and he's looking like a great position zone as well. Managed to harpoon the body out, so he's going to guaranteed get that finish and the loot, but I'm thinking with Unknown's characteristic aggression, I don't think he's going to let this elimination get away. I don't know if he's going to let the revive get off, but again, there are a lot of people live in this lobby, 50 players here at half, so he needs to be careful that people aren't going to be able to kind of, I don't know, pull one over on him as he tries to get this finish on the 2nd elimination.
See, but the problem is, as much as he wants it, he does have to happen, granted. So he wants to get back up to that stronghold positioning. Yeah, there it is. Gets right back at least into the base of the mountain here. You don't want to be down there. Remember, once that next full moving zone, zone number 6, it's going to start getting really awkward if it pushes off or up these mountains. You want to be definitely towards the top end side. Now with those bounces off of that elimination, that's a key elimination for the entire team to have a exit strategy, exit plan if they have to get off a height. So I am definitely kind of excited to see them find this great loadout and this great loot coming into the mid game. That's a massive impact.
Yeah, bounce pads and crash pads. Any perspective we look coming into this end game, you're going to want to be watching for what kind of mobility they have, because there's a very good chance they're going to need to use it. And that's where I'm looking at teams like Booger, Jamper, Avery, who are coming out of Starks, who probably have some shockwaves, kind of loot like that will help them, as Calc, Zexo, and Macwood I can see there as well, having that Dooms loot still in hand, where if this becomes a giant mountain end game, if they have high ground, they're going to be so dominant, as Typhoon, Legidian, and Summer, unfortunately, not looking the greatest here coming into this one. But we've seen teams come back with less, so it'd have to be in a phenomenal performance, but all they need is one impact on someone who's got some stacked loot, and things can change really quickly in trios.
Legedian, someone who's been in so many of these grand final situations, never to quite find massive success though, but these team-based game modes is where he shines the most. There is no surprise to see him here this far, at least in the round 3 settings. Now, it looks like to me that with the 5 eliminations, I don't know if they were quite worth it. Not just yet. Not picking up any heals along the way is a rough one right now, and this zone's going up and over the mountain, so the team that's at the lowest point, which is them right now, have the biggest order to handle here, which is getting up and over this mountain with no heals.
I'm seeing names in the end game we haven't seen too much of. I think, they come out and they take down Mars. Someone who's been having such a hot performance this season, but his team not having a hot performance so far today. They were both out of there, so he was the solo clutch and unfortunately goes down. But again, there's some crash pads. They get another elimination, so they're going to make their way through here. But a massive misplay with the crash pad. He didn't judge the angle that he was on, so when he put the crash pad, it bounced him out, and I don't think he's going to be able to make it, Monster. And he had more bounce pads for his team. Can he get the siphon? No, he can't. Unfortunately, he goes down, and then Typhoon falls here into the storm, and I don't know if Legedian's looking too much better, but 7 eliminations, not a terrible performance, as I see Clicks, Izzle, and Billist on the Bizzle and Illest on the low ground, as it is Day, Miro and Reverse on the high ground, Monster. So our team that is in 4th place, looking to try and jump up over the top of Slacks, Acorn, and Jacques, who have fallen now, as Booger also in a great position with those shockwaves.
Yeah, and they're getting pressured down, so the reason they fell here was those crash pads. High ground, throwing crash pads down, and now it's time to shockwave off this mountain. We saw this happen yesterday, and it did not work out for some of the players that went for this strategy. You eat so much Stormline going off the high ground, but it's a 220 on tonight for every single shot from the Legendary Pump. He's going to connect this time around, and Booga is going to find himself with a massive drop here. Your first place team now in the end game and finding eliminations across. That is ridiculous because they have such a strong lead. One more big game, and we can guarantee they're going to be a top 15 coming out of this.
And Jampa's gone down here, so it's Booger and Avery. We talked a lot yesterday about duo chemistry. Avery and Booger having a fair bit of chemistry, but seeing what they can do here with it now. Shockwaves in hand, they're going through this tarp. They need to be careful. There's so many players here, and unfortunately, Booger can't get that one pump like he did before, and they're going to go down in 9th. Not a terrible game, but a game where other teams can maybe now jump up and overtake them, but a lot of the names in the top aren't here. I don't see Bucky, Creo, Kanata, Monster. I think all top 3 are out.
Definitely, but Clicks and Bizzle are still in this running here. No, Bucky and Creo are still there. Yes, they're still alive. They're in the mid-game, so this is a big opportunity for them to now continue to jump off the standings, and they're going to do that because you have to believe they have a frag or two. Booga and Crew did not get many. Reverse 2K, though, Miro and Day, once again, have so much to handle here. They already have so many eliminations as well. They have 9 here, Ozzy, coming into this final running right now with high ground. They're raining so much fire at every single opportunity that they can. The Bills here down below are just not that strong either, so they're piercing through and finding all the shots to connect.
And they all have shockwaves. Each one of these teams have shockwaves right now. So if anyone tries to take this over them, they're going to be fine here. They can hold the high ground, and this is going to be a massive dominant performance. They need to jump up into that top 3 as all the other teams have fallen, except for Bucky, Creo, Kanata, as they try to close this one out. Now we have 3 teams alive, only 6 players though, so they have the numbers advantage as a full trio as they're spraying through. Shockwave comes out, but leaves them high and dry as they get taken out. Alige falls. A good performance from the Hispanic team in the first game of day 2 as Miro and Reverse and Day are not letting up. This AR assault is just unrelenting. They're spraying down on the entire lobby, and they're just not letting go of fire as Miro going to try and work from top down now to just close out these last few eliminations to finish off a ridiculous performance here. And they handled it. They took the high ground early. They took the mountain. They knew it was going to be a bad zone, and they commanded it. And look at the loadout they finished with. They didn't just win, Monster. They dominated.
Yeah, not only that, 12 eliminations there as well. Your team that was in 4th place, they needed a big game, and they found it there in the running, especially since 1st and 4th place were parked so short. We're going to throw over to the Desto to get that gameplay broken down.
All right, Reverse 2K starting off NAE's quite strong, and like Aussie said, these guys didn't just win, they absolutely dominated. I mean, when you're using shockwave grenades offensively in the end game, I mean, at that point it's like, okay, like, you got it, man. I'll stay off the mountain. I'm sorry.
It's a spot where, like, you literally know that you were winning the game because those are such, like, you know, important utilities to save to be able to be able to take height or get out of a sticky situation. When those opportunities are not there for you, you just have to use them offensively. It's so good. You just feel nice winning games like that. Let's see exactly how that looks, though, for Reverse in this trio in those standings.
That's right, boys. Remember, these are cumulative points. So coming into day number 2, Jamper, Booga, Avery, they are holding strong in that top number 1 spot. Creo, Bucky, Kanata, though, holding strong right behind them. And then we start to see this dip in points, Reese.
Remember what we said before? I think it was a 47-point difference between 3rd and 4th. If I remember correctly, that is now 10 points. That was huge game by Daymiro and Reverse to really catch up, and now you can see how close this is getting. Obviously, there's still a big difference between 1st and 5th, but that was 3 dominant teams, and then a big gap, and then a whole bunch of close. Now it's getting a little bit more spread out, but all, like from the 15, much more reachable for that 1st place slot.
Yeah, shout outs to Unknown, Casker, and Smack for getting on that first page. We saw them here between 6th to 10th the whole day yesterday. Now they're in that top 5. They're also very close to those 3 big titans. Over here, though, Clicks, Illis, and Bizzle fall to 600 points now, so triple digits. They're slightly in contention, too. Sabinino Fernando, we saw Sebi get that win in day number 1, is there, too. Tragics has been holding down 8th. Voil, Skittles, Sway, Ronaldo, these guys have been waiting for their opportunity. Maybe it comes in a future game, Reese, but they're still in the top 15.
They are indeed. And we can see 51 points is currently where 15th is. On EU, I think it was around mid-90 points that it's going to end up on for the qualification to go towards the heats. However, I'm really interested to see how that goes up, if that's going to be different from NA East or not.
Yeah, and then Night Shark and AV, these guys all the way moved up to 17th. Calx, Xro, and Mac are now in that top 15 bubble. I just feel like anyone from 11th down to 20th right now, these guys are going to be in some pressurized seats right now. It's going to be heating up for them, and not heating up in a good way, right? Usually you like it when you're in your car or you're just chilling out and your seat gets heated. Right now they want to stay cool. They want to get past that top 15 mark. They want to get in the top 10. Hopefully it can happen. A lot of teams are making those strides already, Zeke.
And we're seeing this is a little bit different to EU, where it's a little more chaotic, right? Right here, you're seeing a lot of these teams saying, look, yesterday was a different day. Today is a new day. We want to bring that fire. Let's go ahead and touch on these teams that started the day and the top 3 spots.
Yeah, the top 3 titans is what I like to call them of NA East after day 1. It was Bucky, Creo, Konata, who won a game yesterday in nice fashion. We saw it when we started off the show for NA East, but let's get some context as to where they actually start. It's all the way at Slurpee Swamp.
And that's exactly where they land. They're uncontested here. And you can notice they normally split one on the east side, one on the west side, and one up to the north on the gas station there. And then they all ensure that they're using the barrels that are around, so that they just keep all of those heals that they get in their inventory. Don't waste any at all.
Yeah, past that to another team is Booga, Avery, Jamper, who we know is landing at Starks. In the end game, though, they were also using Shockwaves offensively yesterday. They won a nice game. That's why they were in the top 3. And yeah, they were landing with that loot at Starks. Starks split for them is so important, Reese.
They were uncontested every single game yesterday, and they had a dominant performance, like I already said, average placement of 3.5. And today, no one's decided to contest them yet, so they're still completely uncontested landing there.
Yeah, and they're loud and proud about it. I feel like everyone knows. One person, though, or one trio that's low-key is Acorn, Jack, and Slacks. Not really sure exactly where they super land. Here it is, somewhere near the dam, near that Misty Meadows lake, and they split off very hard to get so much loot.
They do. And there's actually the placement between EU and NA East landing at that particular drop spot is an average of 4.5 over all the games that we saw on day 1. How incredible is that? That's such a consistent placement point threshold that we've seen, but unfortunately they didn't actually manage to make it up for it on that day as they went down, well, on that game, sorry, as they went down to Storm Surge in the first time.
Yeah, and then we tune in with Reverse, Miro, and Day. These guys are sitting at 4th. I said it before, you need to win, really, to be in that top 3, to match Booga, to match Creo, to match Acorn, and these guys got it. As Reese mentioned, too, it was like a 40-point difference. Now it's like even lesser than 10, so this is another trio now that gets to be and have that title of a Titan. I'm just wondering who's next, and if these guys can hold on.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that Victory Royale worth the 25 points, that's nothing. Like, that changes everything. You know what I'm talking about? And it's so cool to see Reverse coming in from yesterday being the 4th place team saying, look, guys, it's all good because we're here to play today. With 5 games left, though, the question on everyone's mind is who will make it into top 15? Will the top 3 Titans, as Shy says, be dethroned? I think Reverse and his trio can do it, right? Like, I think there is that possibility. And, you know, we do see this often as teams finding those, like, first game jitters. So, this first game, I like to just give everyone the benefit of the doubt. Hey, look, first game, all good. Let's run it back game 2, and so on, right? Keep your self positive. Work with your trio and try to make it up the leaderboard.
So you're looking for that magic word, Zeke, consistency, right? That's the one you want to see happen between game 1 and 2. That has been the word everyone looks for in these round 3 set lobby types of games. I mean, Reese, how important is that for a team playing in these lobbies?
Incredibly important. We saw day 1, the top 3 teams were all teams who were super consistent. We'd already talked earlier about how good their average placements were for that day, but already we seem to see the cracks start to reveal here. These first top 3 teams didn't make it anywhere into the top 10 in that game, I don't think.
Man, well, the game continues to roll, so let's send back over to our casters to take us into game number 2.
Here you guys have it. Game number 2 is underway, and there it is. The analyst table broke it all down for you guys. Let you all know who is up to keep an eye out on. Of course, that leaderboard is going to be shaking up as the games continue. Take a look at that world map, though, Ozzy, as things are breaking down. New arrows popping up in different kinds of locations. Retail Row now being contested. That's Unknown Casker and Schmack's team. I think P God Elysian Crew were there. They made it both out of that game in the previous run, which is kind of interesting.
It is interesting, and I'm noticing as well, my kind of suspicions of whether Nick A30's team was going sweaty doesn't seem to be happening on spawn, but maybe they're those yellow kind of markers on that far west side of the map and they're pushing in, because they definitely had an early game engagement that I'm not used to seeing Clix's team have. But we're going back over to Doom's Domain where it's all breaking down. Can this team come out on top? Because they really need to walk away with this loot. We've seen what they can do when they get it. They've just got to get their hands on it, and it's such a hard drop to fight. It's such an interesting drop. We talk about all the loot from the Mythics, but I just want to take a second to talk about how interesting these drops are for the mobility and the ways you can play them. You have a vault, which is a giant factor. You often have vehicles at them as well, but you even have those porta potties and those bins, so you can like teleport around. You can get sneaky flanks off if you go to a building they weren't expecting. You can do what Saf is doing right now, and pretty much looks like they're rushing this team. It looks like they've seen that some of them are split. They're pulling off a pinch maneuver. Saf getting in that car and rushing over as soon as he can to try and get this player before the backup arrives. It is Durant and Taken and Hart are all now pinned down, and it looks like Saf, Zayt, and Stretch are just pinning them in and trying to close this one out quickly, Monster.
Yeah, and this time around they have shield to do it as well. Looking a lot different than some of the other drop spot. But if it takes all this shield just to win an early game, I mean, I don't know how much confidence that can be for you. But Saf's going to find some big beams here. He tucks them right in between, and the follow-up comes up as well. Using that, big pistol right there to find that shot. And, oh, baby. Okay, the follow-up as he goes down there. Unfortunately, the Siphon's going to go down to his down body, but still, a big frag for them. All catching one piece.
That's it. They get the full trio, and the thing is, they did it fast. That's what they need. They need to clear this out fast. We haven't seen Calc, Zexo, and Macwood push in to try and... Oh, never mind. As I'm talking about their team, I don't think Calc, Zexo, and Macwood are going to be coming at all, because looks like the first time, I think, in this entire tournament, they're contested at Craggy. It's going to be Crumbler now trying to clutch this one out, and he does. He takes down Macwood. So it's a 1v1 situation, I believe, to see if Crumbler can actually win it out, and I think he does. I think he took down all 3 there, and he gets the revive off. No! So Macwood, Zexo, and Calc have just lost Craggy. They've had Craggy uncontested the last 7 games, and now they finally get contested in day 2 by a team that is very much on the come-up, Monster.
Yeah, Mars OW. This is a long-awaited rivalry between the two. I mean, the smack talk goes well and beyond this tournament this season, and well onto the social medias for them as well. So for Mars OW to finally come up on top, I mean, lately he has been on quite the track. So that's a big, big victory for them, not only here today, but just in the grand scheme of things and the drawn-out war between him and the fight that's been going down at Craggy between Macwood, Zexor, and Calculator.
Yeah, and Mars has kind of been on the come up, and if you don't understand the context of that, Mars obviously won DreamHack recently, had a phenomenal performance, but he's been like a champion of the people, because a lot of what Mars does is he plays Arena. He's first place on the world leaderboard for Arena points, and that's where he started to get some attention, and then won a major tournament, showing that it's not always all about scrims and creative. Sometimes it is about just playing the game and enjoying it. So I'm a fan of Mars. I love what he's done. He's kind of blown up all of a sudden out of nowhere, but it's on the back of a lot of gameplay, a lot of practice, and I think think he's earned it. Some of the plays he pulled out during that dream hack, I mean, the taxi rotate, that was insane. He beat Booger by 5 points by jumping in a taxi to get as many placement points as he could. So I'm happy to see him contesting a major team there, but maybe next game when Cal Kanata are expecting it, it might not go as well. I think he kind of caught him off guard there.
100%. These panning shots are showing you the teams that are in the top 5 right now. You saw a brief glimpse into Reverse 2K, Miro and Day, who were in, just about 4th place coming into the entire competition, possibly still holding that lead right there. Here's Xset's crew, of course. We already know they landed that Fortilla area, the swamps. This is all their location to control, to hold, and loot up by themselves. They take a bullish attempt of splitting up very far and apart because no one lands down here, not a single person to contest with. You can see that the loot does pay off. They do end up finding a fair amount of it as they continue on through. Here's Xset Sharp's perspective to give you guys an idea of how the loot's looking. He's got the harpoon, the big pots as well, the upgraded legendary pump shotgun. Just so strong. Such a dominant loadout right now.
Yeah, again, we're going to have to keep saying it. He's got to get his Storm Surge up. That's it. Like, I'm at the point now. I love this team. They were my pick, and I love seeing them have good loot, but sometimes the good loot's not mattering. They've just got to manage. They've got to get in faster, and I think that's what they're using the boat. I haven't seen them rotate too much in the boat before, so maybe this is a strategy of like, hey, what we're doing isn't working. We're getting all the loot in the world, but we're just not capitalizing on the mid into end game. So it looks like they're trying to get into zone a little bit quicker, so hopefully it pans out a little bit better for them this time.
And they do have to be careful. They're rolling right through that Bucky Creo Kanata territory, right through Jack Acorn Slacks territory. Here's a little highlight, though, of a battle that went down. Here's Avery's perspective, trying to come into back up. Jamper and crew, Booga inside. It's Ved who rotates in with Leo and Nate. And do they win it? Yes, it looks like they are on the winning end of this. Big shots being found. Not too bad, though, but the tags,
this is a rotate-in monster. I think this is contested. I think we're finally getting Stark contested. I think this team's dropped here, and that's why they're over at the hangar just looking at Avery's loot. There's no way they had time to loot. That means they've dropped on him, but they've been taken out. We keep talking about it. Reese mentioned it earlier, whether one of those teams that's a bit lower has their eyes on Stark, but maybe this is why it hasn't happened till now, because they get straight wiped, and not only do they now still have Stark all loot to themselves, they get 3 eliminations on the board and so much Storm Surge. So honestly, that actually helped Champa, Avery, and Booger there, but if you lose one game today, it's going to be a massive downside, so I guess we'll have to see whether they can keep alphaing it up.
Yeah, definitely there. It's going to put them in a favorable position. 3 more points fall into the hands here of Jamper, Booga, and Avery, who were coming in as the first place contestant, coming for the day number 2. You have to appreciate that. You do have to appreciate that. Everyone does give a lot of slack to players like Booga, who have such a strong resume, right? He's done so much, and then when he's on top, it's like you can never win, right? People are always going to give the excuses. It's because he's uncontested. Now he's getting contested, so what can you say when they win the drop spot?
And you can see why they're getting uncontested, right? People don't take into account. There's a reason why some teams are uncontested and others aren't. It's because of that resume. We can sit at home. I've never versed Booger. I don't know. Maybe some people watching have. Maybe you ran into Booger in arena. I'm going to guess how it went. He's not a player that you want to fight. There's a reason why these players with big resumes get uncontested drops. It's because they're very, very scary to fight. And Booger dug his heels into Stark and hasn't left, so he has so much experience there. As you can see, Booger's trio was one of just 3 teams to finish top 10 in all 6 games on day 1. So, yeah, their consistency pays off.
Yeah, definitely. Their average place was over, I think, 3rd place or so, third to 4th place. So, kind of a ridiculous standings in general there. Let's take a look, though. Still using that burst rifle here, the legendary burst, to go ahead and tag shots, tag players rotating on the field here. This is where having this cliff, having the zone favor you, does pay its dividend. Here, though, this is a team we did not cover too much of yesterday. Sebi, Ghost Nanolite, TSM's Fernando. The thing about Sebi is he is one of those players that has honestly traveled the world and played Fortnite on an international level on different stages, and he's always found himself some big moments of success. But yesterday was huge. He had an 8 elimination game pop off, and these guys, they land north of the Stark industry. They land at the lakefront. They have that entire area to themselves. There is so much loot there. I think it's grossly underrated as a drop spot, honestly.
It is, and I feel like it's also grossly underrated because it has very little potential for other people to rotate through, so you have a lot of control on where you are, but then it's kind of hard on where do you go next. But it's a great drop, and this is a team of players who are very much on the come up as well. Nanolight, again, obviously coming third in a solos at DreamHack Anaheim, an insane performance. Fernando being signed to TSM on the back of a similar story to Mars, was playing a lot of Arena, really made a name for himself, grinding out Arena points last season, and then transitioning that into competitive, as we now have your boys Acorn, Jacques, and Slacks in a very contested area right here at the kind of river mouth going up into Stark as AJ and Vix kind of set up and they run into Sebi. So this could turn into a bit of a hot spot right now as everyone's trying to get up on top of Stark, and this is the easiest spot to do it because this is where it dips down and you can walk up. You don't have to build up those massive sheer cliffs.
Yeah, and that's a good reason as to why you saw Nanolight and crew holding out this drop spot right here, because that's where you're going to find all those free tags. So you're watching Storm Surge strategies come into play, but more importantly, it's an ambush tactic, and now it's a funnel for so many different opponents. Tragic Snake and Simple here, another top 10 team, are going to collide with the top 3 team here, and Tragic is going to eat a big shot. That was hidden. They were behind the wall. They step out with the right camera peek, and you can see they were greeted him right there inside the farmhouse, and oh man, what a huge knock, and a huge setback, honestly, for Snake.
Yeah, big elimination, showing they can come back from a poor performance and really reset, because that's what we haven't seen. These top 3 teams have been so dominant. We haven't seen how they play after a game where they didn't do the best, but Acorn, Jacques, and Slacks coming back in a big way, resetting, changing tactics, and getting what is a pretty cheeky but very Battle Royale-esque elimination, just waiting in ambush until a player comes around the corner and hitting the big shot, and now this other team has to disengage, maybe get the reboot card if this team leaves, but I don't think they're giving up the reboot card.
No, yeah, it looks like they're probably just going to go ahead and get on out of there. No other choice here. Clicks, Bismo, and Illis moving their way up the side of the mountain. You can see Zayt, Stretch, and Saf did make it out of Doom's Domain for once. The first time in, what's it, at least 4 games if you count yesterday's run, because they did get shut out pretty substantially in the back half of the tournament. So the one time they got out, they made their way all the way up to 16th place. They took a victory out, picking up massive amounts of points. Finally, now they have their foots back in the Fortnite world. What are they going to do? The question is, if they are going to survive, we can see, can they pick up a lot of points in the process? They're getting tagged heavily here now by what I would assume is the first place team, Booga, Avery, and Jamper, hanging out nearby. No, actually, they're off on the side of the battle, so that's another squad inside.
Oh, and here's a team we haven't had a chance to watch too much that we really wanted to. Nick Air 30, Ops, and then Glace going up against the XF boys right now as the crash pad comes out and looks like they're aggressively pushing. Knight is up on top of this. This team is playing aggressive. I don't know if they're going for the fight or they're trying to go for the positioning. Oh no, they're definitely going for the fight. Never mind. They answer that question very quickly as Shark is full sending it towards Nick Air 30's team right now. And unfortunately, we might see them fall, gets taken out of the sky. And man, this is just full on brutal assault right now. They're walking forward and just charging this team with full confidence.
This is what happens when you find only 2. So the formula is already set, 3v2. They have the advantage, and a team like this, one so coordinated as Shark, AV, and Knight, you know they're going to be looking to get super aggressive here. AV working from the side, Knight's doing the same, and Shark's pressuring from underneath. So all the strategy in play there seems like it's going to work out for them as they're pushing all the way inside now. The ramp booster set up, but the running, okay, so Ops is actually going to get away. He's going to go all the way up top. Looks like another team stepped in to back up here. Who's this here? Actually, it might be the rest of the crew. Ops possibly did. Oh, yeah, so he did have a player alive. For a second, I thought it was just Nick and Ops from... Yeah, it has to be.
I think it might be Glace. Glace is a bit off to the side. I'm pretty sure what happened here, and it was insanely smart. I think AV threw a crash pad that bounced Glace away, and then that was the mark for this team to full sprint onto Ops and Nick Air 30 while they were split. So I think they made that 2v3 equation themselves. So ridiculously smart play here to take out this team, and looks like Glace has to now go on and solo clutch it. And AV, Knight, and Rogue Shark have found their elimination and their tags as Booga, Jamper, and Avery are pushing in, and we now have our first place team getting sprayed out by our second place team.
Here it is, though. Can Creo, Bucky, and Kanata put on the pressure, put the force onto the rest of this lobby here? Whew. Take a look here. When Kanata initiates a fight, he has a success rate of over 78%, the highest in NA. What a scary stat to have under the belt right there. That's one for the resume for sure that you can represent proudly with. What that says, guys, you don't want Kanata knocking on your door, not on his terms.
And that's the thing. A lot of these players get that name for being overly aggressive, but that just shows me smart aggression. Kanata knows when he engages the fight, he's going to win it. He's not just engaging every fight he sees. So that's where a lot of these players get a little bit of flack. Oh, they're just super aggressive. They push anyone and they have good mechanics. It's like, no, they're also really smart on how they push. As we see now, they're not pushing that fight into Booger, Jamper, and Avery, despite the tags they got, because this would lead to a massive third-party situation. They're in the middle of the zone. There's so many eyes on them. As you see, TJ, Rokane, and Voyle sitting right there as well. But it's interesting to see how these players are going to make it now. Who rotates early and who doesn't? Because Booger, Jamper, and Avery really got into that next zone quickly, where now we have two phenomenal teams over here, Illis, Clicks, and Bizzle, as well as Sate, Saf, and Stretch, who really aren't in the best position for this next zone already. They've now got to make this massive rotate. It looks like the taxi is going to be the best option.
Definitely. Now, remember, you can take this off the side of the cliff with no damage if you want to take no fall damage. Wait a second. Okay, so instead they're going to go with the shockwave. This is actually really, really smart, right? It shows that they don't want to give away their position. They don't want to just jump down and show everyone, hey, we're right here, come fire at us. Instead, they're going to come in with a much I guess subtle approach, right? They're going to come flying in, and by subtle, we mean subtle in the Fortnite world, right? Flying across the sky off the cliff and dropping down to base up.
An explosive grenade blasting you out of your bills and landing is actually the subtle approach, funny enough. And it looks like one of them didn't go perfectly, though. I have a feeling it's gone a bit astray for someone. I think usually when you use these shockwaves, if you bump into each other mid-air, someone's trajectory gets stopped. And I think that's what happened, unless this is an entirely different team. But no, it was Haz, an entirely different team, falling down the mountain. And maybe perfect timing from Bizzle there, deciding to initiate that rotate when another team was dropping to, again, have the subtle approach to take the attention off their rotate. Because yeah, as much as the taxi is, it gets a lot of attention. If you're driving a taxi off a giant cliff, you're going to get a lot of eyes on you.
100%. And that's the reason why it makes so much noise, and it's really just a firing target to call least. Talk about Kanata being able to win most fights on his own terms. Looks like Kanata has got his back against the wall here. The pressure coming in. This one not necessarily being in favor of his team, as Chaotic and Paper now have to back up. It all of a sudden had the focus of Rokane's team on the side. Starts to fire in, and that probably saves them for a moment's breath here. Big pot, though. They do have big pots. They have med kits. Okay, they have everything they need to come back. It's going to be all right. But what's more important is getting to this next fourth zone. The fact that shots are coming in, I mean, they're burning through that precious material. You're not going to find much of it anymore moving forward. And what a shot there as they find Chaotic. He was left behind, and Pandoosh is going to collapse onto Paper in the feed. So that's going to wipe them completely out the lobby.
And that's a team that was interesting for me. Haz, Chaotic, and Paper. I was watching them a lot in the warm-ups. They came second in the warm-up week, but man, they looked like one of the most dysfunctional teams I've ever watched. So I was kind of hesitant to see how well they'd go, and unfortunately struggling a little bit this weekend. Definitely need to change something up, but we'll have to see as we get this beautiful panning shot of teams that are in a bit of a better position. And one team I'm noticing having a much better performance today so far, Monster, is our Hispanic team. They really struggled yesterday, and I said they needed to change something up. I think they've almost already got more points in their first game today than all of their games yesterday.
Oh my gosh. Definitely, and Ali's showing just that. Remember, this is your NAS champion right here. He won this with, honestly, against all odds. Another region, he's going to follow up again. He's going to find Ecto too. My gosh. That's going to be his third elimination just this game here. And looking and judging by the side, it's only him and P-God in the run right now. Oh no. Yeah, actually, it's only him and P-God right now in this game here. And like you said, that first game, the previous one, it seems like they W-keyed the entire lobby. They picked up so many different frags. Now it's Elige onto Glaze. Glaze is by himself. Remember, Nick A30 and Ops have already been wiped out of the competition. Artsy is probably forcing the agenda here as he's putting shots in. But the panning shot's going to show us what's going on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it shows how big the day two can be. They had 23 points yesterday in 6 games. They have 24 now, just going into their second game. So they've reassessed, they figured something out, and it's definitely working, as we've got a whole bunch of teams that need to do that with Saf, Zate, and Stretch. I don't think they need to figure something out. Once they leave spawn, they're looking great as Clicks, Bizzle, and Illis in a bit of a box fight right now, which is where Clicks and Illis shine. I'm just gonna have to start combining this team name because
every time you say this
me up too much. Let's just go with Clizzle. This is Clizzle, and they're definitely running through a team right now in the box next to them as they're trying to find even more eliminations. Illis doesn't even have any shield right now, but still confidently holding that purple pump shotgun out, ready to do some damage as it looks like they clear out this low ground when they're in half-half. So this is a situation they need to hold this area down here because they got a very good zone and they don't want to give it up.
Two huge minis there to pop off by Illis. Now to follow up the Chug Splash. That's going to keep him alive and in control of the low ground layer. Remember, half in, half out is sitting right on top of these players. We talked about Mars having a good comeback day today. They have that half in, half out. The question is, what are you going to do with it? They also are up in that middle ground layer. On the other side, Xset in the comfortable position they love to be in. Low ground. Last game, they got nothing for points. It was actually just Shark who was alive at the end here. And now, finally, Knight and Av are here to back them up.
They're on the low ground as well. They've got the shockwaves. So I haven't seen this team actually have shockwaves often. We talk about how good they are on the low ground, but maybe an actual attempt to go for high ground or a bit of a higher layer here, as they really are just comfortable down here in what is builds not even high enough to kind of, they have to duck under the builds, but this is where they play best. As this team now, unfortunately, rotating late, it is P-God. We were singing their praises, but unfortunately, game 2 not going as well as game 1. Still a decent performance, going down 16th, but I'm hoping AV, Rogue Shark, and Knight can really make something of this game and show why I have so much faith in them as a team. When they make it to endgame, they normally perform, as they also get rotating zones now. So they've got everything they need to close this one out.
You can see the 3-2-1 coming in now. The fire rate from another team. This is the second time around now. We're seeing someone like their team right now sit on the outer edge of the storm and just get absolutely targeted. It's not something you see very often, especially being inside a metal base, but for whatever reason, everyone feels like they want a piece of the action here. We haven't seen Storm Surge really trickle on this game, but not that we're not going to see it at all. That doesn't mean that it can't still be a factor. There's 44 players left alive right now, and this moving zone's about to start closing. Here it is. As I talk about it, there goes the ticker. They are 11 below. This is the biggest hurdle for the Xset crew, is finding the tags. 2 eliminations is showing you that it's not enough. You need more. These are important moments right now, as they are pressuring all around. Still, nothing yet, and they're trailing behind. 80 damage below now. 30 seconds remain.
They need to. 13 players are not going to go down here, so they need to find some damage. And this is what Knight and AV are going to try and do on the backside here. When we talk about roles of trios, you're seeing it perfectly here. You have Shark at the front, building the tabs, getting their team in, and then you have AV and Knight just trying to find as many eliminations as they can on the backside, and using that time they've been given by Shark building for them to just eliminate anyone around them, as they're still now in the 8 below, so they're getting some damage in, but it needs to be more. And there it is, 170 onto Rocks. That's one way to get your Storm Surge with a heavy purple pump shot. He's back down there now, though. 2 HP and no Knight falls, so bit of a misplay. He got the elimination he needed, but he goes down, as we now see Clizzle on the high ground now. Clicks, Illist, and Bizzle now raining down damage, and it's not Saf, Satan, Stretch. I don't know what's happened to them. They had Doom's loot, they had everything they needed, but it looks like they weren't able to capitalize.
Yeah, it's already changed hands. Illis actually concluded the elim onto Saf, and you can see Clicks now has the infinite gauntlets up above, and he's putting that big pressure down. So high ground was already taken by Bizzle and Illis here now, and it's theirs, and the mythical loot is theirs as well to do with. You just saw Creo for a second bounce across the bottom portion of the map. Booga and Jamper are still in the game too. Avery as well, so that's a full team. I see Acorn and Slacks. Now it's looking reminiscent to day 1. The same big names coming in here for this second portion now.
We have all top 5 teams. We also have still Reverse, Day, and Mirror. So I think we have every top 5 team still in this right now, trying to push this out. We had a 3v3v3 yesterday with the top 3 teams, which is monumentous. We might have even bigger here today, as they are still taking everyone out. I see Jacques in the feed. I still see Booger in the feed. Clicks now as well. Reverse pushing through. This is about to be such a big game for the leaderboard, because whoever can try and get their footing in this one, maybe get this victory royale, is going to jump up on anyone around them, as they're all playing so consistently. You can't play good Fortnite today. You have to play phenomenal Fortnite, as Reverse goes down, unfortunately, crash padding through all the boxes. He is finally found, as Miro trying to do something here with only 25 shield and 25 health. And no, he drops down and goes down, but Clicks is on top of his throne right now, so high up with so much control.
That's right. He's not going to get touched. Not while he's all the way up there, though. It's Jack, though, who's causing all the havoc down here. And their team's going to have 6 eliminations. You're looking at Slacks and Acorn still alive right now. Chug Splash is going to bounce them right back into the competition. For the high ground team, though, Illist here, rounding out to 8 eliminations, so high ground is paying its way right now. And in the low ground, Jack and Acorn Slack struggling now to just try and stay alive. That pressure coming down, because they're in second height, is so massive that they're working their way down right now. They want to keep getting off of this pressure moment. And now, here comes the shock pads, or the crash pads from up above. It is becoming more and more chaotic, as now the little mountain here is going to spell disaster for everyone.
It is, with those Dooms Mythics just putting so much pressure down, all the splash damage just funneling those teams down and down. You've got Illis now raining crash pads down. They have shockwaves. This is going to be such a small hill that feels like a massive mountain to get up as Jacques falls, Pendush falls, everyone's going down. Haji, Acorn is so far back in this one. Illis working his way down. This is where Illis shines. When he's working his way down, he has the advantage. He will not miss a shot as he takes everyone out of this lobby. Clix is on top. Illis is down there. So is Bizzle. Illis looking to close this one out, and I don't even know if they'll able to get the last elimination, as they have had such a dominant end game, and they close it out. All 3 players alive on full health, full shield, just the most dominance you can possibly have with 13 eliminations. Clix getting 0 of them on the high ground.
13 elimination. We're talking 25 points for the Victory Royale as well. That is one massive game. He had about 30 points to catch up to top 3. A Victory Royale like that, that's what you need to be in the top 3. And of course, done by none other than a big pick there. Clix, Illis, and Bizno. I mean, you call them the Clizzle team, put it all together. They have the synergy there. So we're seeing it happen here, Aussie.
Yeah, we are. We're going to have to see what the analysts think about it. They were Reese's pick, so I have to think maybe is he going to able to get the number 1 on EU and the number 1 on NA pick. They got their hands on the Dooms loot, and they capitalized so strong.
I don't know, Ozzy. We can't. He would become too powerful. He would just become too powerful and walk away. We can't do that. But in all seriousness, seriously, massive congratulations to the trio, Bizzle, Illis, and Clix. Guys, they won a game the exact same way yesterday. You have Clix on the high ground holding it down. Illis, the guy saying, look, whatever happens, I'm going to go rush the other guy. And I'm going to slow that trio down. And with Bizzle there to back him up, it was clinical. They literally just played their own playbook, and it got them the VR. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's that height split that's really the kind of showing factor of this trio. Every endgame you'll see them in, I think it might be one of Bizzle's calls to get Clix all the way up on high. Illis, such a good player when it comes to clutching, taking those final 1v1s. So with Bizzle supporting him, it's a sure 4 win if they're the last there in the top 3.
Indeed, indeed. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. Currently, Jamper, Booga, and Avery locking it down. Creo, Bucky, and Kanata, though, only 10 points behind. They're starting to fall back a little bit. But again, we only have 2 games in the belt, 4 left to go. Slacks, Acorn, Jacques closing in. All right, Reese, give us the download. Talk to me about Clix, Illis, and Bizzle.
They're insane. They're insane. They're great. They took height earlier on in the moving zones using the Dooms loot, and as you can see, Clix was staying up on the ultimate high ground because he had the gauntlets, which meant that any time that they get sprayed out, he can take completely no fall damage. This allows them to ensure that they just get no fall damage at all. If they get shockwaved up, they keep that high ground, and that clearly secured them that Victory Royale.
Yeah, Day, Miro, and Reverse get to have a say in staying in the top 5 just because they also made it somewhat into that end game. Unknown, Casper, and Snack because of Clix's teams win, get knocked down out of the top 5 back into their 6th place slot that they've been holding for so long. Once again, very similar names I'm looking at on this page with Sebi, Voil, Tragics, and Skittles just holding down 7th to 10th. The points are all rising equally at the same time. Although we keep saying consistency is really good, to break out of this, you need to pop off. You need to be even more than consistent.
I think so at this point in the day. For these teams, if they want to place first, they're really going to have to, because the difference between 1st and 6th is almost 70 points. A Victory Royale is 25, so these top teams are really taking it away. You can really see the curve. It's kind of exponential. It starts to ramp up, and really these top teams, it's going to be tough for anyone to catch up. However, that top 15, very, very achievable still. 56 points. Anyone who's below that, anyone you see on screen right now, 16th to 20th, all these people, all it takes is one good game and a couple consistent games, and they're going to be straight in.
Yeah, that's scary too for all these teams because since everyone has a chance, no matter what you do, someone could be doing exactly the same thing with you. Unless you're really getting first, you will never know after a game if what you did was enough to really solidify your spot on the leaderboard.
That is absolutely scary. But listen, we still have 4 games, right? A VR is worth 25 points. Let's just start with that. Even if you get 3 eliminations or even just 1. That's still 26 points on the board. That's still enough to move you up the leaderboard and try and put you in contention range. Now, guys, Reese, I want to give you this opportunity as King of EU to talk about your boys. So tell me about Clix, Illist, and Bizzle.
Well, Bizzle, Illust and Clicks are dropping down in sweaty sands, and you can see them here, uncontested actually. In the first front 9, they managed to get a llama, swinging with that golf club at it absolutely fantastically.
Yeah, not only are these guys one of the best players in total when it comes to Fortnite, but Bizzle enjoys golf, and because of that, we'll show you his gameplay from a different type of commentary perspective for this package.
Indeed, and you can see right here the club he decides to use. I don't remember the name of it because I tried, but caddying his teammates along through that mid-game gets him a long way through the rotates without having to damage any of the other teams at all.
Hey, we might not know the name, but it's definitely not a putter. When Bizzle goes for swings, he swings big. And here he is, Stark Industries, grabbing a lot of loot for his next hole.
Picking up a fantastic little ace here on the opponents, grabbing in yet again, picking up his teammates and going for another caddy, almost running over Clicks at this point, but manages to get out of it perfectly.
Gathers up all the golf balls, all the tees, and then at the end game starts to swing. Here we go. Ooh, there's an eagle. Another nice one, straight on par. Bizzle and Clicks so far up high. Look at the gloves on this man. Look at the control, speed, accuracy. It's just so nice to see. What a nice slice. Good recovery.
Incredible hole-in-one there in the back 9.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Thank you, gentlemen, for your breakdown there. You love to see it. There you go. There you have it. The team coming in the 5th place spot, and Reese's prediction again. Reese, as much as I would be down if they win, it makes you too powerful. It makes you too
I'm
powerful.
sorry.
Listen, you're a smart guy. You got the nail on the head.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah.
Let's talk about that trio in specific and what they need to win to let Reese's pick come true, right? They are still slightly behind. We were talking about the 3 Titans. These guys solidify their spot even more. Reverse was in there. Boogle was like, nah, only 3 people can fit. This is not a top 4 situation. And they made that point gap even higher. So for Clicks, they would need, I would say, maybe another win, maybe 2 if they want to take first.
And I believe they can do that.
That's a pretty substantial gap. You think they can? Okay, well, I mean, obviously you're a little biased, Reese. I mean, they are your prediction after all. No, but I mean, and I kind of touched on it earlier. It's like these guys won this game the same way yesterday, so they just need to put the pieces together. They have it all, just line it up. With that being said, guys, it's time to get into game number 3 here in NA East. So let's kick it back over to our casters.
There you guys have it. The grass is greener on the other side, just like a golf course there. We're going to see if anyone can step it up here. Clicks, Illust, and Bizzle break that 2 victory royales. They got one yesterday, they got one today. So the first to reoccur now coming into the second half. I mean, that's a big statement in its own.
Is a big, big statement. They're coming back in a big way now. They still have Sweaty uncontested. I got my eyes over there at Stark. Are we seeing it contested again? I don't think so. Maybe they scared them off, as we are going to swing in with a really nice, beautiful perspective of where everything starts for Clicks, Bizzle, and Illust. How do they get into such a dominant performance? But they're such a scary team. Look how many houses there are here. We talk about mythic drops, but Sweaty is a big drop. It could almost foster 2 teams at it, but they are such a scary team that no one is going here. When this team first formed, it was the snakening. Basically, so many teams split up and reformed, and when they were dropping Sweaty Sands for that first day in the practice scrims, they had 4 teams on top of them. They were contested by 3 other teams. Now coming into the tournament, nobody. They're that scary.
Yeah, definitely. And just, you know, we did a little breakdown on these guys this morning. Bizzle and crew, they land here specifically. Clicks does take that high ground. 3 wins in NA East and Europe have come from a team landing at the Sweaty Sands, making it the 2nd strongest point of interest. Last season, it was Steamy Stacks, where it was just breeding champions back-to-back. Now it looks like Sweaty Sands is the place to be right now. As the map dynamic changes, so does the geography. Everything does matter. It just kind of correlates with one another. So maybe there's a little bit of secret sauce coming out of the Sweaty Sands. Who knows?
If I can add to that as well, last night we did have the round 2 of OCE, and the team that drops here in OCE, Jinx, Alec, and Worthy, actually won both days, coming out with a total of 256 points. They were 51 points clear of second, which was a team that gets uncontested Lazy Lake in Muzz, Radius, and Speedy. So we're seeing a story in other regions. It's not the mythic drops, it's the uncontested major POIs.
I mean, but take us through this battle. This is one that's been going on day after day now, round after round. It seems like Zayt, Saf, and Stretch are constantly battling this uphill battle.
Yeah, I think we have to drop the golf analogy because this is more like a boxing fight. This is just slug for slug, round for round. Who's going to be able to last out? Who's going to fall first? As Saf getting some solid damage out here now. So it looks like Zayd, Stretch, and Saf having the advantage so far. But unfortunately, Stretch going down, I think. So it looks like Stretch got pinned up there. No, he's not down. He's just incredibly weak as they're looking to try and close this out. And really, really good shots on over to Saf. So right now they do have the numbers advantage, but not really the health or positional advantage. As Zayd needs to try and do something to alleviate some of this pressure. As Taken's pushing in, and honestly, this team has been they've been clowned a little bit on social media. Obviously, Zayd's team having a massive following for their competitive experience, but really, Harden, Taken, and Durant are putting up such a good fight for this POI and really showing their dominance in the early game.
And this is truly a good old-fashioned hold right here from Taken. He's just got that angle on them, and they have a much better spot than Sav, Zayd, and Stretch. You're seeing the strength of high ground. The only way you're going to win this is to isolate them. Taking these 50-50 shots, these exchanges, not the way unless you do it like this. Stretch is going to force him to come down from the big play, but it's not going to be enough. He loses the exchange in the shotgun trade-off, and now Zayd and Sav try to do what they can, and they are going to find one as well. So it's a 2v1 now. All of a sudden, they swing things in their favor. Stretch wasn't thirsted, though, so here comes the backup in the follow-up. Yes, onto Hart. Saf's going to hit every shot, and the clutch factor is there.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think if you're going to have to go up against any duos, Zayd and Saf proven time and time again. They didn't really need much chemistry there. That was all the show of Saf there with a big shot, and they take it down, and that means they won it now. Oh, you're right. Wait, this is normally not... We haven't seen this before, so this means, I'm guessing, if it's Calc, Macwood, and Zexro, it means they weren't contested at Craggy, or they won Craggy quick enough, because I can't see a team contesting them, winning, and then leaving, so this is a clash of titans right now, and I'm guessing from the skins, I believe it is. They're pushing in. It is Calc, Macwood, and Zexro. We haven't seen this before. This team has only really pushed in when Zayd's team loses, showing no bias here. They're pushing in even when they win. They are not scared.
And just like that, Zexro finds the big frag, and Zayd has to back off by himself in the vehicle. But he does have Stretch in there as well, so they're long gone now. One player down. What a way to lose the drop spot now. Once again, just fighting that uphill fight. Here, though, at the Authority, another big battle going on. Ops Nick A30 getting it in right here with Glace against Aspect and Zunies and NPen.
Yeah, they're changing up their strategy. They're trying to find where they want to land because they haven't found any success yet. This is this team's first time in the finals. Surprised a lot of people by making it there, but Aspect, NPen, and Zunies proving why they were so dominant in the semifinals. As I think they're going to be able to close this one out. Players in the cone. All has to do is break the cone, and there it is. They fall. And Nick A30's team, you can't fault them for trying, man. They're trying everything they can to just find a drop spot on this map, and this is why it's so hard.
I mean, even then, they did a great job there getting Aspect down to just one more shot. Zuni's getting exchanged completely out of the lobby, but it's NPen, the glue factor, who's going to find all three and keep his team in the tournament right now. We'll see if they get that res off and see what they can do with the remainder of their games. I mean, yesterday, Aspect and team were doing pretty good. Today, if you look at their cumulative points so far coming into the competition, they're in 13th, so they're still on track. Remember, it's all about top 15 right now.
It's all about top 15. We haven't talked about it too much. We're focusing on that top of the leaderboard because they're really up there being so dominant, but it's about top 15. That is who is going to qualify directly into the heats. Everyone else still needs to worry about their performance, though, because they are going to be able to qualify off series points too. So consistency is everything, not just for consistency at the top, but consistency through and through, as Jamper, Avery, and Booger rotating out of start quickly with no elimination. So they scared off the one team that was brave enough to contest them. They went down instantly and thought, hey, maybe this is why they have the job to themselves.
Yeah, definitely a good call from whoever was contesting them, because feeding them more points is definitely not the way to get yourself into that top 15 here. Jamper, Avery, and Booga, though, are rotating hot into Pleasant Park right now, where, remember, those arrows you see jumping around are probably Zexro, Calculator, and Macwood just hanging out there trying to get their loot on. On the other side of Stark, though, way past the bridge now, outside of Doom's domain, Vix and AJ here have a little bit of high ground, and their third is off in the distance, which is Rocks, looking in to the Salty Springs.
Salty Springs, not a drop we've seen too much focus around. It doesn't have enough loot these days for trios. A bit of a rough one. You can kind of make it work with a big split. I know Rich Homie Quinn's team on NA West did really well yesterday, coming second out of here, so it can work, but usually not one you see too many dominant performances coming out of. So I guess they're kind of setting up here in the middle, but it is a position where a lot of people rotate through and try to look for these tags now as they're going into the end game. And we got to talk about the qualification monster, how it's going to work. So it is top 15 for each week, but we haven't talked too much on the broadcast broadcast the wildcard match. I am so excited for that. A completely new addition to competitive Fortnite where any team has a chance really to qualify into the finals as long as they make it into one of the qualifying weeks. So it's actually pretty huge.
Yeah, definitely. After we go through that funnel of placing everyone into heats, which would be the top 32 teams, there is that one slot up in the air, and that's going to be broadcasted as well. So we'll see with all the pressure on who's going to be able to do something big. But Zayt at Dooms is going to get taken out as they rotates right through Salty Springs. Vix finds every single shot and the knock here. Remember, it's only Stretch that's left right now. They were probably trying to get here to see what they can do for a reboot, and it's not going to be free. Ooh. Not at all, as Vix gets the follow-up as well. My gosh, you have to be so salty if you're Stretch and Zayt, who get deleted out of a vehicle before they can even respond.
Yeah, this is the team that's in 22nd place right now on 40 combined points, so they need a game to jump up into that top 15, and that loot just delivered to them there might be enough to do it, as Bucky, Creo, and Kanata building off that giant base, making their way through, and it's just so interesting how these players played. If you guys have a chance, and after the broadcast, you want to go back and see just the movement of these players, you've got to go into the compete tab, go to the leaderboard, and click on any of the teams and check their replays, because, for example there, why is Bucky, Creo, and Kanata rotating out of Slurpee towards Holly to then go back towards Slurpee? It's the Storm Surge tags, and it's those nuances of the game that are just so fun to watch if you are going to follow this at a competitive level. It's those kind of things that show why this team is so dominant in the top 3.
And that's what causes a lot of frustration as well, because these guys do collide with one another consistently round after round. Just take a look at the highlight videos. You see them happen all the time, and oh my gosh, the beams there. Paper gets deleted. The effect of having no shield right there. Things are going to get complicated for him now, though, as they jump down. They actually try to get the heal off. That was probably a major mistake, because you know Bucky's going to W key on in. And here it is, though. He lets his guard down. Doesn't matter. The Siphon's going to keep him alive for a little bit, but they have the advantage in full right now.
Yeah, it has Paper and Chaotic, a team I was talking about last time, and they're just really struggling to find purchase here in these finals. They did in the warm-ups, but just they can't do what actually matters now when the points are on the line. I'm not sure what they're coming, but I think they're outside that top 15 for qualification right now, or they're right on the bubble, so they need a couple of big games. Yeah, they're in 21st, and losing Paper there is a big, big blow to them as well. That's their big fragger. That's their big mechanical player, and Paper is phenomenal, made a big name for himself as solos, but he's out of here now as we get another look onto the XZ guys. I feel like the Obs team doing me a little bit dirty, getting me to talk again and again about the team that I predicted that is struggling a little bit, but I'm going to keep giving reasons for why they might do well now, and I'm holding on. I'm holding on for hope.
I mean, this is a team we have to watch. They are literally flirting with the bubble line. Like, yes, they're standing inside of it, but they are not on any comfortable foundation by any means. I mean, the points that they have right now, they're on shaky ground. 64 points total. Yep. That cutoff is at 56. That's only a few placements away. That's a couple elims. That's one pop off. So if they are out again, if they give up another round this time around, I mean, they're going to be outside the bubble looking in.
Yep, most definitely, and they need to do something big. Bit of a different rotation here as we're seeing the Fireflies come out and just burning all these trees down. I don't know if this is a deliberate effort by them, maybe to clear out their sidelines. It could have been, because it looks like this is where they want to set up for their Storm Surge. It looks very cinematic, so whether it was deliberate or not looks very cool as we see Ronaldo, Skittles, and Sway, some of the fan favorites here, some people that everyone was cheering for. Ronaldo, having struggled to find a team for a while now, finds it with pretty unlikely people. Skittles, obviously a very, very good competitive player, got unfortunately dropped from Chap's team recently, replaced by Who Fishy, who didn't end up qualifying, so a little bit of a win there for Skittles. Made it with FaZe Sway, a fan favorite creative warrior, some of the best mechanics in the game, but maybe not as much competitive experience.
And listen, I want to give a shout out to Ronaldo right here, Skittles, and of course Sway. They're in the top 10, and they've been doing okay for themselves the last 2 days, like literally staying above the Storm Surge threshold, staying just enough elims, right? Getting just enough placement points. That is so impressive. Skittles, someone who won one of the weeks in the Ninja Battles community event, I mean, that's right there is a big feat in its own, because those games were structured out with massive teams. Like, they were simulations of scrims, like high-end, high-caliber squads, and these are just not easy tournaments to win by any means.
Oh, that's a good big goodie basket as well. They were sitting there in the water. What you saw there was them crouching in the Slurpee Swamp's water, because that generates one shield every second, I believe, as long as you sit in it. So they were getting a lot of health and shield off that, but now they find the extra shield off the big pots. And I was also going to say, a lot of you guys watching this obviously are playing as well, and I know a lot of you sometimes, use the high ping as a reason why for maybe you're not performing so well. Skittles plays on an average of 50 to 60 ping, which a lot of people would consider quite a large disadvantage, but he makes it look easy. Nanolight as well. There's a lot of players. AV, before he had his big blow up, we talk about P-God, Jelty, and Elige. I believe P-God isn't in Peru, where he usually hails from. He's in NA East, but Elige and Jelty are. They're playing from Mexico, and they still are phenomenal. So just a little kind of like one in there for you as well. If you're looking for, again, trying to learn from some of the best, maybe check out how Skittles plays. Go check out his streams when he streams and check out the replays of how he performs on high ping, because he makes it look really easy.
Yeah, I mean, and even players like Reet, right? There's just so many gamers out there, so many players that perform at a ridiculous level that it really has nothing to do with anything else other than skill. And at the end of the day, that's what matters here. Is Ronaldo is proving that as well. He's gonna foul Pertza here with a big follow-up in the beams with the AR, going toe-to-toe, standing out in the open. Aggressive with the stance, though. He's trying to get the save onto Sway. The question is, can he get the save here? Because he is down, and it's not looking very likely the shots are coming in. They know that he's just right there. Quicker little reset here.
They got him back, though.
Okay, yes. He was picked up. Oh my gosh,
Ronaldo
Ronaldo has to clutch here. Can he
Ronaldo
clutch?
might be able to too. Ronaldo's doing well. He's put out some serious damages up against the wall. He doesn't have the edits in here. And no, the player had the edit behind. Such an awkward spot to take a fight. He couldn't put any flats. It was all cones, and he falls there, unfortunately. But looks like Skittles has to solo clutch this one out. Just unlucky there. Gets broken down into a box where he didn't have the walls. There was so little he could do there.
It's a 1 point difference now, but he was picked up. He was saved as well. Skittles being the true savior here. Oh no, actually I thought he was.
No,
I thought Skittles
he got kidnapped. He was not saved.
Yeah,
he was taken deeper and deeper into the lion's den. Unfortunately, they just wanted to secure the loot and get him out of there. Unfortunately, but again, got a few eliminations. And honestly, from when we tuned in, they were looking a bit shaky. They had no spare shield. They were crouching inside Slurpy Swamp's water to get some of the shield back. That's not normally the position you're in where you go on to have a massive game. So not a terrible performance, but like you said, they're inside that top 10, so they're in that bubble right now. They could easily qualify on first week, and how big of a story would that be? FaZe Sway qualifying for Heat on the first time playing together with a new team.
And more importantly, someone like Ronaldo, who's been just looked down upon for being, you know, one of the pillars of the community on a content level. Just gonna flex that one real quick. So we'll see if Ronaldo continues to prove people wrong, because that's what he's trying to do most here, to just earn his respect back as a competitive player. Crumbler, though, someone who's also trying to earn respect, as is Nexy, as is Mars, right? They want that big approval from the outside looking in. Can they get it here today? One more tournament. Will that be enough to finally put some respect on his name? I mean, people look down on players like Furious and Coop as well in the NA East region. How many tournaments do you have to win before they finally accept you on the grand scale? That's the question here.
Yeah, and we've had 2 solo metas back-to-back, so team players, I'm looking at people like Zypher and at people like Ronaldo, who proved themselves in squad FNCS, winning the entire thing, who maybe weren't the greatest solo players, so they've been forgotten in the last couple of seasons. But some players just aren't adept to solos, but they're phenomenal in team game modes. I think of people like Chaps, so I'm really excited for this season to have some of those players get the respect they deserve, and showing that, hey, I might not be the best fragger, I might not be able to just drop 50 eliminations, but I can lead a team insanely well, and that's a very, very valuable skill to have.
100%. Nexy's going to eat a huge snipe, though, as he opens up that window. The firing rate there is going to backfire just a little bit. It's Gush and Crew who are down below. Another team, like we said, on the bubble. Chaotic's going to actually pull back his teammate here. Or was that? No, it was Noble. Noble Pamstro's down body for a second. I was like, wait, was that Haas? But no, it was Pamstro there. Things catch up for us. Pulls the body in, grabs all the loot here now, and that's a massive, massive impact for him. Remember, as a 2-man team, they need to stay as capped out as possible as this zone's going to get closer and closer. Lucky for them, they're in a nice, thick, wooded section of this area in the middle of Zone 4, so likelihood of getting the next zone is pretty much up there and guaranteed. That is all that's going to matter now, as Zone 5 is going to be Prussian sometime soon here.
And that's one of the big disadvantages when your players go down. Yeah, you may have the firepower go down, but also your overall material cap goes down by potentially 1,500. So you've really got to make the most of the materials you get, and that's what happened there. They get the refresh, they use the extra materials they have to kind of build out a little bit there, and Haz gets another elimination. So this duo doing incredibly well here so far. Now, 2 eliminations. This is 2 of their 3 points here today, now found as a duo in this area, and it just shows how ridiculous these teams are at getting damage done. They are still below Storm Surge with 2 eliminations on the board.
Definitely here now. Take a look at players that are still in. I see Calc Zexero off in the distance. Smack Tasker and Unknown. But no, Unknown's going to fall. This is huge because they were up there in 6th place. 20-point difference between them and 7th, but Still, you do not want to lose your players this late into the game, especially since Smack has no HP either. So this is a rough one. Smack, though, is putting on that counter defense. He's putting on the pressure to keep them off of them from being pounced onto. Unknown is finally going to get saved now as Casker manages to pull off a miraculous pickup here. And now the Bandage Bazooka has to be used. Will he be able to pick them back up and keep them healthy? I'm not sure, because they have to run through the storm line now. Yes, they do get in just a little bit here, and the zone's pulling back to the left-hand side of the map.
I'm looking at the material monster. 6 builds total for Casca. That's not even enough to build a fully reinforced 1x1. So he's getting dropped down here, and there it is. Casca gets taken out. He gets dropped down. We see Smacked on your left and Unknown on the top. They're a little bit split from them, so unfortunately nothing they can really do there to help Casca. They've got to play it out as a duo, and they're not looking too much better.
No, definitely not. 42 builds for Unknown Army. He's down to the last little bit here, the last third of his mats. 3 crash pads, but if there's anyone that can find an impact, a big frag, aggressively, fearlessly, it's Unknown Army with the little HP that he does have. He does have that power shotgun, and they do have an impulse here. One good impulse away would be enough to keep them in this game right now. This is what's going to literally determine the rest they're running right now, if they can stay in top 6. Here now, Owen and Threats on the roof. Listen, they picked up 5 elims already in this game here. This is a team that absolutely needs it. Flopper's going to be the bounce back, though. Hold up. He's in a tight situation right now. Yo, he goes down.
That switched up very, very quickly. I was about to start talking about how they're 17th. They're on the bubble. Can they do it? And before I even get it out, unfortunately, he falls. And it can be that quickly as they go down, as the XSET guys are really nearby, who I just saw them take down, I think, 2 of the Hispanic team, unfortunately. So again, 2 teams I'm cheering for colliding. But we have Zexro, Calc, and Macwood up on the high ground in such a really nice brick 3x1 bases. There's so many players beneath them trying to get into this next zone right now. Shots coming out, and they've got that Doom's Mythic. I'm waiting for Macwood just to pick a target and just unleash. It's why it is such a dominant weapon. It applies so much pressure. If you try to build up just like that, they're going to start pushing you down, and there's not much you can do to hold on to it.
Definitely. Anyone on second height is going to be seeing the pressure coming in hot right now. The zone is nice and tight as well, so things are going to get interesting here. Tragic's going to fall in the feed. That's a huge one for Tabs G and Lazar P there. But Macwood's the one who's got the power in his hand. It's up to them right now. They even have the gauntlets. Okay, so that rotate is going to pay off for them. Just going in nice and late into Doom's domain. Finding Saf was all that they needed. It's kind of insane how that works out for them, because Zate ran away with the mystical bomb, so it means that team that was inside of the Salty Springs earlier that had the mystical loot somehow still ends up back in Calc and Zexro's hands here. It's just like going full circle for this trio.
It's going full circle for them indeed. They've still got 1 shockwave to try and make the next push. 4 limbs, they're doing well. 22 points on the board. I feel like Shio made such a strong pick with his team, and they've been making it to endgame. I feel like they fall short just around that kind of 15 team mark. Let's see if they can do something different here as they're on the high ground, trying to see what they can do as they push towards it and get to the front side, building up nice and high and just dropping down anyone that kind of looks at them and anyone who goes anywhere near them. Can they have the repeat of Clicks, Bizzle, and Illis when they finally get their hands on this loot?
And as it stands right now, they're in the top 15 just barely, and that's calculating in the 4 elims that they picked up in this game. So this is a game that means so much to them. This is the difference between being on the bubble for the rest of the tournament and finally breaking in and giving yourself a little bit of room, a little bit of comfort. But it's going to be on the backs of their blood, sweat, and tears right now, because they need a lot of frags in order to do so. The infinite gauntlets into Calc's hands is huge. The crash pads as well. They have the mobility. You're watching it all unfold. Just take a look at the gauntlets. Can be so beneficial there, just boosting his way up as well. They're holding this high ground greatly right now.
And I think XSET just took down the entire leading team. Booger, Jamper, and Avery. I think I just saw all 3 fall, or at least 2. I don't think I saw Jamper, so he has to do something big here as XSET puts themselves massively up on the leaderboard. Slack's in the feed as well. Calc now pushing forward. He's got 2 big pots, but he's really down on health. And I said it. I cursed this team. I said they always seem to have something go wrong around the 15 team mark, right when they start getting those big placements. And unfortunately, it's exactly what just happened.
Yeah, Jack is still in this game. Xset still in this game. Bizzle still in this game as well. Bucky, Creo, Kanata still in this game too. So many huge names. High ground, though, is going to be taken by Zuni's, Aspect, and NPEG as the very, very beautifully timed shockwaves come out. And I mean, it was not for nothing. They traded a lot of Storm Zone in order to do so. So high ground is now there. On the other side, though, Knight is just cooking right now with the 5 eliminations, looking for anyone. The pressure here, the tunnel, no one is safe. These are great shots being put down on both perspectives.
And this is the time, this is why I picked Xset team. I want to see them destroy people like they do with
That was
Creo.
on
This
the
is where they're
Creo.
best. The scrappy low and mid ground fights is what they need. They've just taken down this game. They've taken down 2 of the team from top 1 and now 1 of the players from team 2. So they are performing so well and shaking up the leaderboard in a big way as they make their way through this mid and low ground. They've got all these old tarps. They have to get back into them as you have the picture of difference aspect on the high ground, full control, no builds around them, just having full sightlines to just rain down so much pressure from above. As Knight gets another elimination. He has 8 on the board, I think. He has 8 eliminations to himself alone. This is such a big game, and this is why I picked this team. They dominate on the low ground. Knight is walking through everybody. He's not even trying to build off to the side. He hasn't picked up any of the materials. He is just going forward, and does not matter who is in front of him.
That's right. They are in charge of the tombs, in charge of the crypts here. Knight gets another one now. That's going to be 13 eliminations for the crew down on the low ground. A big one to follow up here. Massive, massive games. They are looking to shake up the standings. So are Demon, Aspect here, Zuni's, and Npen, because they're racking up elims left and right. 11 eliminations for the high ground team. The pressure's coming in, and as good as Knight is in the low ground, it wasn't enough to hold him out.
That's a big game from them. They may not have got the win, but they got so many eliminations in second. But it is Zuni's, Npen, and Aspect who had such a big performance in semifinals, and they now managed to come back in the finals. Their first really massive game to just take over. We'll have to see if the analysts think they can keep that pressure going forward.
You know, Ozzy, this is the question, and this is the question we'll probably continue to ask as the competition goes on. When this type of thing happens, a trio shows up, finds a victory royale. Shy, is that enough momentum to push them into top 15? Sometimes, maybe. Other times, maybe not.
They kind of need a shot in the net and one, right? The victory royale at this moment in day number 2, you need a little bit more after that, a little bit more consistency and more equivalent pop-offs. So I want to see Aspect on high ground again. If it was number 1 though, Zeke, I would agree with you. It would be enough. But let's see exactly where these teams look at in the standings, where Aspect's team actually shapes out after that win and all those eliminations. Maybe it was huge for them.
Let's take a look together. Coming in, we still have Jamper, Booga, and Avery. Now, guys, again, we see Creo, Bucky, and Kanata. They were that 10 points behind. Now they're 7, so trying to reclose that gap. Slacks, Acorn, Jock. The top 3 hasn't really changed. And we've got Reese's prediction here, Clicks, Illis, and Bizzle. And now reverse to K, Miro, and Day. After their first game victory royale, they're holding down 5th. I think what we need to do is take a look at the next set, because this is kind of where we're going to start to see the rest. There they are, right there, Aspect, Zuni's, and Npen in 8th after that win.
We're indeed looking at the next set, and I'm actually looking at X set. Knight, Shark, and AV coming in at 9th right now. They had a huge game that last game. Low ground just consistently slaying out. They do a really, really good job of staying to the dead side of low ground, where they're just keeping away from as many players as possible, looking out those walls, getting into the box fights, and picking up huge amount of eliminations.
Yeah, right there, back-to-back in 10th place. Though we see Sebi actually trickle down more so than before, which is unfortunate, but we'll see if we can get him all the way back up. Still, remember, it is the top 15 you need to be able to hit after these 2 days. Right now, Sway, Ronaldo, and Skittles are holding that spot with 69 points.
69 is the number to beat. Right now, again, we already said before that it was in the mid-90s on EU, so that looks like it's currently going in roughly the same trajectory as well. Skittles, Sway, and Ronaldo just on that threshold right now. And as we said, right there also Calc, Zex, and Macwood just go over that 15 point as well.
Yeah, if any of these teams get like even a single win, they get 25 extra placement points, plus that guaranteed eliminations they will get because they are winning. They can boost themselves up so far in the ranks, break 100 points. We'll see what happens. We mentioned it last game, Zeke. It is still anyone's game from that top 20 to top, 10 of staying in there and making sure they qualify for those East that will be coming up in a few weeks.
That's right, man. We still have 3 games left to go. Anything can happen. And anything, of course, usually does. Let's take a look at some of the break down how this last team got themselves the VR.
Yeah, the operating word for Aspect, Zuni's, and Npen is dynamic. The way they all just stood together, shot down, but then actually split apart to make sure the tarp was actually solidified. Aspect actually went down to get some mats and shockwaved up. What a clutch decision to make. And then past that, they just kept raining down shots on everyone in this game.
Ooh, what a beam. Beaming! Oh, that's Calc out of the sky that actually knocks. And if we noticed back from the previous game, Calc was the one who had the mythic Dooms loot. And you can see the harpoon going down there from either Zuni's or Enpen. And he managed to actually grab up the Dooms loot from that. They took the height by using the shockwaves early on, and they've just dominated so far. But if you notice one thing, zero materials on aspect so far, and he's sticking right to the edge of moving zones, which is where he's going to be getting the best angles to spray on the opponents below, giving him as many eliminations as possible.
Yeah, and then he actually went down, as mentioned before, and then came back up with that pocket shockwave. No offensive utility there. Right there was defense. And then after that, raining down with the Doom Gauntlet, switching over to the AR, actually, you know, conditioning, I think it was Shark there at the very end, to expect maybe, you know, slow down big shots from the mythic item, but instead just picking up speed, using the AR afterwards. It was very confusing for everyone on low ground. We saw it, though. It was pretty simple. These guys dominated.
Height wins out yet again, boys. We're seeing this be the case for so many of these games. I mean, that's got to be the key factor, right? We cannot let teams get above us on the high ground. If they do, they're going to be in a really strong position to close out that game. Now, Fortnite fam, we are getting ready to go to a break. When we return, more action at the FNCS. Now. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS. We are halfway through the competition here in NA East, and we only have 3 games left to go before we figure out which 15 teams will be pushed on to heats. That being said, guys, we're ready to hop back into the games. We don't want to keep you guys waiting any longer than you have to. So what we're going to do now is go ahead and send it back over to our casters to get us into this next game on the day. We've got Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics to take us in with 3 games left. Which teams will find themselves in the top 15? Well, we don't have to wait too much longer. Let's head on in.
Exactly. We do not have to wait much longer. This game's already underway, and you can see 15 players have been dropped here. It's Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics on the horn today, delivering all the action. This is a fun team right here. Aspect, Zuni's, N-Pen switching things up. Remember, they were dropping at the Authority. They found, what was it, Nick A30 Gleason Ops last game, but all of a sudden, mixing it up. Coming outside of Stark Industries, could it be they landed on the team that was there?
I don't know. Yeah, we missed the start, so we'll have to come back and check if we can later, but I can't see, yeah, an Authority rotate coming up here when the zone is in the opposite direction. I know moving out of zone for Storm Surge tags, but I can't see them going too far, and they have eliminations on the board, so we'll have to see what we missed there. And I'm also imagining what's going on over at Dooms as well, but such an exciting day so far, Monster. And the leaderboard, it's changed up a lot. We had 3 Titans at the top, and that's spread really close. There's, what, only like 18 points now-ish between 3rd and 4th compared to the 40 we started today with. It's getting a lot closer.
100%, and this is your team right here, Acorn, Jack, and Slacks. The team to look out for. They were on quite the tear last round there. I mean, and so was the Exet crew. My gosh, the Kings of the Crypt is what I'm going to name them from here on out. They are just the kings of that low ground, man. They do it every single time. These pop-off clips get better and better as we continue to watch them unfold. Acorn and Jack in that same boat, right? They don't struggle in those final moments. They find their ways all the time.
They're very similar teams. You and me picked very, very similar teams, having uncontested drops that aren't major POIs, but played smart. If they manage their surge and they get to endgame, they are insanely dominant. And like I said, it's that ripple effect. Yesterday, we saw the biggest thorn in Xzet's side was Clix, Bizzle, and Illust, and they've changed up their rotate, and that's not happening now. And that's why this 12-game format is going to be such a big deal coming into grand finals, because things can change so very quickly. But man, qualifying in the first week, getting top 15, having that pressure off is going to be so big for so many of these teams. When we have teams like Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, who we know have been tumultuous, and they've been contested. If they can get it in the first week, that pressure drops as now we tune back in with them over at Doom's Domain, and it's looking like a stalemate, I have to imagine, if they're still in Storm.
You know Zayt's going to stay here all the way just to hold out the Volt. They'll do this. Literally. And on the other side, it seems like that's possibly what the enemies are doing as well. Probably camping the Volt there. You see Stretch and Saf just off in the distance, those nameplates down below, and a team jumping off and all around on the other side. So yeah, it looks like this is a drawn-out fight. Zayt went to the castle, got some material, and now is looking for the flank. They have done this dirty play time and time again, but I don't think the crew down in here is ready for it. Heart and Taken. Look how close Zayt's gotten. Oh no, he was spotted out.
He's spotted out, and the big hits come through, and now Zayt's on the back foot, has to try and hold this one off. I don't think he can really run here. He doesn't have the build for this, but...
What?
Wait, didn't see him. Hello? We saw hide and seek yesterday, and we're seeing it again today. Beautiful hide and seek from Zayt. They can't see him, but what can he do now? He's coming up, he's closer. He has to see him now. He does, but Zayt pulls it off, and that's the kind of nerves of steel you need. Unfortunately, he falls, but he does delay it a little bit. But man, the nerves of steel to hide there, but Heart is between Stretch and Saf, so they can't get to him. And again, this is a situation of if I can't have it, you can't have it. So I think, honestly, they're going to just dig in now. Saf and Stretch are going to dig their heels and not give up this Vault or this loot easily.
Yeah, the problem there, though, Zayt drops so much white heals, man. The med kit, the bandages, the lettuce, the extra cabbage, right? And now they have to run here. But listen, Heart and crew, they have the mystical loot, which means they got the key card as well, so the Vault is now theirs. Here's Smacked Cascarin Unknown. A little bit of a highlight here onto Jelty, one of the Hispanic legends here, just trying to do their best to stay alive. And yeah, you best believe the big snipe's going to be coming in. Here it is on the moving target. Oh, the body shot as well. Just like that.
And that was the whole team.
Yeah, he catches all 3.
He's out. P-God, Elysian, Jelty fall here now. He has 3 eliminations, so I have to think Smack just did a 1v3, took them all out of the game. And yeah, when you see the replay and you see the sniper in hand, we kind of know what's coming. It did happen right at the start of the game. And oh man, I really want to see this Hispanic team find a drop and just get themselves into it, because like we talk about with Acorn's team and AV's team, they're really good when they make it endgame. They're just struggling to get there.
And look at this, Sav still playing super cheeky, trying to wait till the last moment here to even pop the med kit. That's something that's risky, but it might pay off here. Sniper in hand, might find a body shot. No, it's not going to connect. Now it's time to heal, though. They're just playing a full-on hold fest here against Taken, Hart, and Durant. And you know what? They're all for it. They're like, hey, what's up? You guys want to do this? We're going to take this battle. We're bringing it to you, actually. Impost has come out because they have that Volt loot now. Saf doesn't stand a chance here as he gets cracked. But wait a second. I spoke too soon.
Ooh,
Big follow-up.
Mechanics?
Oh, my
okay.
gosh. He's just better. Saf has clutched up twice today now and making it a good 2v2. It's balanced.
And I see a purple pump on the floor. And if you don't know, Saf for a while there would name himself the God Pump. He is very good at landing those shots. You just saw the beautiful piece control, and Edis takes him down. Equals it into a 2v2. Stretch now versus Hart. So Saf goes down. Unfortunately, Durant put up a good effort, and now it's on Stretch. The clutch up big, and Stretch can do this. It is possible, but it's going to be insanely difficult as he drops back in, gets a big shot onto Hart, and he falls, and he goes down. Durant and Hart are able to win it. But again, Saf getting that knock, getting that finish, and that elimination is really going to slow this team down when they don't need anything to be slowed down. They are so far from zone, but we've seen worse. The amount of times that I've seen Benji, Fishy, Leshy, and Savage on EU have these late storm pushes go into the vault and get all the white meds, the bandages, the med kits. But maybe does Zate's team hide the keycard? I don't know what's going on with the keycard. That's one thing we haven't seen yet, Monster.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty awkward, but they already had the key card. They had the mystical bomb coming in, so they definitely looted the vault. I think that's where the shockwaves came from. What I wanted to say, though, was
so
Zate was tweeting out 3-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Zate was tweeting out 3-0, so not anymore. That makes it 3-1 now. And this is what happened yesterday. It was the back half of the tournament where they did not find the success. So we might see a repeat performance from yesterday. Let's hope not, but hey, the gloating is definitely backfiring now.
And it's a 12-round tournament. This isn't 6 rounds. When you're a team like Zate who has that ability to walk away and then win the game, in a 6-round format, you can rely on that. 1 or 2 good games might be enough to get top 15. But right now, you're trying to do it in a 12-round format, so you're going up against teams who are maybe only getting 4 or 5 points a game. But when you're doing that across 12 games, that's going to equal more than just 2 pop-off wins usually. So we'll have to see how they go, because they were going into this game on 19.
Little lobby focus coming in, though. Rodeo and Reese here finding some good shots to line up Avery, Jamper, and Booga. And then on the other side, a team we did not get to see the names on that Booga's sniping at is also firing in here. Lots of pressure. No time to be here, though, because the zone is pushing further and further west. Everyone's going to have to go out and make a rotate here. Going north is going to be a dangerous position. That's further and further from the dead zone. You want to go south here and hopefully play that way. But Booga's going to find a nice little edit here with Jamper onto Ecto. Great follow-up, too. This is going to be a nice impact. Well, that pressure, not for nothing now, because now they get the refresher. Rodeo walks into another shot as well. Jamper, my gosh. Slow down.
This has to be a Storm Surge fight. This team is just rushing into the walls against the team in first place. It's not what you want to do, but that's the last-ditch effort. They're backed against the wall. The storm is coming, and it does consume anything in its path. And Booga, Jamper, and Avery take down that team. And that was the duo chemistry of Booga and Jamper. That first player that pushed up on the wall, Booga hit the edit in the shot at the exact same time Jamper did. The player was deer in the headlights and went down, and they defend themselves, and now they get a bit of that matte refresh from all the materials they burnt through in the lobby focus. So that was really big for them.
Here's a fighter we haven't seen too much of today, not just yet. Not on the winning side, at least, against Casker and Smack. Casker and Smack are up still right now, I believe. And yes, they're putting the pressure down. This is Unknown's team. Don't forget the pickaxe for a little bit of disrespect. A little salt on top of the steak there. And that's it. Burned them, seasoned them, and got them out of there.
And that's the funniest part about this team. If you watch Smacked, Casca, and Unknown, you watch them stream through Unknown's perspective, they're pretty chill. They don't talk a whole bunch, and they get the kind of impression for a lot of people they don't care. They very much care about competitive Fortnite. They just communicate in a different way to a lot of teams, because you can see there, that was a 1v1 with both teammates down into a charged shotgun. He still went for the pickaxe. That's not something you do if you don't care and want to make a statement.
Let's think about that for a second. They're in 6th place now. 3 points, of course, is going to bump them up with a little bit more comfort, but hey, there's only a few rounds left here in the tournament. I mean, I think they're safe for top 15, but fizzling out now is not the way. You still need one big game if you're up there right now in that triple-digit mark. to consider it solidified, to consider it done and qualified.
Yeah, you've really got to jump up there and get that extra little boost at the top. And there's going to be a lot of consistency points given out here as well. So if you fall in that 16th place and you might feel, oh man, we just didn't qualify, with consistency, you'll definitely get in off that. And you kind of have that pressure to keep performing. So I want to see again in future weeks, we have a different format, 12 rounds, 2 days and 3 weeks. So it's going to be interesting to see how teams change it up. If you qualify now, do you keep going your drop and just make sure that you're alphaing it up and proving why no one should go there? Or maybe if you're one of those teams at a contested drop and you're going into this final game on, 12th or 13th, do you change the drop? Do you try and do something different at the very end? I know Shire was never a big fan of that, but I've seen some good performances in duos, at least, of teams changing their tactic at the very last minute just to get 1 or 2 more good games in. Like, that's where Stark might be a little bit funny. As we tune in now with Clix, Bizzle, and Illust, as Clix and Bizzle are now tied at 15th all time in NA East FNCS wins. Jeez.
That's right. So you can just see that, you put this powerhouse together. Listen, Bizzle's a decorated player. You put him up there. I mean, coupled with Clicks now, they're just padding up the stats here. Illis is such a great fit to the mold here with this team. He really rounds out the synergy here. Another just aggressive and honestly accurate, right? Deadly box fighter. He's good in PvP. You can see every time we tune in, he's got frags on the board.
Yep. And that's the thing. If you're tuning in, you didn't watch maybe too much this season, you haven't been following Illis too much, the player that I could liken him to best is probably Scoped. It's a very similar situation. Player who has insane mechanics, getting picked up by a top-tier team and really just proving himself to be one of the best players in NA East right now, and getting picked up with Clix and Bizzle, who we just talked about had such good chemistry. When watching this team, when Clix was streaming the semi-finals, it was so good to see them all doing so well, but having so much fun doing it. This team gets along really, really well, and after seeing Clix kind of get down on himself recently in the last couple of months, really struggling a bit competitively, it's so good to see this team come together and, yeah, doing really well for themselves. In 4th place, less than 20 points behind 3rd. They're closing the gap.
Yeah, definitely. And that was a major elim there as well. You saw Cloud just hanging out nearby, trying to hide out. Haas chaotic in paper, though. Haas, I think, just found himself a little elim there. Possibly. I could have swore I saw the feed pop up, but either way, they do have the best position, I'd say, in the lobby right now because they're fully situated up in metal. A little bit of that mid ground here, and no matter which way the zone pulls, it's not going to hold them out that far. Even if it's a max distance draw, remember, they have that little bit of that center piece here for the map and a bit of that height. So I'm sure that they'll be able to make a great rotate. Storm Surge happening here, though. One player is getting zapped right now. One team, potentially, honestly.
Yeah, that's definitely a bit of risk there because it is. When it's in trios, it's only one player above the 50 mark, but the whole trio will be taking damage until one of them falls. So we'll have to see. And you were talking about there with the positioning with zones, and that's what's so interesting to see in trios. It's so important to get the zones right now because even if you're, let's say, like, I don't know, 10, 15 meters, 20 feet away from zone, that's an easy run. But we've seen what happens today when you try to run and build a fresh base of even metal or brick, it can get sprayed out so quickly. So positioning is key for these teams right now. As you see, Bucky, Creo, and Kanata pretty far from center, but on a nice dead side. What we would call this, what me and Monster talk about, we love looking at this stuff. They're on the side of zone where you can see on the minimap in the bottom right, perfect representation. No one is near them at all. So even though they didn't get zone, this run in is going to be so much easier than all those teams on that north to northeast section who are on congested side, where they have at least 10, 15 teams directly on top of them.
Definitely. Now, though, Kanita, doing a little mix of here. Kanata, Bucky, and Creo.
I can't talk. Come on.
Hey, we got Clizzo and Kanita here. We're just gonna start making up new nicknames for the teams. But either way, they're trying to get their groove on. They make it to half in. Okay, so they got a nice, easy rotate. Went around that outside. They put in the resources that they had to, and I like that. I like that they committed the resource. A lot of teams take a aggressive approach, a really risky one, right? They'll try and do it for free. They instead was like, nah, let's play a little more passively. We're gonna build. We're not gonna risk it. And they all make it in completely inside the zone, and now they have half in, half out. They have a little bit of that high ground. Listen, I did a big VOD review of all the days from yesterday, and you notice whoever had high ground coming into half in, half out, obviously they're going to have a lot of success, but they were walking away with these victories, with Kanata, Bucky, and Creo being in so much good shape. I mean, you have to assume that this game is looking very, very great for them right now.
Yeah, investing those materials into half-half has been shown to be one of the main factors when it comes into winning the games and having those big pop-off performances. You have shockwaves in the game right now, but with so much mobility to stop fall damage with crash pads and bounce pads and even the mythics to an extent, you can have that ultimate high ground like we saw Clix do last time. So getting high ground early is actually quite easy to hold in the current meta because there's a lot of ways to save that fall damage. So we're going to see if they can pull it off here. It's a bit of luck with the zones, but even if you build up for that high ground in half and then the next rotating zone pulls the opposite, you can use the mobility you have like shockwaves, like bounces, like crash pads to go from one height to the next height. So definitely worth pointing out is Day Miro in reverse. Obviously, I don't know, maybe checking out the VODs monster are just in tune with that too, as they're trying to put their position on high ground as they get the rotating zone, and now they have all the advantages in this lobby.
And you're noticing that the team across, which is Bucky, Kira, and Kanata, they're building outwards. So they're trying to set something up here. They're trying to find a way to open up the playing field so they can get a free rotate and not necessarily be all cramped up on top of Reverse 2K, Mira, and Day. Both of which are very much fighting for the same spots here. They want that top dog slot by the time this tournament is concluding. Big players are trying to make the rotate here. Gush is going to go in and get beamed out the sky. Here's the perspective from Reverse 2K. Finds every single one there. He's actually scrambling. I think he's trying to pick up the loot. Potentially, yes, there goes the rest of the team. They're following up beautifully now. Yes, they're jumping down. They want this gear. They want this follow-up, this impact, this refresher. Can they get it, though? Yeah, Miro didn't have an idea where the body was. Reverse 2K is the one who's going to go ahead and lead the push now. Ooh,
oh,
beautiful
gosh,
angle.
The angles
my
this
gosh.
team is finding. Yeah, they're finding beautiful angles through here on the mid ground. I was going to say, this is big for Reverse. Day and Miro, but it's also big. They've joined a new org, Team New Age, so they're really expecting to have a big performance here. It's very rare that orgs are able to sign entire trios to their roster to try and pull something off. As Day goes down here, Miro comes up, the 80 tag jumps through, takes down TJ. Bit of payback on the VSB boys, takes him down. As they're going to have to keep pushing through this one. As I'm looking at the feed and I'm seeing some big names still in it. Smack still up there as well. And they're back together. Day gets revived. They have the splashes and they have shields, but not a lot of meds as Clix is Bizzle and Illis Clizzle on the low ground. Paper there as well though, so Paper and Haas and Chaotic looking to jump up, and they need to have a big performance to break in that top 15.
Yeah, and Clix actually just booked it on Clix. So Clix is by himself. He's off in the distance. Illa's trying to make his own rotate through the zone here. Nico's going to put a bouncer down as well, trying to stay alive. He's just a one-man army, though. Only a single elimination. Playing the medkit here. That's a good timed medkit, too, but he's going to have to commit now as the zone's going to go overhead. So losing the lead on that one. Let's see how it's going to play out. Here's the 100 health. It's going to go right into that health pocket now. He's got plenty of time on the rotate. Harpoon in tow as well. He's still chilling here. He needs all these points. These are teams that are on the bubble, guys. Haji, the newest signing to TNA. Pandusha on the other side. They are counting on Nico right now to literally clutch up so that they can qualify through to be a top 15 team. Nico's doing a great job of running, though.
We're talking about the bubble teams, the big teams in this too. I saw Kanata and Avery both get eliminations back to back as Nico finds one to Haas. If he can get this finish here, he does. That's Paper. That's two of a full trio. He dips before he takes down Chaotic, but with rotating zones, I think he's going to get that double finish, but he needs to survive until it comes out. Nico having such an insane solo performance right now. I know that skin. I know who that is. That is AV on the other side of that wall. I saw the Tony Stark with the double sword back bling. Oh, and he takes down Chaotic. That's the full trio wipe. Nico just took down the entire trio. Chaotic, the last member he needed to take down. He was coming for a bit of revenge, but like we said, there are some literal sharks on this low ground. We do have AV, Shark, and Knight down here somewhere as Nico doesn't care. He's pushing forward. He's trying to find what he can out of this game now. 4 eliminations on the board. Only 20 builds left. He's opting to hold this low ground, but he's getting in such a good position as he takes down Voil. Nico, what are you doing? This is such a good solo performance. 5 eliminations. Big pot of minis. Jamba, Avery, Boogie on the high ground. Probably going to win the game, but Nico clutching up so many points on the low.
And he's doing it with a blue pump shotgun. A rare shotgun is all he has here. Another one's going to fall now. It's Miro as he concludes that one as well. Follows up really quick. 6 eliminations so far. Harpoon's still keeping him alive. And the Siphon's going to keep him in this running too. Remember, he does have material now. Trying to do something massive. He's already done so much. Can he find another one? It'd be ridiculous to ask for more. But we need it because you need to qualify. And yes, he finds a big body shot. One more is all it's going to take. And no, it's not. And the game is going to close there with Booga, Avery, and Jamper with the final eliminations.
And that's when you know, when you have a full trio on high ground that is in first place and we're showing someone on low ground just dropping elimination after elimination, you know they are popping off in such a big way. Big performance and a big shake-up on the leaderboard, but not for first place. They get another win. So we'll have to see if the analysts can break it down for us.
Hey, man, but before we get there, though, we get to sit on our faces for 2 more seconds and just absorb it, because that was quite the end game there. My gosh, Nico just pulled something off that we have not seen. Listen, the FN competitive Twitter's been going crazy with the shout-outs. I hope we go and throw that one. Tag that man. Check him out, because that was ridiculous. Let's see what the analysts have to say about this. We have so much more insight here on the FNCS Grand Stage table. What a game number 4 that was. We're going to go ahead and toss it over now. Break it down for us, boys.
Yo, Nico, my goodness. That was the run of runs. That was so sick. Now, granted, on the other side, Bugha and Avery were prepared for it. But had they not been, Nico potentially could have made that play, right? Just constantly moving box to box on the low ground, saying, look, I also got to applaud him being able to just remain calm. Because if that's me, I'm freaking out. I turn right, there's a wall, I'm like, that's it. The Storm, just take me now. Just take me now, Storm. It's over.
I guarantee after that play, he was 100% freaking out, because that was actually insane. I've never seen Nico that active. Where does it put his trio, though, Zeke? How far can they rise up? Remember, Bugha won the game, 216 points on top.
My goodness. We're now breaking the 200 mark. I mean, again, it's just more of the same than what we're seeing, right? The top 5 haven't changed. They're just slowly pushing themselves higher and higher in the point total. I mean, Reese, you know, Bizzle's still up there. He's still in 4th. He can still do it.
He can still do it indeed. He's been, even if not, this is a great performance in 4th. And a lot of these teams, you can see there's quite a big difference now between 1st and 5th. I think those first 2 slots, maybe, just gonna say solidified. But that 3rd place team of Slacks, Acorn, and Jack may be able to do it, but they have seen a little bit less consistent today.
I'm down to lock it in. I'm down to say solidified. I might be also down to say it for this page, because it hasn't changed too much. From Sebi all the way to Unknown at 6th. These guys have all just been neck in neck trying to pass each other, but it's not possible. They're all always in that end game. You heard Aussie say it. Xset was dominating low ground right there and surviving till the end. The placement is still there for them. 91 points for 10th, though. Past that, look at the drop down. 6 points of a difference between 10th and 11. With Sunny, Owen, and Threats going up, this page is ever-changing, Reese. We keep seeing people dipping from 11th to 20th up and around the ranks.
We saw them dipping, we saw them coming back up, and we just watched Nico's incredible pop-off there, and that actually claimed him a spot and his trio of Haji and Pandush up to the 15th. So now, because of that huge endgame pop-off that they had, they are actually in qualification range. That's crazy. What a clutch. 2 games left. I guarantee that's going on Twitter.
100%. Look at the trios they knocked down. Zextro, Calc, Macwit to 16th. Joji, Knifer, Tabs G to 17th. AJ2 is now not as close to the top 15, and that is the mark all these trios want to hit.
And you got to think about it, too, especially with 2 games left to go. To pull off something like that and say, okay, look, we're now inside the bubble. We're not safe. You got to think they're gassing each other up, right? They're thinking, hey, look, Nico, that was incredible. We just got to run it back 2 more games. Let's hit it hard. We can do this.
And that's just their trio, right? Nico had the spotlight, but let me just put in a few more bulbs, because in that game, there were so many people that ended up popping off on low ground. Let's do it with Kanata. The same time Nico's getting so many eliminations, he's also box to box with a very threatening trio. Xset, 1 member goes down, another full max pump onto Threats. It was insane, and he did not stop there. He got 2 more, I think, before his run ended.
And Kanata, a well-known, very, very impressive boxfire, ended up getting 4 eliminations endgame to get 6 total, coming second. Now we hop over to the TNA TRIO of Miro, Reverse, and Day. And Miro himself has another huge pop-off. He's got that legendary pump. You can just see 150, misses that shot, but continually hits these massive, massive shots. This is just complete chaos in the endgame, and he's still managing to set up these right-hand peaks through the window. Huge 200 on Bucky.
My goodness, there's so many people. Nico, Miro, Kanata, and then Bugha ended up winning out that game. Last shot, 5 HP, almost had it. If he had one more second, that Siphon would have came in too. It was so close. Avery though, Bugha and Jamper, these guys in first place. Look at why and how. They have Starks, they have power, aim, and the right decisions, actually pinching down from 3 different angles onto low ground. I don't care who you are, you cannot survive that pressure.
The confidence, just say, you know what, guys, just go. Everyone down on the low ground, get them from every single angle. We got this. We want the victory royale. It is absolutely incredible. And now that's, I mean, it's leading to the point thresholds we're seeing, right? Everyone's just kind of, like you guys are saying, cementing their point values and be like, well, guess I'm first place. I mean, I am a world champion. You can't forget about that. Now, guys, we do have 2 games left to go. When we're looking at the top, let's say 5, probably pretty solid. Let's talk about the teams on 15 and on the outside. Have they done enough? Have they worked as hard as possible? Have they set themselves up for a potential strike? Or do you think it may not be going their way today?
I think that they have stricken multiple times, if that is a word, and it's just back and forth blows for every team from 11th to 20th. What about you, Reese? Agree, disagree?
I agree, and Stricken, fantastic song. But what I will say straight up is the fact that anyone in that 16th to 20th, even below that, still has the potential to catch up. 1 victory royale, 25 points. They're going to get into that qualification range. 2 games left, so they're going to have to play it clutch. Obviously, these teams down below in this point have not been being that consistent so far, but we'll see if they can do it.
How are they going to win, though, Reese, with these absolute warlords in the top 5 who aren't moving, right? Like, I agree with you, they can, but it's so hard.
Well, anyone can win, and I'm sure they can do it. I believe any team, if they get set up in the right place, with the right pinch, the right angles, the right loot, pick the right fight, I'm sure they can do it.
I mean, we watched Nico do that, right? Like, he just, in the worst circumstance, by himself, having to just, like, at that point, your team's probably thinking, it's over. And Nico's like, it's never over. Watch this, you know? But, guys, it is time to keep the ball rolling. We got game number 5. So let's send it back over to our casters.
And just like that, game number 5 is about to be on the way. You get to see a little brief glimpse at Sebi, Nanolite, and Fernando here that do have control of the lake. Of course, we're breezing our way towards that Stark Industries drop where Bugha, Jamper, and Avery still managed to have it uncontested, leading the entire push coming into this final game. It's Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics here. We've been delivering the action. My gosh, what a game 4 that was. Game 5, I'm sure it is going to be nothing short of the spectacular.
Spectacular it would be, and well done by the analysts as well. We were hyping up Nico, but man, Kanata went ham on the low ground. It's so great to be able to go back and bring those people into the spotlight. How many people we get to highlight, but what I'm noticing here from the map that I want to highlight, on that northwest section of the map, there was 1 team there all day. There are now 3. So that's where I'm looking at teams maybe like Nick Air 30s who've been trying new drop spots, maybe trying to get a split up there, because that's 3 teams when usually there's 1. So I don't know. A lot of people obviously went back into replays, maybe thought that's their drop spot, and unfortunately someone else had the same idea.
Also, just look at this. This is your team right here. Nico, after that run, puts him up to 15th place. He literally put the team into qualification pacing, I should call it, right? Because it's all about pacing yourself. I mean, I called it. I was like, listen, it sucks to ask him to do more, but like, you got to do more, Nico, in those final moments, right? Like, because this team was depending on it, and I'm sure they were rooting for him. What a great game here. And this is their drop spot. They have the Misty Meadows way south here, all to themselves. At least this half of it. You can tell that does it look like it's going to be a little bit of an engagement here. Here's another team that's on the bubble, though. Vix, Rocks, and AJ. And that's over in the Salty.
They're a favorite of mine, though. Nico's a fan favorite of mine. The way they play, if you ever get a chance to watch them, Haji and Nico both stream a lot. They are super entertaining, and they play scrims and tournaments as if it's just playing on games on the weekend with your friend. It is genuinely so entertaining to watch, and I'm sure they were having so much fun cheering Nico on through that one, as we do tune into Vix, Rox, and AJ, who need to have one of those big games, and which of these potentially is going to be the player that can clutch up for their team and get those placement points. As you can see them showing up on the right now, that is your point format, going from 17th to fourth. Every place will get you 1 point. Third gets you 16 total. Second gets you 20 total. And the Victory Royale is 25. And that's what they're going to need. 5 points is going to be such a big difference when it comes to today's leaderboard. I'll put the money on it now. That 15th place will go down to less than 5 points for sure between 15th and 16th. It's really tight in the middle.
I mean, as it stands right now, if that's the case, it's tied in the middle for 15th. Like, literally tied right now. 63 points or 74 points is what's going to hold 15th and 16th collectively. Calc, Macwood, and Zexro are right on that line. Somehow, someway. We've seen so much of them this weekend. But for whatever odd reason, that endgame has just not been gelling very well. They're not finding all the success that they normally would have in the past. Hold up, though. Talking about successes and failures. Saf, what are you doing way outside the Doom's domain here? Caught on the rotate out. So that's already an indicator that Zay and crew are not doing well. Possibly that right there could be the question mark or the crossing out of their qualification here, because they're slowly falling behind big time.
And it's Fortnite is such a complex game, and it's very hard to limit down what's going wrong, but we're seeing such a definitive trend here, Monster. But like you pointed out, of them starting strong, Saf, State, and Stretch starting really strong at Doom's Domain, same as yesterday, and then falling off towards the end of the tournament, whether it's a mental battle, whether they're just maybe a bit more nonchalant about it. There's something going on there where they definitely start to let things slip towards the tail end of these 6 matches.
Definitely, and we just talked about the team on the bubble. Here's Calc, Zexro, and Macwood. They've done some impressive stuff today, man. Like, just land on Doom's Domain and find success, or just, you know, find their way through the mid-game and still coming full circle on some loot. Look, this is continuing to be their strategy here. Just swinging on over, trying to find anything that shows an indication of a fight still going on. And if they see that, they're coming right in for the action. They need these points. This game is so, so important. A crucial one for them indeed. Here, though, now, you're just taking a look at this nice wide shot. Zexro looking to lead the push here. He is in front. He's giving out the pings here, letting them know. All right, there is a team here. Okay, so they're diving down now. They're getting aggressive again.
This is going to be a fight. And I was going to say that the adding of Stark Industries into the map helped this team so much. Craggy was a good drop, but adding that rift, as you just saw, gives them so much potential to rotate, to set up fights like this, just to get further across the map. Because if you're ever dropping an edge POI, that's your biggest disadvantage, is how you're going to get in. With that giant rift, you can get really far, as we now know someone who is not in there right now. We have Liquid Stretch all the way out here in the car. We now know what was going on there. Saf disengaged. Looks like Stretch disengaged as well. He's driving away towards Lighthouse and the island, so I don't know what's going on here. He's just trying to hold on right now. He's got the sniper in hand, so he might be able to pick up something that's a little bit cheeky. I think there's still a rift up there in the distance. I can't quite tell, but now we know what happened there.
Definitely. All in all, though, Stretch, you see the points there. That's the points that they've gained today as a trio. Only 11 out of the 2 days of game formats. Just it's kind of, you know, depressing to see the points just not really tallying up. And then yesterday, the only big points that they really pulled through was that game number 1, that big Victory Royale with all the massive eliminations. So all in all, rough. And even when they're escaping out of the drop spot, they're not doing much with it. This time around, obviously, being pushed out means that they lose the drop the second time now. Same as yesterday. A little bit of deja vu here. On the other side,
we're going to have to see whether all it's going to take, maybe if Hearts team don't qualify 1 week, they get uncontested, you'd have to put so much money on them qualifying off of that. But Sunny, Threats and Owen in a drop area that I wouldn't think would be that strong, but 50 points on the board, having a really strong day here today.
Absolutely. Such a big day, such a comeback day for some. And that's the thing about these two-day formats. This is what I love most about it, honestly, is because one day, in my opinion, it's just not enough. It's not enough to really determine the skill set of a trio, skill set of a player at all. Give them more games, give them more opportunities so we can see a better average score of what they can do over the course of a competition. 12 games is a great way to kind of lay that one out.
Yeah, see how they can figure out their strategies as well. It rewards consistency more, but even then, a lot of people were saying that the excitement's not there. The excitement is very much there. Coming into these final games, the leaderboard is still incredibly tight at the top, and because it is so close, because there's so many games to kind of flesh out that consistency, you need to have more than just one big game, but it still can come down to just a Victory Royale worth not. There's only 15 points between Jampo, Booger, Avery, and then Bucky, Creo, and Kanata, and they've been around that point today, so if we see Bucky go down in the mid game, if we see Booger go down in the mid game, their team fall, it is very, very possible. As we see Joji trying to get as many tags as they can, as this team using a lot of wood, having the passengers build those giant walls to block off the car. Might look like a waste of builds, but when they're going into the woods where they can refarm all of that, not taking that damage is going to be big for them.
Definitely, and they're going to get away too. You can see it there. Joji, Tabs, and Knifer, they do play just outside of the Sweaty Sands. They split that kind of coastal area where the agency house is and all that, a little bit of the modern house in the outskirts. We saw them in some weird spots yesterday outside of Holly Hedges getting dropped. We saw Clicks jump on top of Knifer at one point just outside of Sweaty. Not today, though. Definitely not today. Clicks, Illest, and Bizzle haven't found them in their warpath yet. We'll see if it's enough for them to just stay alive, because they're also on the door of qualification. They're at 17th place, 73 points total cumulative. So just, 3 or 4 points off a track for top 15.
Big base here as well. Good positioning, and they're not in zone, but set it up nicely. They've still got decent material on all of them, decent loot. So I want to know if they actually dropped here at Lazy Lake and kind of held their own. I mean, if I've got players like Face Sway in my team, I'm feeling confident to hold down a drop spot with the mechanics, and it's going to be the decision-making here. Ronaldo leading the team for the next rotate, and I'd love to kind of get a fly in and hear their comms. We obviously can't, but I want to see who is making most decisions in this team. You have Ronaldo, who again is a decorated competitive player when it comes to team modes, but again, you have Skittles, like you said, one ninja battles. So I want to see who's kind of leading this team, or whether it's a collaborative effort. I have to assume it's at least probably not FaZe Sway, who's usually just being brought along with massive firepower to back them up. As we talk about big firepower back on Team Clizzle on top of the gas station here, and looks like Clicks is standing out and getting some solid shots.
Yeah, and just to touch a little bit on Ronaldo and what they've done today. They've been on a downwards trend. They came in at top 10. Now they're slowly just, trickling their way down, literally bleeding out here in the competition, down to the 14th place. So they are on the bubble as well. These next two games are so big for them. They had a great day yesterday. Today, not so much, but still, they're earning some points. It's not like they haven't put anything up on the board. It's just nothing impressive, or as impressive as they did yesterday.
Yeah, 2 points clearing them from 15th, so they've really got to make something big happen, and that is Haji, Nico, and Pandos, who had a big game, though, so they're not seeing the same consistency. So whether Nico can do something big again, or as a team, it's those bubble marks that are really big. One win is enough. If you're getting 25 points, that right now, 25 points is going to jump you from 20th to almost top 10. So it is a big margin if you can get one good game in there. As we now see a rotate, we're not used to seeing too much from the XZ guys, all in the car going through Lazy Lake, and they're having a big upward spiral today. They're in 3rd place on today's leaderboard, so they're having a really good day 2 after a struggling day 1, defending a little bit why I put them up there, as you can talk about Acorn and Jacques Monster and why you picked them.
Hey man, I picked them for good reason, but not for this one. Take a look at that. Acorn and Jack have a higher chance of getting better placement when they don't pull the zone. What kind of weird statistic? What kind of weird statistic, right? Just showing that, hey, when it's time to move, stick and move and get to it. I mean, maybe that brain stimulation, they just make better decisions, quite literally. That's a thing.
I think it might be that first game where they all went down to Storm Surge because they got zoned, right? And they didn't find any opponents because they set up early. They didn't have to move around anyone, and they maybe just got a little bit relaxed on Storm Surge, and we saw the entire trio get wiped. And when their average placement was 5th, that statistic is going to get skewed massively by that one game. So I think it's just they got zoned, they got complacent, and when they have to move, they find their opponents, and they find their tags.
100% though. Here's Night Shark and AV trying to find the tags. We know that they desperately need 100 above. Make that more now though, as they find Slacks, and the down body's gonna get hit too. That is a massive propel on up. Slacks now being dropped out of that team means that Jack and Acorn are left to fend for themselves, and maybe not even that, right? Because the pressure from the lobby was real for a second, so you have to think someone's looking to capitalize. Skittles and Swayro now, they're getting close. I'm kind of sad we pulled away from the shot there, but who knows what's going to happen there.
I think they're set up in the middle. They should be okay, unless Ronaldo and Skittles' team really needs some Storm Surge. But again, it was my pick versus your pick, and they're coming back big today. Yours came back big yesterday, and it adds a bit of spice to it. I like this. It's making every time we watch them, I feel like I'm like proud mama bear, like, go, get the kill. Try and take him out and see what I can do. So we'll have to see as AJ now built up here, trying to get some damage out. Has the Flopper and the Slurpfish. Might have to use them, though. They're getting a lot of lobby focus, and I can't fully see why this is happening. I don't think he moved too much. He just built a couple of 1x1s, but sometimes that's enough to draw a lot of attention from the lobby.
And so is Storm Surge, because that's still a thing here too. 10 players have to drop, which means multiple teams are being focused right now. Crash pads are coming in from up above as well. This is the focus from the lobby. AJ gets dived onto. This is a bubble squad. Rox, Vixen, AJ, they cannot afford to fall. No, they're not going to fall. Not just yet. Hungry's going to fall here instead. Big shots from AJ to follow up now. What is he going to do? They're going to huddle back together. Quick little splash to heal as well. Remember, that down body there means that there is Siphon waiting on the other side of the wall. They can't let that get away.
They're going to have to try and get and try and capitalize onto it if they can. They've got a really weak team, and I think that's Storm Surge. I'm seeing Paris get hit by something that isn't bullets, so I think it must be the damage, and he does. He goes down there on the edge of their walls, and that's going to be a little bit of a refresh. Even if they didn't have that many materials, that's still 150. That's big to happen on your wall, and you have those different strategies. If someone's on your wall, if they're knocking on the door and Storm Surge is ticking, do you get out and try and eliminate them, or do you just wait until they're going to inevitably fall and just take their loot?
Yeah, it is one of those things, decisions. Every single one does matter. It's the butterfly effect, we like to call it. They do lead to others. But take a look at this. Haji, man. We talked about whether or not they were going to be able to have back-to-back runs. Haji in the second half. Nico, Pandouche, really putting up now. Remember, 15th place, 2 more elims. Get them one step closer to what Clicks, Sway, and Crew would have been right there. So, all of a sudden, like we said before, they are not safe. Anyone within that 10th to 15th bracket are not safe point-wise. You need to continue to get more as everyone is edging up.
And it's such an interesting position. Normally you see the teams on the top side of the bridge take out the metal and really just farm that one out. He's on the bottom side, and it's a great way to do it because that's an indestructible roof. There is no way he can really be shot under here. So refarming out the material, and they're on the edge of zone, so I have to think they won't get it. But if they can manage to get zone here, this is really, really big. But unfortunately, the next rotate, they do have a team we're used to seeing Unknown Army up on the hill ready to try and get some tags and put some pressure on them as they leave. But if they manage to get zone here, it would be massive for this team.
Absolutely, and like you said, that's their home territory for Unknown Army, Casker, and Smack. They landed that retail row, mountainous area. They always go up there to hold it out and Storm Surge tag it out. So with the zone being here, this is reminiscent of, again, another tournament we saw. This is what we saw within the Ninja Battle. So clear indication that if they get that, they're going to do well. Demon Aspect, though, is going to jump on in, and he's going to find Typhoon here. That's one down for the crew. And a follow-up as well onto Legend Ian, wiping them completely out of the lobby now. Npen and Zunis don't have any frags, but that's okay. You don't need elims when Aspect's cleaning up house down on the low ground.
Cleaning up house indeed, getting extra points on the board, pushing them forward. You and me were talking about it yesterday a little bit. Such a dominant performance in semis, and so great to see players that have been around for quite a while but haven't had those massive decorated performance. Most likely at this point sitting in top 10, probably going to qualify if they keep this consistency up in week 1. So really excited to see what this team can do with as they push forward. As Zexro, Calc, and Macwood, the complete opposite, incredibly decorated players that right now are outside the bubble and struggling.
Yeah, it's always going to be a mix-up here any given day of Fortnite, but this competition is a 2-day of Fortnite, so there really is no excuse. It's all about consistency. And Macwood, Calc, and Zexro need to do more. A single elimination, though, is going to mean a lot. It's going to hold a lot of weight and value right now. Every elim is so detrimental to how this is all going to play out. Remember, we're looking at Game 5, guys. It's the second to last opportunity now. All of these battles are so important. Macwood and them are pushing forwards right now, literally soldiering their way through the box here. Good control by Macwood to grab the wall. It's going to force the enemy out. They're going to walk in too. The edit was open. Mistakes are made though, and the follow-up is there. Nice job by Macwood and company to follow up and find a knock.
And this is what you need, that chemistry, that confidence, that trust right there. Macwood stood up against that wall, tried to take the walls before as they get another elimination, but unfortunately, Cal gets knocked here. I was just going to say, had that confidence. He didn't have that last wall, but he knew. He had his boys behind him. Macwood and Zexro were there, ready to finish off anyone who opened that edit, and that's exactly what happened. And it's what you need as a team, and it sometimes only comes from insane months, if not years, of playing together and experience like this team has. But unfortunately, they took that fight on Edge Zone Monster, and this is what usually happens when you take a fight on Edge.
And not only Edge, like this spot specifically, the mountain face that leans off of the Stark Industry. This has happened yesterday. We saw a literal team get deleted for doing this as well. Macwood's not going to have any difference here. It doesn't matter. Shockwave impulses, it's not going to keep you alive. He is taken out of the game here. Zexro managed to stay alive for just a bit, but it's not looking too good. And no, they are crossed out of the competition. The elims that they picked up was enough to put them on a tie marker with Nico. Ronaldo, Sway, and Skittles. So all of them were on that same marker, but now that they've been put at the red light, they're going to have to reset for the last game. They're going to need a pretty substantial last game now. If you're rooting for Calc, Zexro, and Macwood at home, the veterans, the original champions, you're going to have to keep doing it. They're going to need your energy coming into these final rounds.
Yeah, and those other players you just talked about, those other teams on the bubble, they've got the green light. They're still in here, ready to get those placement points. They start coming out in top 17 teams, so they're very close. This Has falls now as well. Talking about competitive veterans on the other side, if you guys don't know, Has and Calc actually being brothers, so we're watching, unfortunately, both of them fall here back to back, really close together. As I see Bizzle, Clicks fall in the feed as well, so some big teams falling. Haji goes down as well, so maybe this game. And Nico, no, they needed a big performance, and they're fully wiped out of this one, so they're put at the red light as well. But I haven't seen Skittles, Sway, and Ronaldo, so maybe their chance to jump up in that bubble as Booger just cements his position in first place with another elimination onto Chaotic.
Crazy too, because that knock onto Haji, Pandush, and the rest of their team, now that they're wiped out, that was done by the hands of Tragics, who was a couple slots above them. So we're just seeing them slowly inch away and start to take away the lead here. The rest of the Wolfpack is heading down the range. That's actually impressive nonetheless. We're going to have to keep an eye on Tragic. Tragic has been doing some impressive stuff, man. Like I said, from seeing him in that open squall, taking out Coop Chap and the rest of their squad, I mean, Tragic is continuing to do it, and he's lighting up the feed. That's someone who's under the radar right now for sure. TJ, though, no shield, out in the open. My gosh, one of the sketchiest rotates. No material
either. That was sketchy. He had the vertical rotation so he could land back on that crash pad to get him a little bit of that horizontal rotation. It worked here, but TJ needs to find something. Green shotgun, gray AR, only 20 bullets in it as well, 17 builds. He needs something. There it is, though. Finds Nanolight, the recent signing to Ghost. Been having an up and down performance here this weekend. He gets the finish, but the lobby focus is coming out. He gets quite a few hard mats, though. Builds under this metal and this brick. I think he might be safe. Finds his way back to TJ, and again, it didn't really get them what they needed, but a point's a point.
Definitely a big point there. And at least, yes, he manages to stay alive just long enough to get to his crew. Now they're sitting up underneath all those enemy builds there. I'm seeing Ronaldo, Skittles, and Sway still alive as well. Kanata, Bucky, Creo still in the game here. BBG's AJ still alive as well. Avery, Booga, and Jampero, the stars of the hour, the stars of the last 2 days, honestly. Star-studded team right now. Avery is the perspective we're on. Here comes the lean up. Oh, the shockwave throws him in a base, though. He's behind an enemy. Quick reaction, though, to throw the crash pad down is going to get him out. You're seeing the uses of that and how good it can be. But another tag's going to happen here. And if that wasn't all the bad news already, right? Like, getting tagged wasn't enough. They're below the damage threshold, too. So, a lot to work with here.
6 below. That's enough to get back in. It has the minis, has the med kit. Maybe needs that time to get the meds off. We see Booger leading the team, building a beautiful top up here right now. So it looks like Jamper needs to start looking for that damage. And there they are. They're now 43 above. They're looking for the team above them, seeing if they can triple spray someone out in the wood. That weak material is very fast to break, and you've got to be careful when you use it in trios because it can break instantly as they're pushing forward on the low ground, seeing if they can have the same dominant performance we've seen from the Exit players these last few games, who I did also see in the lobby earlier. But this team used to being on a high ground, mid ground layer for their dominant position monster, so we'll see a different aspect of their gameplay. Can they pull something off here? And yes, Avery answers very, very quickly, Aussie. Yes, I can play the low ground as he gets straight in with the pump, but the pressure comes out. No, Jamper falls though, so he finds the elimination, but maybe cost them more than they gained from it.
Definitely Aspect claps back right there. He says, hey, listen, we land authority for a reason. It's another aggressive type of drop spot, and he's showing he can hang with the best. They've been doing it this entire week, literally this entire month. That's all he has been on. Here, though, Bucky, another veteran on the space right here. Beautiful at box fighting, one of the cleanest in the game. Bucky trying to do something big. He's only left with Creo. It's his perfect partner, to say the least. It's a storm. It's a recipe for success. Big pressure coming out now. Aiming at the different layers. Beautifully done. He's going to find Gush. Great tags there, too. Remember, they're battling for first. It's not just a battle for qualification. They've done that. They're playing spoiler for everything else. They're still prizing on the line here.
And they won first. They were very loud on Twitter about how they thought they were the top performing team because they're doing it without mythic loot. So they put a target on their back. If they don't have a good performance here today, they're going to cop a lot of flack for that statement, trying to take away the success of Booger. But they are doing so well today, and Bucky Creo pushing forward. Like you said it, one of the best duos in the game, some of the best chemistry, been playing together now for years. And that addition of Kanata into the team has just been that perfect recipe as they're now pushing forward. Sway only going down now, so that's a big performance from that team monster. The was on the bubble, trying to get more of those placements as Unknown takes down Aspect, and Bucky just here out in the mid-ground layer finds Avery. That is a team that has a lot of chemistry, players that know each other very, very well, taking down first. So second gets an elimination onto first. It was a knock though, so I believe Booger is still in this one somewhere, as Creo and Bucky look to be in so much control, Monster. It doesn't seem like this layer should be so uncontested, but they're just dominating it.
And that's because Creo's putting down so much great pressure left and right where it matters most. He is literally the glue to the success here. Booga's going to get taken out by the XZ boys in the low ground, and so is Vix. All of a sudden now, everyone is dropping like flies. In the mid ground, though, Ronaldo and Skittles still alive. They need this game. They need this so much. Yes, they're going to find a frag on the outsides, too. Hold up, though. Look at high ground, right? It's smacked Unknown, Army, and Casper. We haven't seen this yet. What a phenomenal performance for them to have this high ground and be able to do something. But no, Smack gets tossed off by Impact. What?
He's going for it though. Smack is making his way back in. He's got to get back onto the high ground, but no, he falls. And he's got no builds. He's stuck in this box. Can he dominate on low ground? No, he falls. But Unknown is still going to have a good chance though. But Skittles is going for this. Skittles was 1v2ing Unknown and Casket for the high ground. He loses it. Bucky in your bottom right though, still picking up eliminations, gets taken down by Unknown. That is such a big love loss. But AV, we have the XZ boys here trying to have another massive performance. I think this is two teams. It is two teams, three players right now. Unknown and Casket versus AV, and they fall, but an insane game from them and a big jump up for Unknown, who is in 6th place, so that might put them in a top 5.
Definitely. It just wasn't enough on the high ground there. Casker let his guard down, but it was just enough to stay alive for long enough. So either way, it's going to work out. We have the analysts to break us down, though. All the action, of course, catches up with probably what we missed out on.
Unknown, Casker, and Smack. So guys, again, we're seeing this thing happen. We start the game, start the day, and we have a list of 15 teams that are already strongly in their place. And then what happens? First game on the day, Reverse is like, hey, I'm in 4th, let me get a Victory Royale. Right behind them, you got Unknown. He's like, hey guys, what's going on? Don't forget about us either. What is going on? It is the top 5 teams that are just trading blows back and forth right now.
Yeah, Clicks, Bizzle, and Illis wanted a little bit of action there too, and now Unknown is solidifying his spot. Can he take over the top 5 is the question, and what does it look like for everyone else, right? We saw the XZ trio down on low ground. The top 5, though, right now for day number 2, before we have that final game, Jamper, Booga, Avery, 231 still in first. Creo, Bucky, Kanata, after that last game, get closer, but not close enough, Reese.
Not close enough indeed. You can see still a huge difference between 2nd and 3rd. So Slacks, Acorn, and Jack really didn't manage to actually catch up at all here, right? They really weren't able to actually bring that back and get closer to 2nd. And that 2nd place finish is kind of looking out of reach. Now you've got Clicks, Illist, and Bizzle kind of clawing at their feet right behind them, only 3 points behind. And after that big win from Unknown, Casker, and Smacked, that solidified them in the 5th place slot, which is exactly what they placed in the FNCS Warm-Up Cup 2 weeks ago.
Nice, so history repeating itself. That being said, Booga and Bucky have basically created an island of their own at 1st and 2nd place, so they'll be finding it out. Past that, here's another island we're looking at. Day, Miro, and Reverse winning one of the games and at the same time performing so well back-to-back. We saw Miro's pop off in 2 games ago, actually. They're going to be up at 6th. XZ, after that performance in the top 5, goes all the way up to 7th. Somehow, Rokane, Voil, and TJ are playing consistently every endgame. Because of that, they're in 8th. That point differential is a little bit higher. This is where things get really interesting, though, Reese.
They do. And I mentioned it most games, but 15th, the top 15 will all go through to the heats. And right now, that's at 84 points. AJ, Rox, and Viz are on that line right now. And you can see how close it is. 14th is 85 points. Above that, 88. So there's a really, really thin barrier to go on. And just below that as well, down in 16th, they're also tied on 84 points. So it's actually the exact same points to go for it, just on eliminations. So close.
Oh man, right now, literally, I've seen these teams at 11th to 15th. I've seen them from 16th to 20th. It's like they're swimming. Right now, if you're in the top 15, you're coming up for air, you're getting to breathe. If you're down here, like Cloud, Zextro, Nico, Crumbler, and Strobe, even if you have a pop-up performance like Nico, you could be in the potential to drown for the moment. You're not in the top 15. And look at how close it is, too. Any pop-off game, any type of top 5 finish, and you're up there. You're in that qualification range. You don't have to rely on series points. The competition, Zeke, is getting so close.
Man, we're talking 20 points to try and punch up to top 15. Guys, this is it. We got one game left to go, and there's a lot of these teams that are on the bubble that could push into the top 15 that we need to be looking at. We need to keep our eyes on, because just like you talked about, a game like Nico's will change literally everything for any trio.
Yeah, let's look into where every single one of these trios and which trios we're actually going to be focusing on for this last game go and where they want to be if they want to qualify.
We've got Zexro, Calc, and Makud, the previous trio FNCS winners, and really consistent team, not really showing up today and currently in 17th spot, dropping up at Craggy, getting all that guaranteed shield, and they have a really quick looting path to go through there where they then rift and go and push the team in Dooms.
Yeah, and over here at Misty Meadows, we're tuning in with, I'm just looking out for it, it's Nico actually, who's landing over on one of those sides, seeing if he can actually replicate what he did in one of the other games. Lazar P as well is in there in terms of just being in that top 15 / out of it game after game. He's landing somewhere near the islands, a little bit away from Craggy, so two similar teams with his and Zexro side by side.
And they're kind of doing a big split drop along the north side of the map, so all these teams are getting their own individual looting paths and just doing really great from that.
Yeah, Ronaldo is one of the focuses from last game that had a little bit of a say of a few eliminations. He got his name actually pulled up there towards that top 10 slot. These guys, him, Sway, and Skittle, will be landing at Lazy Lake. It looks like almost uncontested, yes, from what I see right now. I think Nick A30 might have came in a few games ago or over the 2 days, but man, with all these trios now basically, I guess, portrayed in front of us, do you guys have any sort of predictions? Zeke, I'll come to you. I know this is kind of unorthodox as to which one of them might qualify.
I think it's tough. I do like your pick in Zexro and Calc. I think they can pull it off. Again, it's like we look at a lot of these teams and we know they're all incredible, right? They're here for a reason. They are the top of that 1%. So it's just about landing, getting your ball rolling, and getting momentum to push you in a late game. And again, we're only talking like if you're in 20th place, it's 20 points to make it all the way up to that top 15. So anything is possible. But I have to kind of lean with you if we're just looking at the teams in top 20.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with the same pick, in all honesty. They're the furthest behind out of the 4 we've gone with. They're in 17th right now. But this team has so much potential. They've done so good in all FNCSs so far. Again, like I already said, the previous winner. And I don't know what's entirely been going on, if they've just been very inconsistent, but they 100% have the potential just to do this in one good game, get it over with, get qualified, then the next 2 weeks they can worry about owning that drop spot.
Absolutely, and we'll see exactly how these teams end up shaping things over. We have another game coming up shortly, but just remember, it's the top 15 in terms of where these teams need to be. Now, Ray, Zeke mentioned it a little bit, but what do you think these teams need to do? Is it going to be a top placement, or is it going to be a lot of elims for these guys to make sure that they're in the top 15?
Well, the guys who are close are going to have to be consistent with their placement, and the guys way far down, they're going to need a big pop-off with eliminations and fights.
Absolutely. Let's throw it to game and see what these guys think.
Thank you so very much. And just like that, we're hopping right into the action. This is it. The final moments now remain here. We see a bunch of teams have done so much to try and step up to the plate. But with 6 games of Fortnite going down this evening, it is only going to be down to who can break into that top 15 and carry it on through. It's Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics here. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it indeed, the final game. And again, we got so much to focus on. That last game, Endgame, showed it. We're talking about, top team, 3rd team, 4th team. We're also talking about 15th team, 16th team. There's so much going on. It's about who are the Titans, but who is going to qualify? Because at the end of the day, that is what really matters. It's the qualification into those heats.
Definitely there. And just to give you guys an idea of teams on the bubble, Zexro, Calc, Macwood at 17th. You have AJ, Rox, and Vix at 16th there. In 15th place, it's Cloud, Strep, and Lazar. I mean, you guys saw the leaderboard as we were coming in, but those are some of the bigger ones on that lining. I mean, Nico, Haji, and Panduch with a great performance in that game number 4 have bumped their way down to 18th, but still very much in this competition, very much in the question here. And so are Casker, Smacked, and Unknown. They still need a little more, but this is it right now. This is one of the final engagements they're going to land it onto. It is, of course, the Latin phenomena of P-God, Elysian Company. They're up above, and no, P-God's going to get taken out early this time around. It's up to Jelty and Elysian to clutch up.
Yeah, and they need to clutch up big. This is a team, we've got a team that's in 5th place going up against a team that's in 23rd. So this has been breaking down in scrims in other tournaments. They have been fighting over this retail row location that doesn't actually have that much loot at it. So it always turns out into an interesting fight as it goes into the 2v2. But we're going to tune back over to Nico, Pendush, and Haji, who, as you just mentioned, they got bumped out. They're in 18th. They need a big game here up against Nexi and Crumbler, who are unfortunately a little bit further down the leaderboard as well. Actually, no, they're in 19th. Sorry, this is 18th versus 19th, both close to top 15. So this is going to be huge. If one of these teams gets wiped, that's it. That's their qualification chance automatically this week gone, and they've got to come back and do something big next week.
This looks like a fight they've been taking this weekend. I mean, we saw, I think it was that day one of the first fights were one of the big battles at these cabin houses, one that you don't typically get to see very often, but you're seeing it's a very much a part of the strategy. So the house here is the target. They're trying to roll up, possibly even just stake it out, right? It could be a super cheeky strategy. And there it is, the 3-2-1, the beam. They're going to find Nexi. What a monstrous shot here, connecting all the way through. Pandush is going to hit the majority of the few. And now, though, it's basically a 3v1 situation. His teammate is not nearby. This is going to be the clear indicator for them to go ahead and W key on over. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised they even shockwave in. No, instead, they're just going to go ahead and grab what they can and continue the pursuit.
That mountain would be tough to traverse, and they're going to get a lot of damage out. So I think a smart call to back off once the mobility was used, but definitely smart to go up and try and get the elimination, as Nico is doing a bit of scouting, though, as now we tune back into our retail row fight, which really hasn't changed that much. It is still, no, it's a 3v2, so they managed to get one of them back up. So Pico, Jelty, and Elige with that gray pistol and head monster. I'm thinking maybe a reboot even happened here, as the double gas can drops in. One of those is going to fall in and do some serious damage, and now this building is going to be set alight. So this team is hiding underneath. Unfortunately, Unknown's team having to do something now and move around a little bit as they now push further back into the aptly named Blacktops here, as Jelty trying to find those angles onto Smacked and Casca.
He finds another gas canister here. So this is going to be straight up explosion. It's lighting everything on fire as well. Don't forget, there's so many benefits to using the gas canisters. Jelty's in exchange, though. Jelty's going to win his trade as P-God comes up for the support factor from the side onto Smack there. So Smack's now down. It's up to Casker to stay alive. 3v1. Still, shambles situation for the loot on the other side, though, for these guys. Elise, Jelty, and P-God, but it's not going to be enough. Too many angles, too many power weapons. They win the exchange. Little clown emoji, too. Dang, the disrespect here. But, hey, it is what it is. They won this battle. Can they continue to battle out the war, though? They need so many more points. Literally, something like a 15, maybe 20 bomb in order for them to qualify.
Oh, I think it's going to be even more than that, unfortunately, if other teams start jumping up. But again, series points. They can still jump up there. If you guys are confused on how it's working, we've been talking about how these top 15 teams are going to automatically qualify. Plenty of these teams are trying to get their consistency points, because that's where half the lobby is going to fill up from as well. So quite a lot of people get in off consistency and end up doing insanely well in the final. So every game matters, and that's why these players are still playing their hearts out, as Nico and Haji have a chance to automatically qualify. But even a 16th is worth quite a lot, as we see Brucey, as I aptly named him, the Shark, coming through and trying to get a bite of this team as they rotate around this very southern portion of the map, and they could have been even looking for that team that got away from them.
Fun fact, I got a brother. His name is Bruce, too. He's a big boy. It's kind of funny. It's this little shark right there. A little insight into the monster life. But Zexro, Mako, and Calc, we've seen this before. They're coming in on the rotate here through the rifts, of course, and Sexter's gonna get shot a bunch now, but still, not even pausing the hero, not initially at least. He was looking for the shots. It's Macwood, who's very much in the thick of it with Calculator right now, taking us 2v1. He's gonna win the exchange too initially too, so this is going really well for him. A little bit of control though, and now he gets dropped.
And they have good loot. I have very, very good loot. So I think this is them just trying to be like, hey, look, we've been playing slow. We haven't been having the most success. Let's play our game. Let's play it how we play it. Let's finish strong, because this team are very, very strong fighters. They know how to handle themselves as they're going to get this finish now. They even got the shakedowns. They're trying to see where those teammates are, because they're not happy with one elimination and the refresh. No, they want all of this right now. They're pushing down. This player on the low ground gets taken out. Wow. And that is 2 eliminations on the board. So I think that was a duo. I don't think they had their third, and maybe that's what they recognize. But I'm seeing on the minimap monster, there are 3 players pushing in, and it is Bizzle, Clicks, and Illust pushing into this one. This is going to be a clash of titans if this breaks out into a full 3v3, which, based on Calc's health, I think is going to.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because Calc is low, Zexro is low right now as well, so they've already found those initial tags to want to take this fight. They need to qualify, so they cannot fall here. No, Calc is going to get taken out. This is looking like it's going to be up to the series points now to push him through if Zexro and Macwood can't fully clutch up right now. He does try to shake him down. He's not going to find that information. Zexro is now forcing to heal. You know it's serious when he's healing for 13 HP. Now remember as well, they get the information bits here, so yes, Clicks and company are like, okay, wait a second. This is a pretty big team. We got one. Let's walk away here. Let's not get over comfortable, right? Overzealous here for more points. And they're going to leave Macwood and Zexro alone for just a second.
Yeah, and that's the team in 4th place, and they're playing this one out again. They want to come first. They've already qualified. There is no way Clicks, Illis, and Bizzle can possibly not qualify at this point, but they're playing the game properly, and that's what I want to see from this new team. I want to see them take it seriously and really push and make a name for themselves and say, hey, we're a top 3 potentially team right now. They're only 3 points behind Slacks, Acorn, and Shark. I mean, 2nd place is getting pretty far out of reach, but they've had a phenomenal performance. But Macwood and Zexro, that was a huge blow losing Calc when you're in 17th place. They might be able to get the reboot off though in Dooms and then hit it in the car, so this might not be so bad with those 2 medkits.
I was just going to say, there's still 2 teams here, by the way, in Doom's domain. Look, 3 curses over by the gas station, 3 camping the draw spot, so you know who this is. Probably taken in crew. No, Zexro's gonna sit still. In comes the mystical bomb. Hello. He gets greeted with something nasty, something vicious, and it smells bad. Get him out of here. He doesn't want it anymore. Who is it? It's Taken, Durant, and crew. And you know who's holding the vault down. Exactly. Look at that. Stretch and Zayt, they're hiding out nearby. Oh, no.
And that would have been a little bit of payback. This is a team we've seen Macwood, Zexro, and Calc rotate in and take down Heart's team multiple times when they finally got their hands on the coveted Dooms loot. So that one would have felt good. That was a personal fight there from them. And a little bit of a trick there that I don't know if you saw that, Monster. I haven't seen that before. Getting in the passenger seat of the car to get off the reboot where you can't build. That was really smart, but unfortunately didn't pay off because an entire trio was watching. But I would use that.
It just looks so, like, comical watching someone come in with a mystical bomb and then the 3-2-1 follow. Like, it was just, you're done. Like, absolutely deleted.
Yeah, the damage output was insane as Skittles hits the hard damage shot too. And that's 3 eliminations. That is 3 eliminations for a team that is in 12th place. That is going to jump them up into potentially 11th. So that was a very, very big one for them. A team that has been flying under the radar, but FaZe Sway might be in heats after week 1 when Macwood, Zexro, and Calc isn't. Just try to think what that statement means if you're a competitive Fortnite fan, and if I had said that a week ago, you never would have believed me.
Look at this, though. Macwood still playing his storm line, still coming in nice and late. He can possibly get this reboot off and also get Zexro's card. It hasn't been that long. Yes, he's going to get it just in a nick of time. Looks like he's got both of them. Little does he know, though, Zayt is playing super sneaky around the outside. No. You know, the question marks are going to come up like, what are you doing here when Zayt steps out and deletes him in like 2 seconds? Oh, no, but he doesn't hear it. He didn't notice. Macwood turns around. He actually reacted.
Did Zayt not see him? I don't know what happened there. I think Zayt is trying to go, but surely he heard it if he didn't see him. I'm not really sure what's going on there, but Zayt is making his way through. Maybe he was just too focused on the vault, didn't even think about another opponent here. They get the reboot off, and now they're going to get in the car. They have the splashes, they have the shockwaves. They've really got a good chance at this. It is going to pull it off. Calc's going to come back into this one.
I was just saying, like, Mac was like, yo, you guys got to get in the car now. Like, we got to go, right? So yeah. He sticks around. He gets his teammate. He does get Calc. He did not get Zexro's card in time. You can see there that he attempted to. No, he's not.
That's okay, though.
All right, so they might make it out. Yeah,
they're still in it. When they're this close, they can have a Nico moment. They can have a solo clutch. Would be enough to secure qualification here. So they just need to rotate really well. They have the 6 shockwaves. That's the only thing that's giving me confidence. If they rotate smart, they might be okay. And I'm guessing Calc knew that there was builds there. There was banded. Okay, I knew there had to be something they were stopping for because there was no way a team with this much experience was going to mismanage Storm that much. But this is possibly the worst situation you could be in going into your final game to try and qualify, Monster. Let's be honest. This is everything against them, and it's going to be so exciting if they can pull it off.
Yeah, but at least they do get this other zone. Like, it's right there, so they don't have to worry too much about the 2-tick as it comes in afterwards. More bandages on the road there as they pass by. Yeah, he saw them as well. Looks like they're going to have to back up, pick up a little scoop here, and get their heal on as well, possibly. Now, though, looking to potentially abandon the vehicle. I don't know if that's the strategy pulling in. We'll see. Oh, he doesn't care. All right, they're just going, man. He's trying Trying to stay alive here.
Ronaldo on the feed just got another elimination. That's 4 on the board. They're really making a strong case for why they're going to qualify here in game number 6. And yeah, you touched on it. How lucky is that zone? I don't think I've ever seen the next zone literally touching the current one. They got so lucky here, but they needed a bit of luck with how this game was shaping out.
Oh, and check that out. Macwood now is going to be able to cap off. He finds bandages and, of course, leftover cabbages and bananas from what drops out of their domestic food source. So well played for him. They are still a very strong duo. They can definitely make the case here. They can make the argument that they can qualify through. They're so close. They are just so close. Someone who doesn't have to worry about that, though, Booga, Avery, Jamper. We already saw Clicks, Illis, and Bizzle do the same, trying to get in here. They're going for high ground. There's a team up here. They just landed on them and alpha'd the high ground. They didn't even care. Looks like a little bit of a, what you call a fake base up above, right? As they were trying to refresh down below.
Big
Instead, they
fake base.
yoink it. It's theirs.
Look at the zone. This is like, it's almost like beautiful how symmetrical this is. It's a perfect circle around the lake. This is like, I don't know, I'm really enjoying just the vibes of the mini-map right now, but what an exciting end game. I haven't seen one of these before, I don't think. A perfect central zone right now around the lake. So everyone had the same opportunity to get in and rotate for the final game of the day. You have no excuses for why you didn't perform in this final game. You didn't get a bad zone. It didn't pull opposite. It is central right now, but there is a lot of water. So you can see, oh no! After everything this team has gone through, Carey with a beautiful snipe onto Calc, taking him out and getting the finish. I don't think they'll pull off the reboot again. Maybe Macwood can pull off something. But I was going to say, this end game was going to be so exciting, Monster, because that's a lot of water. You have to decide now, are you going to go on the middle island with everybody else, or are you going to try and bank on getting zone on your side on a bit of the land outside the lake?
Oh, man, that's going to be a tough one for anyone to decide now. We'll see. Xset, one of the best at rotating and choosing positioning for what it's worth, is going to have to make that decision as well. A little beam in the sky. No, it's onto NRG's Ronaldo. This is a massive, massive knock right now. But Ronaldo, it was just a knock, so his crew could still somewhere be in the running here. They're going to be able to pick up the loot here. You have to assume with only Sway and Skittles standing, I don't know if they have enough of that IGL skill. We'll see. Knight gets dived onto here now. Knight has to back up as well. Forced into defense. Shark's so low, too. Everyone's lit up right now. This is a tough rotate.
And 99 points on the board. I'd like to point out that putting them in first today. So it just shows you can come back from a rough day one. Not an insanely rough day one. I think they were just outside top 10, but now coming first so far in day 2. So you can really turn things around, re-strategize, and come back. And that's why this team is still going to have to be one of my favorites going into grand finals, because they've just shown they do have that ability to readjust and change things when they're not working, when some other teams unfortunately haven't. But Ronaldo goes down here, but good game from them so far. And that's the downside of those I don't even know what you call a monster, like the hand teleporters there from the downed. I'm going to get clowned and made fun of by anyone who's a massive Marvel fan, but they leave they give you the inability to Sentinels. There we go. I totally knew that. But you can't re-pull the glider, so you're just stuck in midair. And when you've got 3 of the best shooters in the game right behind you, it's not going to end well there for Ronaldo, as Sway and Skittles now have to set up on top of them, choosing smartly to not go through the sky as well.
Hey, listen, it's all good. You had some hand teleporters there, but hold up. We got a fight going on right now. It's up to Shark and crew to try to do something big here. They try to use the shockwave once again to go ahead and break these players out of the build. They're not going to need it this time around, though. The follow-up is good. It's confirmed. It's onto Skittles now, and Sway and Skittles were not enough to take on the full Xset trio. The Xset trio is dangerous, and you're seeing why.
Yeah, you're seeing why in a big way, having a big jump up here, pretty much guaranteeing qualification. And it's a play we've seen a lot, but haven't seen too much on the broadcast today. That shockwave through the floor, setting up 2 players down below, shockwaving up and through as Aspect. You'd think this would be their game, maybe following that statistic we saw earlier from Jacques and Acorn's team, that when they get zone, they've got zone on their drop spot at Authority. That's when things go astray. I think that base on top would have been theirs that they lost, and unfortunately they had nowhere to hide inside this building now as everyone crams into it.
Yeah, that's right. They would have just been otherwise forced to refarm a new layer, right? And all that resource they already committed was a tough one to go ahead and recommit to. So here, though, the question is, can Nico, Pandush, and Haji do this? I mean, we saw some of the players that need to go down pretty much taken out, right? Players like Calculator. These are the competitions right now. I mean, Macwood was still alive for some bit there. TNA Miro, though, is going to find Sway in the feed, so they are out of the competition as well. Will the 116 or 17 points or so from Ronaldo hold up? I mean, they're on that lining, so we don't even know if they're going to be able to make it through. Haji, though, is going to find Piga with a monster shot there. They are on fire right now. That's 5 eliminations after the confirmation here. Maybe 4, actually. It probably was just added up. I see Xset just falling down the feet, too. This is going down. It's a war zone out there.
It is a war zone out there. Xset, unfortunately, their insane run on day 2 has been put to a halt, I believe, but they're definitely still in that qualification area, as now we see Kanata and Creo pick up big eliminations too. Macwood finally falling, so I have to think they're not going to get inside top 15, or maybe only a knock. Wait, there's no way it can only be a knock. Did he actually reboot Calc again? He rebooted. They are trying so hard. You have to give this team credit for never giving up and fighting against all odds right now, as we see the difference between teams that are in bad positions versus good. Bucky, Creo, and Kanata, beautiful layer, full built brick, no one around them, looking amazing, but this is going to be an interesting zone. Those teams on the north side are banking on it, pulling towards them, and it doesn't pull directly on them, but they can rotate along the land now. If this went over on top of Authority, we would have had one of the most insane end games ever, but that water to cover is still going to be difficult, as Haji gets a big elimination onto Calc. They did get the reboot, and they do fall, but what a valiant effort from that team.
And it's a bittersweet moment here. As much as I love Macwood, Calc, and Zextro there, to see it swap hands here, success now in the form of Nico, Haji, and Pandusa, players that need it most because they're on the bubble for qualification. It's the new blood. It's the new faces that are looking to step up right now. Yes, and they're going to find another one. They are on fire. They're feeling it here, and you're seeing it convert into points now. 6 eliminations, and of course, a rotate to make in front of them in order to secure this top 15. There it is. All the loot that they need now. The shockwaves come out. They're off to the new zone.
They are, and Bucky, Creo, Kanata hit the same rotate, the same bounce pad shockwave at the same time, which is really good because that means there's 6 targets in the sky. So I'm going to think they made that rotate really nicely. And yeah, they're on fire, Monster. They're really pushing hard in this final game. 12 games in, and they've hit their stride at the perfect moment to push through. As Miro, Reverse, and Day, a team that's almost definitely qualified, they're in that top 6 position, but really trying to cement themselves and jump up as much as they can, as unfortunately, they get the attention of Doom, and this is not going to end well. Day getting sprayed out now. Miro dropping down as fast as he can to try and help him. They're going to try and work their way down. They're going to have to give up that high ground position that they worked so hard for just off that. It's all it takes sometimes. And now they're on the low ground using a lot of materials to hold off this onslaught.
Yeah, you're seeing that lobby focus come in here. Oh my gosh, a refresh from the Mystical Bomb comes in again. Doom's Bomb so deadly. That's enough to break what builds were on top of them. So if they were hidden in the mist and people thought they were somewhere, no, that's it. They're going to get scrapped out of this lobby. Reverse 2K forced the impulse away, leaves Miro behind, and now it's every man for themselves. But he has shockwaves too.
That was pretty smart.
Yes, they get back together.
That was pretty smart. Yeah, they got back together, they got away. That's what they needed to do. Maybe had to make that call a little bit earlier and just give up on Day, unfortunately, leave him and get out of there, because now they've only got 87 builds on Miro. Zone goes back across, so looking like a pretty normal zone to finish out this game. It's pretty standard, pretty flat. It's not going up too much of an elevation unless it keeps pulling towards Lazy, but it's going to be interesting to see who's going to control the low ground. I believe Xset is out of this. They have controlled the low ground every single endgame today, and that's why they were in first place on today's standings. So we'll have to see who can do it. Can it be teams like Nico who need to have this push into top 15, or are we going to see Bucky, Creo, Kanata, and teams at the top dominate as Miro falls and Reverse? I said it earlier today, he's an insane solo clutch, and he's going to have to do it here.
Yeah, but not only that, just a bad read on the zone there. Miro and Reverse 2K hit the wrong side with the shockwave, and you see it just really punish them there as they were backed against the storm and it closing in on them. Hold up, though. Jamper, Avery, Booga still alive here. Big heals as well in the inventory for Jamper, so they're set up proper right now. Also, motion pads, too, so they can hit all the bounces that they need here. A little bit of a knock now, though. Voyo's going to give off some of the loot here. Perfectly done for the crew. They are going to have to heal. Jamper finds 6 splashes, man. Oh, my gosh. There's so much heals. He's big chilling right here.
That's a really big pickup in this mid-ground layer 2 where things usually get scrappy. That's a lot of team heals, and you see it all coming out now. He can pop a big pot, and now he's back. They're going to use the bounce pad, rotate onto front side so well. I don't think they have any eyes for high ground unless someone else is carrying the shockwaves, as Jamper drops down onto ultimate low and makes that call. And I asked it, who is going to control the low ground? It's looking like it's going to be your first place team, Booga, Jamper, and Avery, trying to do something big down here as Snake takes down Elysian in the feed. And can they hold their first place? They've been clowned for it. They've had uncontested Stark. Everyone's saying they don't deserve the win, but they have played so phenomenal here today. I will 100% say they deserve it. And can they do it with a big finish in Game 12 as back onto Haji, Nico, and Pandush having that huge run into top 15?
And it's crazy because it was a 6-point gap just to catch up to the other enemies. They're at 8. Make that 9 eliminations now. Pandush is going to follow up so clean with the pump shots, the accuracy on the money. Top 10 now. So the big placements are being divvied out. This is what you want to see. This is the qualification run for Nico, Haji, and Pandush now. They're making something big happen here. Something miraculous, to say the least. The comeback in the back half of the tournament. Guys, this is the last game you are watching, the last engagements and moments. Another shot. It's a 200 onto Snake. Oh my gosh.
Big pickup. He also took down Strep early, which was the team on 15th. There's only a few places above them, so this team is having a huge push. They took down Clicks as well, so it doesn't matter. Bottom of the leaderboard, middle, top, it does not matter. If you're in their warpath, they will take you down. There are 7 teams alive, 16 players. As they're trying to close this one out, they have a bit of a breathing room. They're going to get their meds off. They're going to chill, but as they go up this hill, it is not going to be relaxed for long as Nico gets taken down, unfortunately. Haji and Pandush now need to make something big. Nico clutched up a huge game for them earlier today. It's now their chance to repay the favor as they're not going to be able to get the revive off. They have to go back through Storm. Shotgun down. There's another team on low ground. They get it. Pandush takes them down. Haji and Nico have fallen. He's going to get the shockwave. Can he get up through this? He does. Beautiful shockwave. Gets him back up and through, but he falls. But I have to think that was enough.
It was definitely enough here. As you hear the Victory Royale music pay off. And on high ground, it's Creo, Bucky, Kanata who do just enough to survive in the final moments. 6 eliminations for them. What a game. We got to see both sides of the coin there. The team that is literally running the competition and a team that needed to qualify all the way through.
And that was the second place team. They were about, what, 14 points behind first, I think. So that may have been enough. We didn't get to follow Booger, Jamper, and Avery to the very end. They had a good game, but Bucky, Creo, Kanata finishing with a great game and maybe the first place. There's nothing that feels better than set lobbies, getting the first place to win the tournament, and out of 12 rounds as well.
And that, guys, was 2 days of competition, 12 intense games of Fortnite. A little bit of prizing on the line, too, for these first weeks of qualifying your way through to the grand finals. What a day of Fortnite it's been. It's been Monster D-Face here, Aussie Antics, of course, delivering all the action. What a fun last game. And, of course, none better than someone who needed to qualify to do it. We're going to toss it over to Analyst to bring us home.
Hey, thank you guys so much for that great cast on the day. And there you have it. Kanata finding that Victory Royale. We know he was going back and forth trying to keep up with Booga. The question is, did he overtake with that Victory Royale? Let's take a look at the settings together to see who our overall winner is. But don't forget, it is the top 15 teams that will move on to the heats. Here we go. We'll take a look together, and it is, in fact, with that, a 7-point. So they were 10 points behind, and then 6 coming into this last game, and then managed to pull out ahead with a 7-point lead. Big congrats to Creo, Bucky, and Kanata for finding the Victory Royale when it mattered, and now the #1 spot.
Yeah, oh my goodness, that game entirely. The story today was 3 teams we were focusing on, but then Booga, Jamper, and Avery, Bucky, Creo, Kanata made their own island for the top spot. These guys pulled 6 zone, Creo, Bucky, Kanata in that last game. They dominated past that, got that win at the end. Creo was just getting elimination after elimination. It was huge. Past that, though, this page was a little bit more volatile reach from 6th all the way to 10th. These guys were pretty consistent, though, towards day 2.
Absolutely. And you can see still a big gap between 6th and 10th, between 153 and all the way down to 118 points. But that pop-off that we just watched by Pandush was absolutely incredible. 12 points catching up.
Yeah, and a very important game as well from Aspect, Zunies, and NPen earlier on in the day, especially the movements and the moments from Aspect in that game. Dropping down, making sure mats were there. A triple AR spray to dominate. Nico's low ground clutch as well. This is why, even though it's a team mode, these solo individual performances that stand out can elevate your team, get them to qualify, get them to even win out a tournament against people who are dominating 2 whole days. Wow, what a whole region, what a whole amazing day.
Oh my goodness, guys. This is just the first week. We have 2 more weeks of this, and then we'll have grand finals and a wild card match. There's just so much to take in. Now, guys, that wraps up NA East, but there's something we've wanted to talk about, and that is the results of Brazil. King, God, and his trio. We're talking the same King who placed 5th at World Cup. Now, we have to remind you, we played 12 total games on the day, okay? 6 across 2 days. King God's team, their trio, won 11 of the 12 total games. You're hearing me correctly. 11 games of their total 12 ended in a victory royale. I mean, Shy, 420 points. They literally doubled.
What? Like, that's my reaction. Not even double, like surpassed completely. This is unprecedented, unheard of, historic. My goodness, the way, if you guys were tuning in onto the Brazilian region, these guys were doing it, that Doom's uncontested. Past that, though, they took control of the lobby in every single zone. If there was a trio making even a slight mistake, they had beams there. They rotated to height every single game. And even the one that they might have dropped off, it was just so impressive. They still got eliminations. It's just, wow. 11 out of 12, Reese.
Incredible. It's just nuts. It's nuts. Now, they have done incredible, but obviously we don't want to let anyone else down. Top 8 still qualified here, right? So you can see all the places from 8 upwards, but I want to give some stats. King's Trio, highest win rate of all time in an FNCS. Highest average eliminations ever in an FNCS finals, and largest gap between first and second ever in an FNCS finals, and finally, best average placement of all time.
Okay, let's actually I'm trying to contain everything. I think I might need a replay package to actually look at every single one of those victory royales. Never seen before. Let's look at it on a major broadcast. My goodness, the first game starts off King, low ground, ending things over on the hunt. Big one pump. Notice his whole trio alive. Game number 2, same thing happening. They're trickling down with absolute tension because they don't know yet that it's going to be an 11 out of 12 day. This is just game number 2. Imagine the hype, Reese, of winning 2 back-to-back games.
The hype of winning 2? Do you think it would go down at all? After you've won 5? Are you less hyped? Are you more? I don't know. I can't even comprehend.
Third win right there. That I might lose track at some point. So Zeke, Reese, they gotta hold me, I guess, because man, this is just it's a highlight reel. Sometimes we can only see off spawn, right? Slouch is getting beamed out of the air. King still operating at maximum efficiency, expecting the low ground shockwave. Now they have a pinch. They have a shockwave of their own. 4 wins in a row.
Nuts. And again, which one is this? I'm not sure. Crash pads into zone and immediately lands and hits with the splashes straight away. Oh my lord. Gets the campfire in the zone as well. Picking up those white heals as he's going. What a fantastic way to get off. And what amazing map awareness there too. And just straight away, I can't even track them. I can't even track the huge amount of eliminations that we have going on here. An amazing shockwave play going straight into the box. Picking up a nice pump. Is that the 11th? It's not the 11th. There's still more. There's still more victory royales coming out. Is this a 1? No, all 3 are still alive here. King seems to be the only one up on high ground. Maybe the other 2 are all on ultimate high ground too. I'm trying to figure out where this is going here. They're all stuck in zone. Clearly more white heals on our team. And there it is. Bro. An in-zone victory. An in-zone victory royale. There's still more.
It's just like those infomercials, you know? It's like, and there's also this. I mean, I have to respect King and his trio so much. And what I love is that none of these games feel the same. They're winning in so many different avenues, in so many different positions, right? It's like it doesn't matter what is out in front of them. They're just gonna win.
They just hit every shot, they take every angle, they do everything right. I wish I could give a full analysis, a full breakdown of every single way exactly as they could do it. But there's so many wins. They win in so many ways, it's like you can't narrow down their playstyle.
My goodness. Is this 10? Is this 11? I'm not even sure, man. Again, if you guys are watching King and his trio, they won 11 out of their 12 total games. That's right. that, like, this has never happened. This is, there's not words to properly describe what has transpired here in week number 1 for Brazil. I mean, it's, what do I say? What do you do? What do you...
I don't know, bro. I have no idea. I can't add to it. It's just crazy. Best average placement, best eliminations. I don't know. I can't say any more words. It's just too mental.
Just absolutely incredible. So huge, just unprecedented amounts of congratulations to that trio. But Fortnite fam, that is pretty much it from us here on the broadcast. Unfortunately, Shy did drop out, but he wants to say goodbye as well. Reese, final very quick thoughts before we head out.
Incredible. Just incredible day all around. Hype from day one, carrying on till today. Team still winning, picking up those victories. Loved every second of it.
There you go. Well, Fortnite fam, don't forget we're back next weekend for week number 2. Till then, Fortnite fam, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus.